Got to get myself organized. I just want you to know that we have our wonderful Earth Day celebration taking place out front, and we have our wonderful farmers market. So hopefully they'll still be there as you leave and exit out the front. You'll be able to purchase homegrown Nevada vegetables, fruits, wonderful, wonderful edibles, and some flowers if you're into flowers for salads. Wonderful. Okay, the April 16th, 2014 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communications who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV, Channel 2, and the web. The Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit, the back of the chambers, out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshals or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone today present who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come up and see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered our chambers, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with today's agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Rabbi Yitzwine, Young Israel Aish of Las Vegas, and please remain standing for the pledge. Unfortunately, Rabbi Wine could not be here this morning, so we will have a moment of silence and then Pledge of Allegiance. So please pray in your own way for all those who need the prayers. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and we will now proceed with the ceremonial portion of the agenda. Okay. We've just taken a vote. Do we wait for Councilman Coffin to come back because he said it'll be a second, or do we proceed? We have a quorum, we vote, we're moving forward. So, do you hear that, Councilman Coffin, when you're in the back? Okay, off we go. For our first item, I'd like to invite our wonderful Detention and Enforcement Chief, Michelle Freeman, to join us at the podium. See, you get your own applause all by yourself. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better for everyone. And I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Alan Watkins. Alan, please come forward and join us as well. Alan's a correction officer who's been with the city almost 8 years. Through study and hard work, Alan has become an in-house information and technologies asset, an expert, I should say, at the city jail. His co-workers often go to him for assistance with PowerPoint, spreadsheets, and the like, seeking to make their jobs easier and faster. Alan has also made an impact in streamlining how volumes and volumes of paperwork get processed through the jail. Through his research, he's found a new and more efficient computer program to handle that burden. This new program has freed up jail staff so much time to allow them to focus on other aspects of their duty instead of on the time-consuming paperwork entry. Best of all, this new program will save the city of Las Vegas more than $500,000 in annual fees over the next 10 years. This is really outstanding as we work so hard all the time to make every penny stretch as far as it can. In these tough financial times, any savings we can gain means that we can continue to provide the various services to the community that might otherwise have to be cut back. Alan is truly a remarkable and dedicated officer, and we are so lucky to have him on our team. We appreciate his efforts for continuing to exemplify the city's core purpose of building community to make life better. So on behalf of our entire wonderful city council, it's a pleasure to name Alan the Employee of the Month. And along with this award, he has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Clark County Credit Union, and a $100 gift card from Mundo Restaurant. In addition, a $100 donation will be made to the charity of his choice by Super Pawn. He has also obviously received various other awards from the city and council, recognizing his great work over these years. So finally, to our left, you will see a street sign, Alan, with your name on it, that's posted in front of City Hall on Main Street. And I'd like to ask Chief Freeman, please, to say a few words, and then we'll hear from you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Council. Really appreciate the opportunity to be standing up here today with Alan Watkins. He has done an amazing job for our department, not just what he does now, but what he's been doing. He's a great example of truly what our city core values are, of our action hero here. Alan, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for really impressing upon us and making our lives so much easier, so much more efficient, and also cost effective. Thank you for everything you've done and continue to do.
Mayor Goodman, esteemed City Council, it's hard to put into words and describe the amount of pride that I feel standing before you as a representative of this department. That said, I'd like to say that there's about 200 other individuals in this department that are equally deserving of this award as I am. Those individuals consist of correction officers, deputy city marshals, and animal control officers that serve this great city. Each and every day they come to work, they are looking at heavier workloads, a higher degree of call for service, and more responsibility. With Chief Freeman and her command staff, those individuals uphold the core values and exhibit those core values when doing their work throughout the day, all geared towards building community to make life better. So it's with that said, thank you very much for this award. Thank you.
An officer we have here, Employee of the Month, Alan Watkins, who has exhibited outstanding performance through achievement, creativity, teamwork, and integrity, ownership and engagement now through the department and for the citizens of Las Vegas. And we congratulate you. And I look at all the officers out here, and they were smiling when you were speaking. So I know you stand with them and beside them, and it's just wonderful. And we congratulate you. I think we've had a culprit come steal your sign. Well, where's his sign? A sign malfunction. That's something new. Trust me, that sign will be up when? Tomorrow? Today. We're going to hold you to that. All right, so council, we can hold this down. I can step back a little bit here. And so we can get everybody in. Let me take time out, glasses off.
Probably don't touch your name this afternoon on the sign.
We are so proud. We are so proud of you and all of our city marshals. What a job you do all the time. See you all the time, and thank you all.
Are we going to take a picture there, or here we already?
Stole the sign, had a malfunction. So I heard Councilman Beer said, don't touch the sign tomorrow. It will be wet, or later today. Okay. Oh. All right. For our next item, it appears we have a special presentation from the National Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement. So at this point, I would like to invite the board chair of the museum and former FBI head for Southern Nevada, Ellen Knowlton, to please come forward. And the executive director and CEO of the Mob Museum, Jonathan Ullman, to join us here at the podium. Good morning. Obviously, this is a very close, warm group. Ellen,
How are you?
I'm very excited. So what have we got? Jonathan and Ellen, what's going on here, please? Here we go.
Me first? Yeah, I get to talk first, right?
Yes.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're here on behalf of the Mob Museum, the National Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement. First of all, to thank the City of Las Vegas for its unwavering support to this long-term project, especially in the face of the early criticisms that we endured. But in spite of all the help you've given us, and in many times we've come to the well, we are not here today to shake you down. Again. Today we are here to give back to the city, and I'd like to ask Jonathan to explain.
Oh, how exciting.
Jonathan?
Thanks, Alan. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is a very exciting time for the Mob Museum. Just over 2 short years of operation. Pleased to report that the museum is enjoying great success. We are just a few weeks away from welcoming our 500,000th visitor. We continue to get rave guest reviews and wonderful media accolades. But the reason we're here today is to mark another important milestone. When the city first had the vision to take possession of the historic former post office and federal courthouse on Stewart Avenue, where the Mob Museum is now housed, they assumed this wonderful building and the responsibility to rehabilitate it and repurpose it for a cultural use, and also had the creativity and foresight to engage in historic tax credit financing. And this is a dauntingly complex transaction, but it brought with it the promise of returning millions of dollars to the city. And I'm now pleased to report that the museum has received the first of 4 annual equity payments, for which $1.5 million will be passed along to the city each year. Wow. Now, the Mob Museum is a 501c3 nonprofit. However, one of the tenets of our mission is to operate as a financially independent and self-sustaining organization that contributes to the growth and vibrancy of downtown Las Vegas. This was a goal of Mob Museum board member and former mayor Oscar Goodman. And so today, we deliver on this part of our mission by conveying payment in the amount of $1.5 million to the city of Las Vegas. And from what I understand, the funds have just arrived.
Oh, my gosh, wow. Wow. Oh. Were you holding on to him, Marshall, or just him to the case?
Thank you. Your Honor, members of the council, a lot of people thought this day would never come, but when the Mob Museum scores big, everybody gets their piece. So today, I am going to deliver in this suitcase here $1 million. $1 million, and
Can I have the microphone?
no, you can't have the microphone.
It's real. I want to say it's
It is real.
Listen, phony
It is real.
toy money.
And this, and this is $500,000, and you can count it if you like.
Well, excuse me just a second here. I am pretty good at this. I am married to one of the most penurious people in the world. I have a quick count. I can count dollars very quickly. And this does not...
That's $10,000.
No, that you said's in here.
That's $100,000.
Excuse me. Excuse me. This is a little light, I can tell.
Let me frisk him, Mayor.
Oh! Oh, my heavens! Oh, my... oh, my. I'm so ashamed and embarrassed. But I'm thrilled for the city, Betsy. Could you believe that? Yes, you could. Is this great that he was light?
I totally believe that.
Oh, my gosh, this is so exciting. Jonathan, congratulations. What a great, great addition to the city. Ellen, a sweetheart.
Yes.
I don't even trust you yet. Is there more?
No, that's it. No, believe me, you don't want the paltry sum I have here, that's for sure.
Okay.
But we need a receipt. Thank you.
Okay. No, somebody put a receipt here. And then we need this to go to the bank immediately. Do our marshals, we trust our marshals.
Absolutely.
But we don't take Oscar.
Mayor, it's your money now. I want first count of the case.
I hope it works. Wait, I'm receipting. I really am doing this. I'm writing my full name. Okay, does this go to Mrs. Knowlton? Who gets the receipt?
I do. I brought it in. And now I take it over.
No, wait a minute. Do we want to keep the pen? Isn't that what the president does? Gives the pen with the receipt? Should we give it to the chairman of the board?
Thank you.
Oh, that is cool. Chairman of the board?
I don't think the president uses a BIC, but maybe.
Maybe we'd have more money at the federal government if he used a BIC. This is awesome. So we need the marshals now.
Want to take a picture, please, with the council?
Oh, yes.
Good.
We need our treasurer up here.
Everybody, come on.
But you knew it. You do.
Is this hysterical?
I have something with
I can get down. I will be short, like my counterpart here.
This is more than Binion's.
This is unbelievable. And I do assure you all, it's got new bills and old ones in here, but they are real all the way down. This is awesome. So bring the armed guards in, please, and let's go to the bank.
right away. We'll see.
One last.
Thank you very much. No, it's great. We're so happy that the museum's a success and we're able to do this, and nobody dreamed that the monies would be coming to the city as quickly as they have, and it's a very special day for us, and I love you.
The vision of you, the vision you had for this, despite all the fight back. It really is incredible. There was huge pushback, and it is unique because it's one of a kind in the country, and it is about who we are, and yet, as well, who we are in law enforcement. I live with the other side, but it's all right.
Might not have
So-
the best taste in men, but that's okay.
Oh, I will not repeat what Mrs. Knowlton just said to me, knowing that Oscar's light-fingered there. So, anyway, thank you. This is so exciting for the city. When's the next payment, Mr. Ullman?
1 year from now.
1 year from now. Make sure you come back. We'll check it again. Thank you. Congratulate. Precious medal. Oh, we like that. Okay, marshals. All right, now, going to watch this one. Did his 10 go back in? Did you see it? Did he take? He's very light-handed. Where'd you put it? Oh, there it is. It's there. Yes. All right, wait a minute. Oh, they want to take a look. Is this? Yeah, but go take a look. Take a quick look. I wish we could give it out bill by bill right now. Yeah. But we can't. Off to the bank. Thank you. It's great. Thank you. Jonathan, thank you so much. It's so exciting for the city. Everything that's happened. And Ellen, thank you.
You're welcome.
Whoever would have thunk of the success. It's
I
just
know, it's
great.
awesome.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much. Woo! Are you marshaling the marshals? Oh, we were so close. I wonder what I would have done with the 10,000 Oscar had in his pocket. Okay, who gets our receipt book? That, we have to frame that. Okay. All right, so, goodness, that was exciting. I never saw that much money. Okay, for our next item, this is also, that was a blowaway, but this is really special, is to recognize a great couple who, boots on the ground, truly, have been serving our community of Las Vegas for decades in their intimate Mexican cafe with absolutely outstanding food. Where'd they go? Oh, whew. I thought they'd left. They thought that was too much. They were going to follow the truck. Instead, they're still here. I'd like to invite wonderful Teresa and Jose Aragon to join me here at the podium. Good morning, Jose. Good morning. As so many of you must know, the Aragons and their great Old Town restaurant, El Sombrero, has been a staple in the downtown area since it opened in 1950. After serving in the Army, Jose returned to Las Vegas to work at El Sombrero, which was then owned by his uncle. Jose started as a cook, but eventually bought the restaurant at 807 South Main, its original restaurant location. So over the years, El Sombrero has been a spot so many of us have dined at, but it has been the hub of the downtown power lunching for yummy Mexican food for the longest time. Jose and Teresa are so warm, and that is what has kept customers coming back year after year to visit with them and have the wonderful food. We're sad to see that this iconic restaurant is soon to close, but happy for Jose and Teresa as they retire and embark on a new venture. We, the City Council, and I want to honor you today with a proclamation that makes today El Sombrero Day in the city of Las Vegas. And we are so proud to present it to you. This is, we are going to miss it. We are really going to miss it. So, Teresa, would you say something a little, or your son?
Thank you. Well, we want to thank you to all our customers, because this would never be possible if it wouldn't been for you. We're going to miss you terribly, but that's the time of our lives that we had to turn the page and just keep to ourselves our memories and remember all the good times and meals that we had there. And then, well, that's all I can say, that we're going to miss you, and I thank you for all of our hearts. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Wonderful. And the proclamation pretty much covers what I said, but it in fact does declare today El Sombrero Day. And when is the actual last day of service? Do you know yet? Ugh.
That was yesterday.
Yesterday was the last day. You mean you can sleep in tomorrow? How wonderful. Well, we thank you for the years of feeding us all. We loved your food. We dreamt of it when we were out of town, knowing we could come back and always have the consistent great food you had. So, but wait a minute, we have council people who've been here for some time, so I'm going to start with the senior member after me.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I remember in 1969, I was a brand new life insurance agent right out of college. And I would sit in El Sombrero, and because the New York Life offices were downtown, and I would sit there and just look at the rate book and calculate the price of insurance and all the little things that are in teeny weeny print in a book hour after hour. You were so kind over there to let me stay. And of course, you know, the price of a cup of coffee and a bag of chips. But that was so nice of you. Now we hope that the sign is going to be preserved, because we hope, I don't know whether you're going to keep it or whether the new owners are going to keep it, but we want it for the museum for sure. Well, we've asked, have we gotten it? Okay, all right. Well, that's critical, because that's a real landmark piece of Las Vegas history. Thank you.
Thank you.
How many times have you eaten there?
I've eaten there probably about 6 times, but it most definitely was a great place to go and have lunch and really enjoy the service. So much success to you all moving forward, and thank you for the, as you mentioned before, the wonderful memories of being there. As a matter of fact, the first person that took me there, interesting enough, was Oscar Goodman. He was trying to lobby me on a vote.
And he probably got it because of the food.
Possibly. But congratulations to you. Thank you so very much for all that you've done.
Over the years, my entire family has gone to your restaurant, particularly Jerry, my son Danny, myself, my staff. We just love it. We're there about a couple of times a month, and I'm going to miss it very much, and I'm going to miss the whole ambience of your restaurant. I just hope you're very happy as you move up to the next step in life. Thank you.
Enjoy your retirement.
And this saddens me tremendously. I mean, Las Vegas, we're always continuing to reinvent ourselves and to, you know, tear old things down and build new things. But this is a mainstay. So it kind of saddens me, having grown up here. And Councilman, thank you for saying that, because, you know, these are great memories that I certainly want to preserve. I've been there many times, and I fondly remember when I was younger seeing the main power brokers in southern Nevada. That's where the deals got done, was in your restaurant. I hope you know that. You had all the big guys there, all the big guns in this community from since I was a little kid. So congratulations, enjoy yourselves, and you're right, you get to sleep in.
And my dad and I are going to really miss the Chili Verde. We will. I will.
Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause. Enjoy your retirement. And if you go into the catering business, let us know when you get bored. Okay. Well, how can we do this right over here on the side? Okay. Let me get over. We have little. Because you're smaller. I know that. I'm sorry if I missed saying you, but we know your family. I've seen you in back really working hard, and in front, and doing everything. So you're young enough to take over and do a catering business, Fausto. It's wonderful. If you'll make sure, too, that we can get a copy of the photo, we'll sign it. Oh, maybe we can also have one of our today's agenda books. Teresa and Jose, we will go ahead and sign one of the agenda books from today. So you'll still be going to the restaurant, correct? And we'll get you a copy of the picture as well before you lock the door for the last time. Okay? Thank you. How do we beat those two items? I don't know. Okay, for our next item, I want to invite our planning director, Flynn Fagg, to join us at the podium. Works many hours beyond the regular hours, let me tell you. Good morning. Every year, Flynn and his staff put together an incredible opportunity for Las Vegas residents to learn about how planning and development in our city really works, and how these disciplines impact all of our lives. The annual Citizens Academy of Planning affords the opportunity for the public to see how city staff workers behind the scenes on zoning, entitlements, and other complicated areas. These decisions help form all of our neighborhoods and business areas. So I know Flynn is especially proud of the most recent class to attend the Academy, and I'd like to turn the microphone over to him. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. It's always an important occasion for us to honor our graduates of the Citizens Academy of Planning. This is the 4th year that we've held the Citizens Academy of Planning course, and again, it's always a pleasure for us to do that. It's a 10-week course that we offer at no cost to our citizens. We rely on our volunteers to help teach the class and to put the class together. During the 10-week course, our students learn about the history of zoning regulations, the city's master plan, our development code, the public hearing process, historic preservation efforts in the city of Las Vegas, and we even make them sit down in our computer lab for a week to learn about all the resources that we have on the city website. As putting this class together, again, we do rely on a lot of volunteers and support. I'd just like to recognize some of our volunteer instructors, who include Mr. Renee Carlson, Steve Gebeke, Mark House, Greg McDermott, Mary McElhone, Courtney Mooney, Doug Rankin, and Robert Summerfield. We'd also like to recognize and thank Jonathan Ullman, who let us use the Mob Museum for our course on historic preservation. I'll have you know that I didn't have to take a suitcase full of cash in order to get him to do that. He did that free of charge for us, so we're thankful for Jonathan for doing that. And then also our person who puts the class together and coordinates, sends out the emails and the letters to our students, Mr. Greg Kapovich, who's a member of our staff, who couldn't be here today because he's busy doing pre-application conferences. So thanks to Greg and our other volunteers for their participation. At this point in time, I'd like to recognize our graduates, and I'll have them stand up here in the audience as I call off their names. First, Mr. Ken McCowan, Mr. Marco Guzman, Ms. Sarah Smith, Ms. Patricia Falvey, Mr. Justice Peng, and I have to point this out, Justice became a new father for the first time right in the middle of our course. Oh, wow. And he only missed one class. Oh. I hope your wife forgives you for that. Mr. Joseph Mitchell, Mr. Richard Robledo, Ms. Melissa Peterson, Mr. John Curran, and then we have a couple of members who couldn't be here today. Grace Jimenez Craft, and then Fayaz Raja. So those are our graduates of the 2014 class. And if we could give them a round of applause.
Could we invite them down to have a picture with you and the council?
And what we'd like to do is we'd like to have John Curran come forward and offer a few words on behalf of his classmates. And then we're going to invite the entire class to come down and take a picture with council. So with that, and Mr. Curran, I understand your father has a law practice here in town. Is that correct?
Rumors. I don't know. On behalf of the graduates of the Citizens Academy of Planning, I just wanted to extend a heartfelt thank you to the City of Las Vegas, and especially to you, Mr. Fagg and Greg Kapovich, for putting the program together, and all the guest speakers who took time out of their busy schedules and spent their Wednesday nights with us, shared their insights and experiences. As a result of the program, I think we're all more informed and more engaged members of the public process, and are extremely grateful for the experience. So thank you.
Great. Good. Thank you. You want to stay up here? Let's have everybody come down for a picture with council, and maybe we can do it diagonally on the corner there, because if we stand here, this is still here. Do you want to take your list too? I do want to recall that last year, as we did this, one of the members was Todd Farlow, who forever was at all of our council meetings and our commission meetings. And so recognizing all of you is so very, very important. For the class that you've taken, how do you want us to do this? Okay, we'll all crunch down somewhere. This is wonderful. It's a fabulous class. It sounds absolutely grand. Glad you did it, Joe. To all of you, thank you. Oh, thank you. And for each of you, a good luck mayor chip. It is good luck, good health. You may not use it. It is $1,000, but you will get arrested, and you will spend time in jail, and I will leave you in jail. And so you get another one. Ah, so proud. And there were missing people. Mr. Vag, there are 4 missing?
Let's see, 3 missing.
I am very sparing with them. Thank you. So that was really exciting. Okay, for our next item, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize. Yes?
Am I? Of course. Thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here very proudly as a former chairman of the Las Vegas Clark County Library District, and I would like to invite all of my friends from the Library District. Come on down. Let's give them a round of applause as they come. Come. I want you to come stand with me. These are all my former colleagues from the Library District. Good to see you. How are you? Good to see you. Come on, Karen. Huh?
I said I missed my hut.
How you doing? Good, good. How you doing? Good. Jenny, if you'll please come forward, and I'll give you the microphone, and please share with us what's going on in the library. Thank you so very much. Now, I want you all to come stand with us right here. Come closer. Come on. Don't be shy. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's always an honor to be before the council, Madam Mayor, council members. We're recognizing again National Library Week. This is a recognition that's been in place since 1958. It recognizes the importance of our nation's libraries and librarians and the contributions that we make to our communities. This year, the theme of National Library Week is Lives Change at Your Library. And to demonstrate this in fabulous fashion, we have a short video clip that we'd like to share with you.
Hi, my name is Avery Walker. I'm 23 years old. I'm a full-time student at UNLV, and I'm here to share a little bit of my story and relationship with the West Las Vegas Library Theater and the Las Vegas Clark County Library District. As far as I can remember, the library has always been a part of my growing up and my education. I actually have my kindergarten graduation ceremony here in the library theater. I was 5 years old then, so my relationship began very early with activities involving community outreach and also academia. I spent countless hours in the library, especially during middle school and the beginnings of high school. I would have to complete many projects during the week that required me to have access to a computer, which I didn't always have. Also books for research, because I was always interested in the arts from the time I was in middle school. And so the library played a major role in personal research that I wanted to do for the arts and dance. My relationship with the library has given me kind of an upper hand in regards to the work field that I study, because I am a dance major at UNLV. My artistic training began when I was 13. I was a percussionist with the West Las Vegas Arts Center Performance Ensemble, which I'm now the coordinator for. I began dancing when I was 16. I just finished my last dance concert with UNLV, so just moving on the route to graduating and receiving my BFA. All young people definitely need to invest in getting a library card because it opens you up to the entire world. It kept me out of the streets and out of what most young people my age were doing. It gave me a vehicle to be able to pursue more than what I could see right in front of me. Without the library services and the programs that the library offered, I probably would have been in a completely different field and not found my real passion, which is for the arts. So I just like to say thank you.
I'm absolutely thrilled to announce to all of you that the library is among 15 library finalists for the prestigious 2014 National Medal for Museum and Library Services. This is the nation's highest honor conferred on museums and libraries for service to the community. The Medal Award from the Institute of Museum and Library Services is designed to bring attention to exemplary institutions that make a difference for individuals, families, and communities. The district was recognized for our efforts to align our programs and services with the needs of the community as it struggled with foreclosure, unemployment, bankruptcy, and other impacts of the Great Recession. There will ultimately be 10 winners. They'll be announced next Thursday. If we're one of the 5 libraries selected, we will go to the White House. The medal is presented by First Lady Michelle Obama. So I'll definitely let you know how this turns out, but it's very exciting to be a finalist. The library district offers, as you could see from that short clip, all kinds of services to the community. Workshops on investment fraud, on computer basics. We have many people in our community still that are looking for jobs, applying for jobs, preparing resumes. We have computer labs that help them with that. We have computers set aside so that individuals in our community can get their sheriff's card or their health card. We have free Wi-Fi in all of our buildings, small business information and small business tools, and of course newspapers, magazines, books, films in both hard physical media as well as electronic and downloadable media. We have wonderful homework help for kids and teens. I just attended at one of our branches yesterday, one of our Tech Art Studio multimedia training sessions that's going on. This multimedia training is another IMLS grant, and it provides young people with the chance to not just consume content, but to create content. And there's a lot of good jobs in these fields, and this is starting our young people off in that direction. We've got Club Read starting on June 1st. This helps keep kids that maybe are reluctant readers reading during the summer, kids that are enthusiastic readers. It gives them a fun way to read and earn prizes. There'll be lots of story times, puppet shows, magic, science, all kinds of activities for kids. And then finally, I wanted to let you all know, and I know the mayor's aware of this, for the first time since 1973, Las Vegas will be hosting the National Conference of the American Library Association.
Nice.
The mayor will be giving a welcome at the opening session. We have, among other many activities, we'll be all over town. This is a huge conference. Only a few cities can host it because 20 to 30,000 people attend. But we'll also be hosting 38 Chinese librarians as part of their tour across North America. So we're very excited about this. And the district is doing wonderful work. I want to thank you again for all of your support over the years and encourage everybody to come to the library. I guarantee we've got something for everybody in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Such wonderful work that the library district is doing. And in addition to that, thank you also very much for the opportunities that you provide parents like myself for spring break. There's a number of wonderful activities that's taking place in all of the libraries across the valley for spring break. And so I take my little ones there in the afternoon to enjoy in those activities because they just truly enjoy it. And in addition to that, we pray that all works out, that we receive that medal so that you and your staff will have an opportunity to go back to receive that medal, to bring it back to Nevada from Washington, D.C. So much success to you, and thank you so very much for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, don't leave for 1 second. First of all, do you take volunteers in the library for your reading programs, especially over the summer now? For that question, if you'll give them the contact. And then secondarily, for this wonderful convention that's coming here, do you need volunteers for that as well? And is that the same contact number?
We do have volunteers at the library. If you visit our website, which is www.lvccld, so Las Vegas Clark County Library District.org, you'll be able to find volunteer linkages there, a variety of kinds of activities that people can do. I think we're pretty well squared away for the convention. If somebody wants to stuff packets, they could let me know, and there will be a packet stuffing activity the Wednesday before the convention starts on June 26th. And if you do want to do that, get a free exhibit pass, and the exhibits are fabulous. fabulous. And part of what people love about the library conference exhibits is they give out galleys, which are pre-publication books. And it's also an opportunity, as Councilman knows, to meet especially the authors and illustrators of children's books and get their signatures. And I used to do that a lot when I had young niece and nephew. So it's a great opportunity. If you're interested, just go to the website. There's a link to administration on there, and send a message, and we'd be happy to match you up. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So volunteer, everybody. This is our library district, and we're so proud of what you do. So there's nothing like a good book. Some like it better on technologically brought to them, but I happen to like the feel of books. So congratulations. We'll have our fingers crossed on that medal. I think that's really great, and we're thrilled to have the convention coming here. And so for our final item today in the ceremonials, Mayor Pro Tem is going to recognize the work of some enterprising folk.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, it's my honor to recognize two young ladies who live in Ward 4, my ward, and go to school in Ward 4. So I'd like to ask Isabel Sturgis. Would you please come up here, Isabel? Give her a nice round of applause. Isabel. And her little sister, Kiana Sturgis. Why don't you come on up here? Give her a nice round of applause. Come on up here. And their parents, Debbie and Peter. Why don't you come up here, too, while you're, since you're down here. Isabel is 12 years old. She attends Justin Myron Levitt Middle School in the 7th grade, and Kiana is 9 years old, and she attends Ruth Deskin Elementary School in the 4th grade. They love Las Vegas. They love family and friends coming in town. They love taking them. They spent the last 10 years showing off Las Vegas to their family and friends. They go up and down the Strip. They take them downtown. They love showing off all the lights and the shows and the entertainment and the big sky in Las Vegas. They've been doing this for quite some time now. And after a while, they decided, they need to come up with something that they can give to families that come into Las Vegas to show them exactly some of the places that they need to go to. They're kind of entrepreneurs on their own. They've been selling artwork and rainbow loom products to classmates in school. They've come up with bunny rabbits to give out at parks. They've come up with a calendar that they give out at the First Friday events downtown. So they decided that they were going to put a book together to show people the places that they should visit in Las Vegas. And I love the name of this book. It's called Las Vegas, Are We There Yet? Because I remember my two girls in the back seat of my station wagon going, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet?" That's a great title for the book. The book was published on New Year's Eve of 2014 by Outskirts Press. It's available on Amazon.com. It's also available at Hudson News locations. You've all seen those in the airport for $23.95. And the proceeds of the book are going to their college education sometime in the future. You got a ways before you go into college, but it comes up pretty quick. The book's been used in a charity event by MGM Resorts International Foundation in March 2014. And as you can see on the television monitors, they're going to go through some of the chapters of this fantastic book. So we're going through the television monitors. 10, okay. There's the cover. All right. So on behalf of everything you do, both of you, and for making Las Vegas an exciting place to live, I am honored to give each of you, thank you, Mayor, okay. I want to give each of you, Isabel, a certificate of recognition signed by the mayor and the entire city council. Kiana, that's for you there, and congratulations, and give them a nice round of applause. And I'm going to give each of you a couple of minutes to say something, so go right ahead.
We made this book for families who come to Las Vegas, and the book is basically a guidebook. It's a fun, colorful guidebook, and you can write in it, and it's handy because it has information about Las Vegas, and it also has a brag book, so you don't have to buy a separate book about Las Vegas and an itinerary. We made this book. Mine.
Good job. You okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Good job. Very nice. You're kind of short, but we're going to have you talk anyway.
We've worked really hard on the book, and we're always trying to sell it, and we're always having visitors come, so we show them the strip, and we've decided to make a book out of it so it would be easier for the visitors to come to.
Good job. All right, very nice. You want to say something to parents? Mom, Dad?
I just wanted to say thanks very much to Mayor Goodman, Councilman Anthony, and Councilman Ross also for getting us in the door for the appreciation of this project. It took hours and hours of work at the computer and also at the kitchen table with the girls' help. So thanks very much for bringing us forward for this. Really appreciate it.
Reminder, Amazon.com. Las Vegas, are we there yet? $23.95, and you're going to be helping them get a college education. So thank you very much for coming down. Great job.
Boy, is the future of Las Vegas in good hands or not? Let me tell you. How long take to make the book?
We got everything together. They wrote it, and they put all their, if you'll see, all the stars and all that. It's like a little bit under a year
Under
it was
Wonderful.
published. So we had everything. We had all the pictures, so it was just a matter of compiling them. Okay.
Wonderful.
We also want to special mention the kids support their friends who are here from the Clark County School District. They're here to cheer them, right? Yoo-hoo! We love Las Vegas. Okay.
All right, let's get a picture taken.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. It's really exciting. So proud of you. Okay, now the friends, if your friends will come up here, give you all a good luck Mayor Chip for being such good friends and helping. Can you do this, Mayor Pro Tem? One for each of them. This comes with our appreciation for your helping in publishing and getting all this information together. And with that, that will conclude our ceremonial portion of the agenda. And I want to remind everybody, it's not over yet till it's over. However, don't forget to go outside. You may have a 5-minute break now. Run outside to the farmer's market. Get a piece of fruit or some salad or something. Farmer's market. So thank you all, and we are going to take a 5-minute recess for our technology to get techie.
Regular one that you put through, right?
That's the final, it's just come. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. Amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. And before the first of you comes up, we have Jackie Casano on item 52. We have Anthony Paul Hemmert, Citizen Comments Sobering Center. And then we have Victoria Quinn on agenda item 11. And I see another. And so we have these, and so you are now registered. We will get back to you at the public comment at the end. Mary Beth Jalepes, and that's also 52. So anyone else who wishes to make comment, please come forward, state your name. Okay, hearing none, we will move on to agenda item number 12. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken with tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two items. Item number 48, provision to purchase order number 317797, professional annual audit services for the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2013, Department of Finance. Award recommended to Percy, Ballard, Taylor, and Kern, not to exceed $90,000. Staff has asked that be stricken. And then item number 49, award of contract number 140162 CW, professional annual audit services for the City of Las Vegas for fiscal years 2014 and 15, Department of Finance. Award recommended to Kafori, Armstrong and Company, $280,000 general fund. Staff has asked that be stricken, and that is my motion.
Your Honor, before you vote on the motion, I have one more thing to add. If we
Yes,
could hold
please.
item number 16 in abeyance until the first meeting in May, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Item 16. Okay.
That's when we get to the consent. Okay, now, item number 16?
That's correct,
Okay,
Mayor.
that'll be part of my motion.
1-6 or 6-0?
1-6.
Thank you. And that for abeyance until May what?
May 7th.
Okay. All right, that motion is amended, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, there's a motion, please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda item 13 for possible action, approve the minutes by reference to the regular City Council meeting March 19th, 2014. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Agenda items 14 through 45, with the exception, as just asked for, of agenda item 16, are on consent agenda, considered to be routine and recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. There's a correction, if I might give it to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
And are there any items council wishes to bring forward?
22, Mayor.
25, Councilman Ross. Okay, and Councilman Barlow? Did you have one also?
22.
22. Anyone else? Okay, there we go.
Okay, the consent agenda, just want to make a correction on item number 41. It says it's in Ward 6, but it's actually in Ward 4, so I will make a motion to approve consent agenda items 14 through 45, except for item number 16, which has been obeyed, and we are pulling forward 22 and 25.
Okay, and that abeyance is, as we heard, to May 7th? Is that what you said? May 7th. So there's a motion, please vote, and please post with the correction. Thank you, that motion carries. So now we will bring agenda item number 22 forward. Okay. For possible action to approve award of agreement number 12.44644-TF-B, owner CMR, agreement for construction of traffic signal package for 10 traffic signals located at Alexander Road, Torrey Pines Drive, Bonanza Road and Page Street, Stewart Avenue and 3rd, Sky Point and Cimarron Road, Centennial Parkway and Grand Montecito Parkway, Ann Road and Cimarron Road, Ann Road and Torrey Pines Drive, Ann Road and Cimarron Road, Washington Avenue and Sand Hill Road, and Lamb Boulevard and Owens Avenue, and a pedestrian crossing at 6th Street and Ogden Avenue. Additionally, a temporary asphalt sidewalk will be installed along Elkhorn Road, Durango Drive, and Oso Blanco Road, and the construction conflicts and contingency reserves set by Finance Department of Public Works award recommended to Las Vegas Electric, Inc. Is that million? Yes, it's not billion. $2,649,758.37. Traffic Improvement Capital Funds Project. These affect Boards 2, 3, 4, and 6. Councilman Anthony, Coffin, and Anthony and Ross. So, Councilman
Barlow. Thank you, Mayor. Jorge, the question that I have is in relation to an issue that has arisen on Doolittle Street on the south side of Matt Kelly Elementary School, as far as that location needing a crosswalk, working with the the principal now at that location, and understanding that they've been in communication with the city as it relates to needing a crosswalk for the kids who are coming to and from school. Have you been in communication with the principal or your staff members?
For the record, Jorge Cervantes, Community Development Executive Director. Councilman, I'm not familiar with that particular one. I know that typically they work with our traffic engineering group to identify those locations where we need additional crosswalk for schools. So I'll follow up with our traffic group to see if they have been in communication and working with them on that one issue.
Okay, and so what's before us today, will we have an opportunity to have that crosswalk implemented into the work on this item here today, or would this be on a subsequent line item?
We can do it as a separate item, Councilman. Typically, when we do signals, we do it one of two ways. Some we contract out as part of a roadway project, some we contract out as bulk, and some we'll build with our in-house folks. And so these are signals that have been on our list for the last couple of years pending funding. Now that we've got the funding, these are moving forward. We do have another funding line item that addresses those issues that are related to school. And so there's a need there. We got an ability to do it, whether we do it with our own folks or we contract it out. There's an ability to move on that.
Okay, but we are moving forward in relation to that crosswalk at that location?
I'll verify that, Councilman. I'm not familiar with it particularly, but I'll verify that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Mayor, I'd like to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 22. Please cast your vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And on agenda item 25, for possible action to approve an equestrian concession agreement and lease agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Horses for Heroes, Inc. to operate a community equestrian center located Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs, 9200 Tule Springs Road. This is in Ward 6, and Councilman Ross.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. Larry, for the record, Larry Howgens, Director of Operations and Maintenance. Joining me at the podium is Sydney Knott, who is President and Executive Director of the Horses for Heroes. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
We have, yes, Councilman Ross would like to know who else is with you, please, Mr. Hogsness.
Through you, the Mayor, if I may, Mr. Hogsness, do you want to introduce the rest, or Ms. Knott, do you want to go ahead and introduce everybody?
I'd like to introduce our brand new mascot, Hero the horse, and our volunteers today are Tori, Alyssa, Pam Blanner, and friends of Horses for Heroes. We're honored to be here today.
Mayor, if I may, Mayor, this is kind of historic for me, and I think also for the City of Las Vegas. We've been working for quite some time with Horses for Heroes. And Sydney, I want you to explain to everybody in a minute what Horses for Heroes does, who you are, what you, the services you provide to our first responders, the whole story when I get to that. But I just want to say this first, Mr. Hoggs, this you and your staff, Lonnie, wherever you may be, everybody, thank you. I know this wasn't easy to get to where we are today. Steve Ford also. I mean, this is great for me. We have horses back at Tule Springs Park, and I think that is a statement I want to make. The entire community come out there and ride. And I say that, Mayor and council members, when we took the park over, I think 2006, Larry, we took it over from the state. We had a little celebration out there, and an old cowboy comes up and he taps me on the shoulder and he says, I used to plow that alfalfa field. Well, there's no alfalfa field there now, but there is an absolutely gorgeous park that exists. It is the city's largest city park. It's gorgeous, it's peaceful, it's quiet. I know a lot of people go out there and enjoy the trail systems and everything, but it's also historic. And because of that history, Sydney Knott and her team have had to jump kind of through hoops to accommodate the Historic Preservation Committee and their requirements. But she's done a phenomenal job in the past month and a half that she's been out there operating at no cost to anybody. And now she's going to be actually charging your very, very inexpensive fees to learn how to ride, to be associated with horses and the equestrian world, and the petting zoo. And Sydney, you know how important that petting zoo is to me, and I see the alpacas out there now. I saw the picture. Thank you very much for sending that to me. The petting zoo, and I'll let Cindy talk about all those great amenities, but when I was a child, I remember going out there, and my mom would say, we're going out to Tule Springs. It was like driving to Reno. And I'm thinking, it's too far to go. But there was a petting zoo out there when I was a kid. And Vic, you may remember that years ago when the petting zoo was out there. And I know you support her so much, so I appreciate that support and supporting me as well. But this is a historic day. I couldn't just let this be on consent. I wanted to talk about it. I want to brag about it.
The former mayor, his only time I ever got him up on a horse was out at Tule Springs and right there. So this is sort of memorable for me. That was back in the late 60s. He had a Pinto, and I was on a Palomino. And it was unbelievable. So this is really memorable and very exciting. So, here we go, more memories.
I remember the petting zoo too, but I had a contemporary question. Are we going to actually hold a real vote on this, or are we just going to do, say, a straw poll?
That's all yours, Mayor.
I have a hard time following him. I really do. It's just wonderful how you come up with it. And you didn't know this ahead of time, that Councilman Ross was going to pull this so you could sleep on it last night and come up with this wonderful whip. It's fabulous.
With that, Mayor, with your permission and through you, would you please allow Sydney to talk about Horses for Heroes? Sydney, this is your moment. Get it out there to the entire world.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. Mayor Goodman, Councilman Ross, members of the City Council, distinguished staff and guests. 2014 is the year of the horse, and thanks to what we're doing here today, it is also the year of Horses for Heroes. However, 8 years ago, Horses for Heroes Day was proclaimed on November 19, 2006, when we kicked off this organization at Horseman's Park. We never dreamed that 8 years later we'd be standing here in this chamber, where the Green Zone Initiative was kicked off, by the way, last summer. Very appropriate that we're here, to talk about moving horses and relocating our national headquarters and our operations to the beautiful historic Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. Over these last 8 years, it has been our greatest honor to serve those in our community and throughout the country whose call of duty it is to protect and serve, and their families. Before we do know, as April is the month of the military child, children and families do serve too. I know, Mayor Goodman, with your work with Nellis Air Force Base, you know that very deeply. But these children move every 2 to 3 years. They don't have friends, they don't have family, they don't have the stability that many of us have had in our lives. And so having an organization like this and our programs have been very, very important to them. By moving out to Floyd Lamb Park, we will be able to add even more programs, not only for the people in our community, our veterans with post-traumatic stress, but also for those who else we serve, which are victims of domestic abuse and violence, at-risk youth. Councilman Barlow has been to our program that we did for Matt Kelly Elementary School, and for all foster children, teens, adults, and just a place to come and relax and enjoy the park and get away from the rigors and realities of everyday life. In 2006, we introduced the concept of affordable horseback riding to military families. We received an anonymous email from Nellis Air Force Base. It touched our hearts then and strengthens our resolve today to fulfill our mission on behalf of these families, and I'd like to share it with you now. Children that have parents deployed might need a friend. There are good friends and there are bad friends, but the best friend in the world is a horse. Horses can listen to you and really make you happy if you are down. Some kids have a hole in their heart from their parents' absence, and the horse could fill that hole with his love. You may not know it, but this organization means more to these kids than you may think. But for the parents who are deployed, some parents might not worry about their kids because they're too worried about getting killed. Other parents worry about their kids all the time and how they are doing. For the parents that are worrying about their kids, they will now appreciate that their kids are doing something that they truly love. Since they are worrying less, it will help them fight better and help them stay alive. And now Horses for Heroes is helping protect our country. Well, I'm not sure about protecting our country, but I do know that we are changing lives, restoring hope, and empowering our local heroes and their families, one horseback ride at a time. Thank you, Councilman Ross, for your vision and leadership that brought us to this day to fulfill the dream of affordable horseback riding for this community. Thank you.
Wonderful, beautiful. And therefore.
Wow, Mayor, council members, I mean, it puts a tear in my eye when you read that letter. So thank you very much for all you do for our military families, for this community, for our children, and for old folks like me who have that vision of what I think that the Great Northwest and Centennial Hills should be. And thank you for partnering with the city. Again, Larry, my thanks go to you and your staff and everybody that was part of this deal. It means a great deal to me, and you knew that. So I appreciate it, Betsy, very much for your executive team. With that, Mayor and Council, I move to approve wholeheartedly agenda item number 25. Oh, wait.
Wonderful.
Wait, Mayor. Commissioner Quinn would like to say a...
Certainly.
Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
Good morning, Councilman Ross. I'm really excited to stand in front of you because what Sid hasn't told you is that 16 years ago, she invited my daughter to this little ranch called the Diamond K. And the Diamond K Ranch housed a couple horses and a few goats. And I know that by putting my daughter Madeline on a horse, it kept her out of trouble because Sid would fly through my driveway like at 11 p.m. with the goats in the back, Taco Bell on her lap, Madeline's homework flying through the air. And so Sydney Knott is not just Horses for Hero. Sydney Knott has been many people's heroes prior to Horses for Heroes. 9/11 came, she had a vision. She is now in 44 states, plus Canada. But what she does do every single day is put a child on a horse that not necessarily has a family in the military. They might have a daughter like mine that could have went a completely different direction had Sydney not invited her one day to ride a horse, which lasted 8 years. So I'm here not only to thank you, Councilman Ross, and you, Mayor, and you, Betsy, and all of you for helping her with this vision, but for thanking Sydney for saving many young people's lives way prior to this great endeavor. So thank you, Sydney. God bless you. Godspeed, and thank you.
Very nice. Beautifully shared. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I am a big baby. I'm in tears again.
The horses that do the magic, we're just their agents.
Yeah, it takes special people like you. And Commissioner Quinn, thank you very much for that endorsement. That's my motion, Mayor and Council.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. And here comes Councilperson Barlow back. Do you want to throw your vote in there?
Yes.
Okay, but he said yes. Can you do it orally?
Yes, would you please mark me as a yes? Thank you.
Wonderful. We're thrilled. Congratulations.
Thank you very, very much.
And thank you, Mr. Hawksness. Just wonderful. And let's see, can we see who's under our beautiful mascot, just so we see his face, or hers?
This is Reagan Blanner. This is one of our members. He's been riding with us for several years.
How nice to see you. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. And thank you for bearing through the heat that's inside that. I know that's tough. Thank you. Grand. Okay, that takes us to 46, is that correct? Okay, agenda item 46, report regarding the status and progress of the shared services and management consultant agreement with the city in North Las Vegas, all wards. And presenting for the city is Mr. Olivas, Mr. Arndt, Ms. Fretwell, Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Adams. Here we are.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Bill.
Excuse me, but who are you?
I'm Betsy Fretwell. I'm the city manager, last time I checked. We've been working really hard with North Las Vegas, and we're coming to a wrap-up period. As you know, our agreement expires in June, and so we really only have a couple more meetings of the Shared Services Committee. And so one of the key things that we've been working very diligently on over the last several months is the issue of economic development and redevelopment and a potential partnership there. So I've asked Bill to give you a brief presentation about a draft interlocal agreement that we've been working on that will be presented to the committee tomorrow. And then depending on the feedback that we get from the committee, could be brought forward for final consideration by the mayor and council at a future council meeting date, probably sometime this spring or early summer. There are two outstanding issues that we're continuing to work on. One is related to parking and parking enforcement with North Las Vegas. They don't do a lot of that work, and so Brandy's been working on a proposal where we may be able to expand our services to help serve them in their territory. Additionally, we're continuing to work on park programming, so programmable park space where we might be able to work together to optimize the use of our joint programmable park inventory. That's going to take a little bit of work. North Las Vegas has had some turnover in that area, but we're hoping that we will at least have a conceptual plan to the committee before they wrap up their work. We anticipate their last meeting will be May 15th, I believe. So we're working to try and get all of these issues wrapped up prior to the completion of their duties as a service sharing committee. But what I'd like to do is have Bill give you a preview and a shortened version of what will be presented tomorrow. And then should there be direction from the committee tomorrow or a recommendation for the mayor and council to consider in both jurisdictions, we would bring back a more thorough presentation and a final agreement for your consideration. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about any of the other work we've done.
Thank you very much. And I'm assuming in the comment about the parks, you'll cover their newly opened park as well. That's included in the conversation?
Well, right now we're mainly looking at fields. So diamonds, boxes, that kind of stuff. So soccer fields, baseball fields, things like that.
So it's more
we
maintenance.
really haven't been talking about passive parks.
Okay.
And what we were hoping is that by being able to do a partnership with them, we get better use of all the inventory for programmable sports, and then maybe those funds that are generated as a result of higher usage could be plowed back into maintenance of some of the more passive-oriented parks in North Las Vegas. But that would obviously be their decision about how they would approach that.
Okay.
So we're focusing mainly on programmable spots instead of the passive parks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. As Betsy mentioned, I'm going to be covering just my area of focus, which of course is redevelopment and economic development. And in kind of introducing my remarks, I think one thing that the city of Las Vegas has done during the economic downturn, instead of reducing staff in this area, actually maintaining staff, and just recently for this upcoming year, this year and the next, actually filling vacant positions. And it seems a little bit counterintuitive at first, but I think the important thing is that recognizing that an economic development function for a city is a driver. It drives other things. It drives new investment, it drives new employment, new business growth and formation, expanding existing businesses, which leads to jobs, and actually generates new revenue long-term for the city through a variety of means. So kind of taking this philosophy, we've had a lot of productive discussions with the city of North Las Vegas, and one thing that we recognize in trying to come up with a shared service model is that while the city has effectively implemented this strategy over the last few years, North Las Vegas has taken a different approach. They've reduced staff. Fiscally in this function, they're fairly healthy. Their redevelopment agency has zero debt and has a small fund balance, but they haven't added staff. They've actually reduced staff. Our function for redevelopment and economic development, looking at the manager level on down, today the City of Las Vegas has 19 full-time staff and 1 part-time staff. North Las Vegas, by contrast, has 4 full-time staff, including 1 person who's administrative support, so really 3 project staff, if you think of it, including their manager, Terry Sheridan. So they're really understaffed. And so when we've had these discussions, we've really kind of been challenged to how do we increase services in this area for North Las Vegas and come up with a model that works in the short run and the long run for both North Las Vegas and Las Vegas. We think the city is right-sized as far as our effort, and you've seen the fruits of that effort over the past few years. We really think the North Las Vegas function is understaffed. So that's really the spirit, and where we've come up with a model where we're providing services under a shared service model where they'll retain at least 1 full-time person, and then we are going to provide the resources of that larger team from my department to provide essentially turnkey services in conjunction with their staff to provide redevelopment and economic development services. Mayor?
Have they, has North Las Vegas identified a redevelopment area or not? Is that part of where you're headed here?
Yes, they have. They have 2 areas. They have 2 redevelopment areas that are centered largely around their new city hall, the North Vista Hospital, and some land really which butts right up to the North Las Vegas city border along between Main Street, near Main and Owens, on the north side of Owens. We think that redevelopment is an opportunity, but maybe the greatest opportunity is for economic development. They have a lot of land that is undeveloped or underdeveloped, and so we think we're really kind of going to take an asset approach, working with them. What are their biggest assets? And we think some of those assets, while redevelopment is important, some of those assets may actually be outside of their downtown area, their redevelopment area, and actually on some of the fringes, which probably represent the biggest long-term opportunities for North Las Vegas. So this is really the plan. We think we can provide these services using our existing staff, but we've built into this agreement where we can ramp up our staff at a shared expense where North Las Vegas is going to be covering that expense through 2 means, through paying a fee and also through a share in revenue, and I'll cover that. So the partnership agreement, really essentially what we've come up with is it'd be a 5-year agreement. And one of the things that we looked at this is most of our projects, because they involve either new development or new capital investment from a business, these projects take time. So we may work with a business for 12 months, 18 months before it comes to fruition. We may work on a development project like the large ones you've seen in our downtown for 2 to 3 years. And even if we get a commitment from a private partner quickly, going through the design process, going through permitting and entitling, doing all the architecture and engineer work, and actually constructing the building from start to finish, cradle to grave, that takes, best case, 2 to 3 years. So as a city, you don't actually realize new revenue, whether through property tax or taxes paid by the businesses in the real property, for a few years. So recognizing that, we wanted to make sure that if we're going to do this, we're both committed for at least a medium-term agreement. And so what we've come up with is a 5-year agreement. We'd have 1 5-year extension requiring mutual consent. The agreement could be terminated with consent at the end of year 1 if it's just flat out not working. We believe that's unlikely, but then unilaterally at the end of year 3. And one of the reasons we did this is North Las Vegas wants the option to essentially bring it completely back under their roof, where if they start to see some success through this shared service model and realize new revenue, and they have the ability to hire on long-term staff, that they could start to onboard some of the staff maybe that we hire on, or that they want to do it on their own. So there'd be this unilateral right at the end of year 3. We do an annual action plan, and the compensation is pretty simple. We'd said that North Las Vegas would pay us a base payment of $150,000 annually, which equates more or less on our end to 1 full-time staff salary and benefits, but they're getting really the benefit of that whole team. They're not getting, we're not going to take one person from my team and say, okay, go over to their building and go work projects. You're getting the benefit of a shared team. And the reason we do that is, if you think of a real estate development company, development ebbs and flows. You'll have 1 month where you're just working around the clock to get deals done, and then the next month there's a lull. Real estate moves in cycles, business moves in cycles. New business investment, for instance, is typically higher in the first quarter of the year, calendar year, than the other quarters, because that's when a lot of private companies make new investments to expand operations. So the plan is that we would make our team available, and then we're going to track and timesheet our time spent on the effort. And to the extent that we need more bodies, we need more of an effort, the agreement that's on the table is that North Las Vegas would reimburse us at an hourly rate. And again, it's that idea of that flexible staffing model, so that if we start to see some success, and we're optimistic that we will be able to staff up over time and add new employees. And if we need to add new employees, we'll do that in a shared way where they'd actually become employees of the city, but we do it with the understanding that to the extent that the services were no longer needed and we got to the end of that 3 or 5 year period, they'd essentially be contract employees. We could let them go with the understanding that they would likely be hired on to North Las Vegas. Direct expenses, to the extent that there are any, hiring architects and engineers to do some plans for big projects. North Las Vegas would have to budget that out of their funds at a not to exceed amount of $100,000 annually. And then finally, there's this idea of a performance incentive payment. And this was really important because this really puts a proper motivation for both parties to focus on projects of regional significance that really move the needle, so to speak, where we're going to have projects where there's large capital investment from a business, from a real estate developer, that would really generate in a significant impact to North Las Vegas. New property taxes, new private investment from a business. And so these are really those big opportunities. We recognize that if there was a mega project, we're not trying to enrich the city through this partnership. We're really trying to set a proper motivation and an incentive. But if we did get a mega project, such as maybe a large industrial user that wanted to locate out at Apex, which is in the part of it is in the North Las Vegas jurisdiction, that to the extent that there's a really large project, and we've defined that as a project having a taxable value determined by the assessor, basically kind of like an appraised value of $250 million or greater, that if we hit that mega project status, we take a smaller percentage in. We take 18% in. So we think this sets the proper motivation. There'd be a 10-year period for this revenue share, and projects that are realized, it would be only project commitments. So it's not taking in all new projects, all new investment in North Las Vegas. It's only projects that we work on through this partnership, and it's only projects that we get a commitment from the developer or the business. So that essentially sums up where we're headed. Be glad to answer any questions, and if it's outside of this area of focus, I turn it back over to Betsy to cover some of the other areas that we're looking at. Thank you.
Great. Comment, please, Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to think, Ms. Fretwell and Mr. Arndt, that our relationship with the City of North Las Vegas will just increase in regards to opportunities for both governments to stretch that taxpayer dollar more. And I think when we went down this path initially, I was excited because I don't think other cities have such great opportunities as we and North Las Vegas have. Not only economic development, but I mean, there are so many other avenues that certainly all of us have discussed before with North Las Vegas. But I'm hoping that, you know, of course, yes, North Las Vegas can get back up on their feet where they need to be, but I would like, in my opinion, to see a much longer, more fiscal relationship with them, so we are stretching all of our resources collectively for the benefit of both cities. So, of course, neither city suffers because of that relationship, but there are other avenues as well. So I would like to think that, and I'll be optimistic. I can't certainly speak for Mayor Lee or his city council, but I would like to be optimistic in regards to a long-term relationship where two cities, side by side, sister cities, work collectively together for the benefit of both of their residents. And I think that's significant. So I'm going to be very optimistic about that. I want to express my appreciation to you, Betsy, and your staff, and Mr. Arndt. I know this hasn't been easy. And in financial difficulties that I know all of our governments are going through, it's never easy. But I think it was the most responsible thing for the city of Las Vegas to do collectively and continue that relationship with the city of North Las Vegas. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I think it really bodes well because it talks about Southern Nevada and how we really are one. And we have this global economic alliance now, and we're all showing to be supportive or should be supporting each other in all the communities. But it's particularly gratifying to know, once again, the city of Las Vegas takes the leadership role and has really been very proactive to try to make this work. And I know that Mayor Lee and his council are really grateful to our staff for really moving forward and the support from council. So it's great. And so you will be back at which time? After the second meeting? Oh, and Councilman Coffin has some comments, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have some questions, and maybe they're of a general nature, so perhaps Betsy would be best able to answer these. The North Las Vegas entity budget was due in yesterday, am I correct? Do we have a copy of it, and how did they balance?
We do not have a copy of it. We can certainly get that. I know that Mr. Vincent has been working with Mr. Adair on that as they've tried to finalize their budget. I think some of the negotiated settlements helped them last week. To what degree, I'm not completely sure, but we'll know when we have an opportunity to review those reports.
Well, I'm just curious how they settled it. I don't know what they changed in the contracts and or anything in the settlement that adjusts these contracts. You know, I'm just curious if they have to have a vote of their employees. Should the leadership have agreed to something that would adjust contracts and or the settlements to go with that too, because that might take care of the past as far as that settlement, but what about the future? Because that's, you know, they can do deals with one shots, but what about the future? Do you think their permanent budget submission in May would be more revealing? I need to have some answers.
Right. Well, I think, you know, they're working through their process right now, and obviously that May hearing will be a critical hearing for them. I think that will afford them the opportunity for them to reach closure with employee votes and things of that nature associated with these settlements. You know, clearly they're not out of the woods yet, and they're still working very diligently to address their long-term shortfall. I mean, they're still relying heavily on the transfer in from their water and sewer funds, and that's something that they have to address over the next 7 or 8 years by state legislation. So, you know, they're trying to get their budget balanced for this year, and that's what they've been focused on, and it looks like they're making progress towards that end. How this addresses their long-term structural deficit, I believe that's probably really what you're asking me, Councilman, has yet to be determined. And I think by looking at the financials that come out in April and then again in May, the final budget, we're going to have a better sense of that, as well as, you know, monitoring some of the revenue recovery. As you're aware, they have requested some state assistance going forward, so that's also another question mark about how that may play into their overall financial recovery. So on the financial side of things, there's still quite a bit of work that needs to be done and probably a lot of questions that are yet to be answered, some of which will be answered by their final budget. Some of it won't be answered by this final budget because it probably won't fully address their structural deficit. So, you know, I know that they're working very diligently on it. Things like this agreement may help long-term structural structurally for them, and it also benefits the region. I know Bill didn't go over this, and he will be going over an example tomorrow with the service sharing group that shows the impact on property tax revenues for each city based on certain project thresholds or values. But really where a lot of the benefit comes is in the sales tax that goes along with these developments, and some of the spin-off development that happens. It kind of raises all boats in our valley. So
Betsy,
if we
I
can be
could interrupt
successful
you.
at...
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah, sure.
Because I know you don't want to belabor this, but I want to get to another
Okay.
point, and that is that regardless of what these settlements are, my understanding was that their cash was very low, that in essence, cash is
Yes.
what you need. Well, we have structural deficit too, you know,
Right.
so we're not alone in the boat, and hopefully we'll rise when the creek does. But I'm just figuring out how these settlements could change their cash position. And that's the, you know,
It's
'cause
going to
something could happen all of
significantly...
a sudden. And I think state
Yeah.
assistance, I can't figure that out unless they're talking about a loan or a special session of the legislature to allow them to adjust things.
I think that they are using a significant portion of their cash. I mean, anytime you're having to lower your fund balance to below, you know, what you would optimally want to have, you're spending down a significant position of your cash. And that's just going to be something that they're going to have to continue to monitor. I mean, they had two huge rulings against them that had significant financial consequences in the last 3 months. And so they're trying to deal with those liabilities and figure out how to get those addressed in short order and then go forward from there. So I don't think we have all the answers. I think your point's well taken. We need to be as cognizant as we can be about what are the short-term solutions for them and how are they impacting their long-term position. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I think that's what you're telling me. And of course, we are monitoring that as closely as we can, but we don't work for them. They're a separate agency, and they have used us occasionally to help them with some of the analytical work, particularly as it relates to property tax, and evaluating some of these issues, these financial issues, which we're more than glad to try and help with. But we've not been very involved in these decisions associated with the settlements, what's in the settlement agreements, how it impacts their overall financial position, and what it does to address their long-term financial structural deficit.
Thank
you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Betsy.
Any other questions for Mr. Art? Please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. So in conclusion, this is just to review the report. You're not voting on these terms. As Betsy alluded to, we are going to bring, should we get support from North Las Vegas, the next steps would be for the North Las Vegas City Council to review an agreement after the Shared Service Committee, which happens tomorrow. And then we come back to you as the final step. And you would again get a chance to see all of the final terms and all the details of the agreement before taking any final action.
Has this been amended since you had your last meeting, or has your committee, your meeting group of both cities pretty much come to consensus that this is where we feel we're good so far?
Mayor, to answer that, I think the business folks for the city in North Las Vegas have an understanding, but the Shared Services Committee has not reviewed this, so they'll be seeing these terms in their entirety for the first time at the meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock at North Las Vegas City Hall.
Yeah. So you will update us at some point as to if that first step went
Absolutely.
well?
Right. We'll see what the feedback is from the committee tomorrow,
Great.
and then we will, proceed accordingly. It could result in us finalizing the interlocal agreement that's been drafted at this point that has these terms reflected in it, and then would bring that back for council consideration.
One last question on this. Obviously, if they don't agree to it, there's no point in coming here, or is it your intention to see if we approve it first before you go there? Or are you going to be simultaneous?
Well, we meet on the same day typically, so it could be that it would appear on both agendas the same day, or we may let North Las Vegas have their hearing on it, make a determination if it's a partnership that they want, and then bring it to our council. It'll probably just be a timing issue for us, and we'll work through that. But I anticipate probably the second meeting and maybe the first meeting in June would be the earliest you'd see this come forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Starr, for the report. Any other comments, questions here? Councilman Beers?
Thanks, Your Honor. I'm a little concerned about the billing rate at $75 an hour. Looking back on my CPA firm days, given the financial risk presented by this potential client, and at best, this is a cost reimbursement billing and probably isn't additionally burdened with the administrative overhead of sending out bills, going through the collections process, eventually writing some of the collections off. I would be concerned that this is not going to be a rate that's going to pencil, and I'd be interested in what the considerations were on that. We would request payment up front from a client like this.
Councilman, my understanding is that we're going to probably bill quarterly, so we are going to get paid on a regular basis, so it's not trailing really the work, or if it is, by not much. Regarding the rate, what I'd like to do is, when we come back with the final agreement, lay out kind of the actual hard rate that we have in our office compared to the rate that was negotiated. Your intuition is correct. It's not an exact match. So it is kind of a cost recovery model with trying to share in some of the upside on some of the development.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the report. Okay, we will move on then to agenda item 47. Thank you, Bill.
Mayor, if I might just...
Yes, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to say that I also have some concerns along with what Councilman Beers said, and I hope you watch it carefully. I've said it every time we've discussed this before, but just be careful that we don't in any way endanger the citizens of our area that we represent. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 47. Presentation for possible action regarding award of agreement number 13.47554-B-DC, construction manager at risk for Main Street Improvement, Bonneville Avenue to Stewart Avenue, located at Main from south of Bonneville to north of Stewart Avenue, and the construction conflicts and contingency reserve set by the Finance Department of Public Works. Award recommended to Las Vegas Paving Corporation. This is in wards 3 and 5. And so, good morning again.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Jorge Cervantes. Mayor, there is no concern with this award. We just want to have an opportunity to update you on this project. It's a project we've been working on for several years, and it's been a while since we update you. So we just want to give an update so you're all are familiar with the project. The main objective of this project really is to provide better mobility between the restored corridor and folks coming to downtown, make it easier to provide that connectivity so we get that commerce to travel back and forth. It's also to create that safer pedestrian environment by some of the streetscape improvements that we'll be providing, the wider sidewalk, the curb extension, so that folks crossing the street have a much shorter distance to cross, designated bike lanes for multimodal ability, and the reality to enhance our downtown area. To allow folks that if you got a restaurant, you can have outside seating because of the wider sidewalk. If you got an art gallery, you got an opportunity to show your wares outside, that type of invigoration. This project is really a very large project, and if you look at the limits, on the south side, it goes all the way from where Main hits Las Vegas Boulevard by the Stratosphere, all the way to the north side to US 95. And because it is so large, we're going to build it in phases. And the first phase that you'll be acting on today is the section that goes between Bonneville and Stewart. That's phase 1. And I thought the easiest way to really talk about it is to kind of show some before and after pictures of what the product will look like. So if we look at the first section that we'll be constructing, and we can look at Main Street, this is looking north, closer to Ogden. You can see today what our street looks like. It's a 4-lane roadway with only certain portions where we've got a median in the middle. Particularly if you look on the east side, we've got trees on the west side, but no trees on the east side to provide that canopy cover for our pedestrians and some shade. This is what the project will look like after we finish. Those widened sidewalks, trees on both sides, decorative lights, a landscape median going down the middle.
What's the timeline of getting that in? Tomorrow?
We'll get to that in the end, Mayor. If we look a little bit further south, this is looking south on Main Street, just south of Bonneville. This is where Main and Commerce get together, and this is where the one-way coupling will commence. And so if you go in the southbound direction, at this point, you'll transfer over to Commerce to go in the southbound direction, and you'll use Bonneville as a one-way in the northbound direction. So here's what it looks like today, and here's what it'll look like after the project's complete.
Yeah.
Again, those wider sidewalks, the ability to create opportunity for multimodal transportation, opportunities to provide public art out into the roadway area.
Could I ask a question on that one, driving it every single day? Realizing and have watched signs on the vacated buildings, I know property's changing hands, obviously with perhaps intent to build themselves or whatever. Is there, because this is public right away, where does private property, and are they all notified in case they want to help with this?
We've had several meetings in the portion that we're getting ready to construct, Mayor. Well, over the years, we've talked to several groups. We've been down to the Arts District, made presentations, other organizations. Recently, meeting a lot with the Fremont Street Experience and some of those properties down there, as a lot of the work will impede their ability to receive deliveries. So we're working with them to try to minimize those impacts to them. And so they do have those opportunities to participate. Certainly, I think their opportunity is more as the project's complete to really take advantage of the right-of-way. If they do want to put seating out there for a restaurant, there's an opportunity through an encroachment permit to do those type of activities.
Okay, and so this right here, underneath the easel, that's where we have the one-way going up Main and Commerce coming south? Is
That's
that what
correct.
that shows?
That's where it splits off. That's where it goes from a two-way street to a one-way street. Commerce will continue southbound in that direction, and Main Street will continue northbound in that direction. And so south of here is where it's a one-way split. And where you see the easel, that's all in public right-of-way, so that's part of the street that gets recovered with the improvements.
Boy, it looks nice.
Jorge, if we go back, currently, Commerce ties into Charleston, correct?
It doesn't today, Councilman. It dead ends right before it. There's a big transmission pole, electric transmission pole that we're going to relocate, and so we're going to connect it to where it would continue through all the way south of Charleston. Today, you can't go south on Commerce south of Charleston.
Right. And so with that, what are the streets that runs east and west between Commerce and Main Street?
For when it's north or south of Charleston, Councilman? We have, south of Charleston, there's every block, there's an east-west street.
North of Charleston.
North of there, there's one street that runs parallel with Charleston just before Charleston. The next opportunity is here at this, where it veers off. There's
Okay.
about a 3-block segment where you don't have that connectivity on east-west.
So my concern is, and I'm pretty sure today, the businesses that are on the west side of Main should be concerned in relation to the traffic going south, connecting onto Commerce, having to go out to Charleston to come back around to get to their businesses on Main.
There's an opportunity for them to turn around without having to go through Charleston. There's a street just before Charleston today that connects both Main Street and Commerce. And so folks that are going south on Commerce that want to turn back around and come north on Main, they can do that without having to go through the Charleston intersection. So there's a street just prior to that.
But today, the businesses are all on Main, and the frontage on Commerce is actually the back of their buildings, correct?
Not necessarily, Councilman. We've got some businesses that actually front both sides. And so it'll afford some of these opportunities, some of these parcels to have double frontage, both the front door on Main Street and a front door on Commerce. Some do back up, but we have some business that front both sides. And we do have several business on Commerce itself that fronts it on the west side of Commerce.
Has a business impact study been conducted?
We haven't done a business impact study, Council. We have had a lot of business solicitation out there, a lot of input through community meetings to present this project over the years, but not a formal business impact study.
And so, as moving forward, you will have another opportunity to speak or to engage those businesses on Main, because if I, in fact, were a business owner, I would be truly concerned with this one-way street coming, when in fact, right now, they have the opportunity to have the north and southbound traffic in front of their business.
That opportunity is there, Councilman. Again, we're doing the portion right now from Bonneville North. It's going to take us a while to build that. And so as we go further south, we'll continue having those outreach efforts to all those properties, make sure we address any concerns they may have.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Please, Councilman Kaufman.
Thank you. Now it's coming to fruition. I thought it would be forever because we would not get that federal grant that we were waiting for. But now that the accelerated, or the indexing of the gas tax has provided the funds, we'll see it. But I wish you would go to the map that showed the overhead of the streets, Jorge, because that is a concern. What Councilman Barlow has talked about is a concern of mine too, because now that you're getting real here, we have to make sure that that access is truly access to make a U-turn, if you will. Show me the area next to Charleston.
Dead center.
Okay.
If you look at the
See
center
where-
port-
I see where it is on the far left of the picture in the center.
That's correct.
Now then, that small bit of asphalt between the westbound Charleston on the far left, and there's a little berm or a concrete Jersey barrier or something, is that what you're meaning about for the people to have the ability to turn left?
That is correct.
And then do a U-turn into the northbound?
That is correct. Today, if you're on Commerce and you want to turn around, you have that ability to use that same street to turn around and come north on Main Street.
Will that be a one-way street?
No, it'll be two-way.
That little one would be two ways? Oh, okay, because it doesn't seem wide enough to me. I mean, sometimes I have to use that. But you know, I don't know about the value of the property that's there. I hope that, you know, if property has to be acquired, that's been accounted for. Is it possible that there's an easement that's been occupied, now, I hope not through adverse possession, but somewhere between Commerce and Main, somewhere in between there? We used to have there's a building still there at 1034 South Commerce. We used to have that and a building next door. And there was always a place you could walk through, but no place you could drive through except somebody's parking lot. But is it possible that there's an old existing easement that could be useful for this kind of purpose?
You know, Councilman, I'm not aware of it, but we certainly explore to see if it does exist. There's an easement there where there's transmission lines going between substations for the power, but I'm not familiar with an easement belonging to the city that provides connectivity between Commerce and Main. But we can explore that, see if that
just pointed
opportunity
out
is
to
there.
me, there might be something that's worth researching, title, because as you see in the center of the map, Hoover running east and west, it stops at Main. However, there are open spaces, parking lots, I suppose, for those businesses there on both Main and Commerce. If you see, they're unbroken. And there may be a reason why there is no structure exactly on that. And I'd like to find out. We need to consider that as a potential other means of people changing direction. So maybe there's a reason why they didn't build on it, is because maybe there's something in the titles.
It could be, and we can certainly explore that, Councilman, and see if there is an opportunity to provide an additional connectivity between the east and west side.
Okay, well, that's a point. Now we're really getting serious on this. We have to find out, because we could have some hidden cost on land acquisition we may have to consider. I think that's awful small for making that U-turn. I know people will get used to this. People that will patronize the Main Street shops on the west side, they'll get used to that, as the people on Commerce. And I think it's going to increase their property value. In the end, it's going to be beneficial. And people always figure out these one-way streets after a while, but it's a little confusing at first. But having that ability to change direction is critical. And are you going to cover the proposed intersection there at Commerce and Charleston now?
Not that intersection by itself, but some other snapshots of other sections, both on Commerce and on Main Street.
So that's not part of this first project, is it?
No, that's part of the second phase, although we have already started the process of getting that transmission line relocated. Because it is a transmission line, it can only be relocated during a certain window, November to April. During the summer months, there's too much of a load going through those lines to bring those lines offline. And so we have started that process to get the transmission line relocated and a new one put in place so we can open up that intersection during the second phase.
Okay, because the bigger question on all of this will be, how do we handle the traffic there at that intersection? And, if you could just give us 15 or 20 seconds on what we plan, because there's no bridge planned, or no underpass, it is a light of some kind. Please tell us.
Today, it's a signalized intersection, but it's a T intersection. Today, if you're traveling north on Commerce, you can't go beyond Charleston. You got to turn either right or left. What we're going to do is we're going to make it a full-blown intersection. That'll be one-way southbound, but you'll have the ability to do it where today you can't. Today, on the north side of Charleston, Commerce is blocked off. And so we're going to open that up to make it an intersection.
Will we have enough room on the southbound Charleston, the westbound Charleston, for people to queue up so they can make a left turn onto the one-way southbound Commerce?
We will, Councilman.
Okay, because that's critical right there.
And we expect that to be a heavy movement, and we've accommodated for that in the
Okay,
design.
we have about 8 lights between Las Vegas Boulevard and the freeway, I think. So as long as they're all in sync, people shouldn't get too angry about that. But that part about traffic in a queue waiting to make a left turn onto the Commerce, and a lot of people try to do that anyway, and they block traffic in that left lane. So there'll be more of it, and just I hope we have the room. Again, thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Jorge, for the answers.
Thank you.
And so continue looking down, if we look at, this is a section of, again, Main Street, but this is closer to the Arts District. This is over just north of Charleston. Again, what it looks like today, a 4-lane road, parking on both sides. Here's what it'll look like after the improvements. Particularly, you can see where the bulb-out intersections allow for the pedestrians to have a shorter crossing, making it safer for those type of crosses to occur. Special treatment at the intersection so that crosswalks really stand out and call more attention to folks that are crossing there.
And those cross lanes with that wonderful pink block, is that going to go in, really?
It will be. It'll be some sort of treatment, whether it's actual pavers or actual film that replicates pavers. It'll be something similar to what you see behind City Hall on First Street, where you've got that brick pattern. It'll be that type of a treatment.
Because that really helps. I know it helps with traffic automatically. It just gets your attention. Thank you.
And then looking at Commerce Street, again, this is from looking south on Commerce from Charleston toward Wyoming. Again, we've got a section that's pretty wide open, not much amenities as far as pedestrian amenities, and this is what it'll look like after the project. And so this project, just to give you a status of where we are, the design was funded out of Senate Bill 5 that was passed during the 2010 special session and some City of Las Vegas transportation funds. The construction is being funded by the RTC fuel revenue indexing that recently got passed. And so we will start construction of Phase 1. It says May 2012, but the reality, NB Energy is probably going to be out there later this month starting to relocate some of their facilities. So we'll start seeing activities toward the end of this month with the utilities starting to relocate some of their underground. So our roadway plans come in. It's going to take about 14, 16 months to complete. Once we finish Phase 1, we're programmed to start with Phase 2 and go and finish that. So again, there was no concerns with the bid itself. I just wanted to provide an update of where the project was, and staff's recommending approval.
Thank you very much. That's really exciting. And Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve this
Move for approval.
presentation? Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Oh, it's so exciting. I wish it were done tomorrow. Now, my only wish is cobblestones, Jorge. Cobblestones for the mayor and benches and bushes. Then we'll really look nice for wandering. Did we post that while I was blabbing? We did, and we passed? Thank you very much. Okay, that motion carries, and we see that 48 and 49 items have been stricken. And so, agenda item 50, discussion for possible action regarding a co-sponsorship agreement with the R&J Productions to host a Pirate Fest event, Lorenzi Park, located at 3333 West Washington Avenue, Councilman Barlow's Ward 5.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lonnie Zimmerman, Deputy Director, Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. You have before you a co-partnership agreement between us and between the City of Las Vegas and R&J. In effect, R&J in their second year will not pay the park use fee. However, they will cover the hard costs to the city. Additionally, they will provide the Clark County School District with 5,000 tickets so that our school-age children can attend the event for free, as well as provide 40 community booths for other nonprofits to disseminate their information as part of the three-day event. The event will be April 25th through 27th, as mentioned, at Lorenzi Park. And I would be
Question I have. I know it's fabulous. I've heard fabulous reports. The question I have, it's a for-profit company.
Yes, ma'am.
And so do we have a policy or procedure of how the city integrates and selects which company's going to get an opportunity for a similar type of undertaking?
Our fee waiver policy applies only to nonprofits, and it's one of the reasons we've gone down this path of doing individual agreements rather than, if I can use the example, not knowing how each company will come to us. If Barnum and Bailey were to come to us, they're obviously a 100-year-old company with significantly deep pockets for promotion. Probably not something that we can curtail or outline a variable in a policy that would cover everybody who could come to us. Experientially, our promoters who come to us for special events it takes time to brand their product. And it takes a couple years. So it's one of the reasons why, as long as we're recommending in this agreement, as long as our costs as a city are covered, that we waive the special use fee. A little bit of history is in the past, but prior to the recession, the department was able to put on community events. We no longer do that. Creature Feature, Kite Carnival, I know that Councilman Barlow and Councilwoman Tarkanian were still seated when we had those large community events. We no longer do that. So one of the things we're trying to do is foster an environment where promoters can come to us and still promote the large community type events in our parks.
Okay. What is the fee, the normal fee, that we would normally receive from such an undertaking?
Because it's a percentage of the tickets or the people who come in, I'm comfortable in saying that we're probably going to not charge R&J somewhere around $12,000 to $15,000. But we would normally receive.
$12,000 to $15,000 for a one-day event?
Three-day event.
Three-day event.
And also in their financials that they provided us in the inaugural year, they lost $17,240. So while they are a for-profit entity, they did not make money last year in going forward.
You know, it's interesting, and I would love to see us really, and this has nothing to do with the event because I know it was really wonderful and the children and families had a great time. But it really is more about who and what we are and what we represent for the city and how you select one from another. And it sort of aligns with any of our fields. I mean, it's all part of the same process. And so I'm wondering, how does one select one for-profit versus another? And does it, even though they've lost money this past year, I think is the Life is Beautiful event, which is paying permitting fees and everything else, which is different. But how do we, how can we go forward with the for-profit concept and waive fees is what I'm asking, I guess.
Mayor, maybe one thing we could do is bring back an item related to this particular issue that gives us some policy guidance from the council. We've handled these kind of on as they come through the door. So we don't typically do a solicitation, for instance. We don't say, we want to become the festival capital, so come one, come all, we'll figure out how to do it. Parades are a little bit different. So we actually have a parade policy that's been adopted by council that treats pretty much all the parades equally, and they are entitled to a certain level of waiver if they have a parade downtown. We haven't really explored that kind of concept for some of these festivals, but that might be a bit of an equalizer for you. The way we've traditionally handled the commercial ventures is we take it part of the gate and we charge them a regular reservation fee, and there may be some incidental costs associated with that, which Lonnie highlighted earlier in his presentation. So, this basically becomes y'all's decision whether or not it's something that you want to see continue to happen in the city of Las Vegas with this particular project. I mean, obviously their project is on for next week in the park. It's one where they're providing some in-kind support in light of our in-kind support for them or our lack of revenue generation and support for the project. That's very similar to what we did with the Tennis Channel Open. I know that for some events that have been held out at the Tule Springs Park, we've had similar licensing agreements to help some of these get up and off the ground. It's a little bit unusual, but this is how we prefer to handle them, and then you all get to make a decision whether or not it's something you feel the city should be supporting with this kind of waiver. But I'm happy to put an agenda item on and present some proposals on how we deal with these going forward.
Well, to me, it's very similar in its own way to the rental use of the fields that we've asked you to look at to at least break even and not lose money on. There's the cost of the upkeep, it's the lighting, it's the watering, it's taking care of the field, it's the cleanup afterwards. It's all those issues. And knowing that we have been always very generous with the not-for-profits, to me, doing it for the for-profits, it just doesn't sit right. And I'm not, again, I want to say that I know this Private Fest has been fabulous and it's wonderful, and I'm sorry they did not make their, whatever their nut was at the time. But I look forward to other events, and in this whole for-profit area, we want to encourage use, but they should pay the fees and keep our fields up and keep our personnel paid. That should not be a donation that's coming out of the dollar of the city, I don't think. So it's just, I don't know what you do with it at this point. Do you bring it back to us and give us some more figures? You know.
Well, if you're uncomfortable with what's contemplated in this agenda item today and the level of support that the city would be providing, then we probably need to fix it today because the event's this weekend.
And you've already done it. I mean,
well, no, we're bringing the licensing agreement to you today for approval for the event for this weekend.
I mean, I think we're Johnny-come-lately at this
Yes.
point. So, I mean, I don't think that's fair. It's been advertised probably, and the children know, and this is vacation time and everything else. And I don't know what that does legally to us as setting precedent for the future by just grandfathering this in today and then going to a point of information for the council.
Well, certainly we can, you know, if it's council's desire to enter into the agreement today under the terms that are reflected today, then we can go forward with putting together how do we deal with this going forward. You can also say we don't want to do these things anymore. We don't want to subsidize for-profit ventures going forward, and you know, there may be some situations where you're trying to utilize different companies who come through the door who have a really good idea that we can't provide on our own. And that's kind of been our threshold of evaluation. Sometimes they're nonprofit, sometimes they're not nonprofit. And, you know, they're willing to share some of their profit with us. But it takes them a little while to build their base to make it worth our while.
Because we are so well known for the quality of our parks.
I mean, we have operating agreements for Big League Dreams, by the way, that we get no revenue off of the use of that entire park. For how many years have we had that built? 5 now?
5, but they're in their 4th operational
Right.
year.
I mean, maybe this
So
is
they're in
something to look at.
their 4th operational year, and we made all the investment. The city of Las Vegas made all the investment in the capital to create this magnificent facility, and it's working for them. And we hope that next year we will actually begin to receive a percentage of their success. But we made an agreement that we were going to subsidize them for a period of time, not counting the capital, while they built their business up till they hit a certain threshold.
I think it's something.
So I think the thing is, Mayor, we need to probably really reevaluate all of our relationships with these for-profit companies and for-profit events groups, because, you know, we could have another tennis channel open come our way. And the way we made it work was requiring access, making sure that they took care of kids who were underprivileged, who couldn't participate in those tennis programs but for their help. So we try to make sure that we're creating access and availability and community support through these events if they can't pay. But you all may want to tell us to look at it differently.
I just think there needs to be consistency. We're using our community's tax dollars. And so the nonprofit makes sense. This to me, and what are the policies, procedures, what are the evaluations, what do you go off of, who makes the judgment, and how can we put it into some formula that makes sense? So I would ask that you come back with it. I am not objecting because the die's already cast for this weekend and everybody's looking forward to it. So I would ask that, and I don't know if I have to ask it for, oh, those are the horses. I have, whether I bring that formally or that's enough to ask.
We'll take your direction that we'll bring back a discussion item, give you kind of a historical perspective of what we've done and kind of frame up how those decisions are made and what makes it to you all and what things we just don't bring. And then we can develop a policy related on that discussion.
And it's typically only, I'm talking for profits, not
Yes, ma'am,
for
I
the
understand.
nonprofits. Okay, so Councilman Barlow, this is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we need to be mindful moving forward as we prepare to tee up this policy as it relates to culture and cultural events in our parks, whether it be for for-profit and nonprofit, because I know that our staff, specifically in Parks and Rec, have shared with us on many occasions that we don't have the capacity to, in fact, bring the type of level of cultural events to continue to have families in our community enjoy a variety of events. That's one of the major reasons why we're sending the proposal for the paddle boats out to the private sector, because the city of Las Vegas does not have the capacity to, in fact, bring paddle boats into Lorenzi. And so working with the private sector and creating the public-private partnerships, I think, is what we've been talking about for a very long time. And so a cultural event such as this and others to come, we need to, really handle them on a case-by-case basis as far as what type of events we want to see continuing to move forward in our parks, because what I don't want to do is basically shy away the private sector from coming in and partnering with municipalities as it relates to a lot of the cultural opportunities that do exist that we can't, as a municipality, take up ourselves. And so I just want us to be cautious in that approach as we move this conversation forward. If there's no other comment, Mayor, I would like to go ahead and cast a motion at this time. Well, I just want to make sure there's, I wasn't sure if anyone else wanted to comment prior to
Any
the
other
motion.
comments? Councilman Ross?
Did you say catapults at Lorenzi?
Paddle boats.
Oh, I just said catapults.
He knows from battle boats. Wasn't he in the other boat? Yes.
Well, I was looking forward to the catapults. I was.
Oh, catapults.
Yes.
No, it's catapults at Floyd Lamb.
Oh, okay.
Weren't you all catapulting at the,
Yes, he was.
right,
Yes, he was.
paddle boats. Councilman Coffin, did you have anything before I make a motion? Okay, at
All
this
right,
time,
well-
I'd like to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions. And also, once again, put a plug into the community that Pirate Fest, Las Vegas Pirate Festival is taking place, Lorenzi Park, April 25th through the 27th. It's going to be a grand event. And Mary, if you don't mind, I see Mr. Rich Strickland out in the audience. Rich, if you would just please come forward real quick, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Sure,
Just for him to give a
absolutely.
plug with some additional details as it relates to what the community can expect from the second annual Pirate Fest. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rich Strelak from R&J Productions. I just want to thank the mayor and the council, and especially Councilman Barlow, for the support. And like we stated, excuse me, when we brought this concept to Councilman Barlow about 2 years ago and pitched it, and what we did is looked at festivals and things that we wanted to be involved in. We also run 2 haunted houses during the October season throughout the city. And so our concept has always been to basically provide something that we knew the city didn't have the manpower or the expertise to do. Not that they don't have expertise to run festivals or that, but this was a very specific one. And unlike many of them, what we've done is we're working at just R&J is R&J, my wife and I. That's pretty much it. So in doing this, we've promoted Pirate Fest constantly. I mean, throughout the year, we've been in parades. We've been in the Sutherland Parade and the Martin Luther King Parade, El Dorado Parade. We're getting to the point that it's being known not only here, but outside Las Vegas, too. So we've done nothing but make sure that we reflect not only on us, but on the city and on the councilman, too. So we thank you for your support, and hopefully by the end of this year, it'll be a profitable venture. And then, yes, we have means by that money does go back to the city once it does kind of break the nut and we start moving forward with it. We would like it to be profitable and like it to make a lot of money. We do bring about 40, I think we're up to about 40, 45 vendors, and they bring tax dollars in also, too. So that's helpful.
Wonderful.
But thank you for your support.
I have to tell you, and I hear that comment from Councilman Ross, but last year at this time, I was way out in the Southwest, and a whole carload of pirates came in to sit and eat, and I thought, what is this? And I said, you don't happen to be going out to Las Vegas to come in for this Pirate Fest? And they said, yes, they were. So it's
we have a lot of-
beginning to reach California nicely.
Yes, we've been actively seeking that and bringing the people in with it. This year we have Zappos has come on board, and we've supported us with a cardboard regatta, which we're doing on the Saturday. So we're having teams people building boats out of cardboard, and they're going to be racing them in the lake because one of our first meetings, the Councilman Barlow said, I would really like to see something in the lake. So we created the regatta. Zappos is interested there right now. I'm going to stop after the meeting. They're building their boats now. They're going to have put in like 3 or 4 boats. We've got everyone from fire department to private industry. They're putting boats in. We've got an insurance company that's going to put a boat in. He says he doesn't care if it sinks because he's insured. It's going to be a fun activity. It's something that hasn't been done for a while.
Well, remind them all to use non-toxic paints because I'm a fish advocate. We do not want to see the fish float up there.
We have a whole set of rules that they have to abide by.
Kidding. Councilman Ross.
I just want to let Councilman Barlow and the council know, if you didn't have the opportunity last weekend to go out to the Celtic Festival at Tule Springs, there was a pirate ship right at the front gate of Tule Springs Park, and it was really cool to see, Rich. So I'm glad you put that out there. That was a great advertisement for what's going to happen at Lorenzi.
Now, with our festival, we've reached out to many of the different other festivals and activities and tried to work with them. So Clark County Ren Fair, we work with them. We've had a booth in their festival for the last 2 years. Boulder City, we've worked with them. The Boulder City Ren Fair is before ours. It's a much smaller. They've been around for about 8 years, and yet by year 2, we've already surpassed what they've done, to the point that the promoter from there has contacted us, and we're going to work with them to help them through some of the promotions and things. So, we've been reaching out and working out with other groups that are similar to hopefully we all benefit in that respect.
Great. Well, there was a motion. Please post it. And motion carries. We wish you wonderful success, tons of money, so in the future you can help us pay our bills, please. Thank you.
And in closing, Mayor, Mr. Strickland, I know it's not too late to have a dunk tank over the lake, right?
Your turn, huh?
We can do about anything.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
He's volunteering. Did you see that? We all heard it. Councilman Barlow in the dunk tank.
We can make it happen.
Sometimes it doesn't work to do that. Okay, walking the plank. Okay, and let's see. Agenda item 51, discussion for possible action regarding a review of conditions for a temporary tavern limited license, the Fremont Country Club LLC, DBA Fremont Country, 601 Fremont, Suite 150. Correction to this item is that it should be in Ward 3 of Councilman Coffin. And so if you will, whoever is speaking, well, we'll start with Ms. Duddleston. Good morning, and then everybody will introduce themselves, I hope.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. With me today is the applicants, and I'll let them go through and introduce themselves and their representative.
Hi, I'm Ava Berman. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council.
Hi. Hi.
Morning, Council members, Madam Mayor. Carlos Hadley, 601 Fremont.
Jim DiFiore, 8550 West Charleston Boulevard.
Good morning. Thank you. Please
Thank you,
continue.
Your Honor. The applicant sent in a request requesting a change of the conditions on their license to allow them to have 18 plus in their facility. While our review of their proposal was not something that we can recommend that you support, we have provided to you, if you wanted to allow this facility to operate as a restricted music hall, we have given you a list of conditions that would allow that to happen in your backup, and I can read those if you need me to. We've been through them with the applicant. They have indicated that they would support that, and they requested that they be allowed the opportunity to come back in 90 days and review those conditions with you.
So that would supersede and replace the old?
Conditions on their license, yes.
Okay. And therefore, this is not as a special use permit at that time?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions? Any comments you'd like to make?
Well, I'm sure the council members are all aware of the backstory and the specifics regarding this. It's been a long time coming. But for the general consensus, we would just like to put this in perspective. What we are not asking for is a venue of all ages where children and adults can commingle with alcohol, which, by the way, exists right now under the umbrella of Metro, uptown at House of Blues, downtown at Smith Center, Cashman Field, My Neighbor Container Park, Chuck E. Cheese. And that should happen under the guidelines of strict procedure and security measures, because this is America, and families and music are the backbone of culture and any historical renaissance. What we are specifically asking for in this case is for 18 and over adults who are old enough to die for their country come in an entertainment venue such as the Fremont Country Club, which was solely created for the purpose of a large-scale music venue, only open for those events, and never to be open as a bar under the guise of the tavern limit license that has been the problem up to this point. And to be able to see a show in a structured environment with a segregated, separated area for the 18 and over adults, while 21 and over patrons have the ability to have a cocktail. Plain and simple. We've gone above and beyond everything the city's asked in regards to the codes, and Captain Anderson has kind of been the author of the security procedure, from Inspector Klein walking through to the triple egress, all the extra additions that myself and Ava and Terry have put in our life and invested everything in this community for what we want to see as the big picture. And make no mistake about this, this is not a financial gain for us. It doesn't make sense to have 18 and over. But the reason behind this is because when you have people involved in our organization like Michael Chugg, who is one of the largest promoters in the industry, and just recently was awarded the Keys to Los Angeles, and he was given by Mayor Garcetti the Michael Chugg Day in Los Angeles every year for March 16th. Point being is that when he uses his resources and goes to a large agency and wants to pull a favor, be it Elton John or Celine Dion or Coldplay, some of the acts he represents right now, the agencies will then come back and say, well, because you will not allow the 18 over demographic, we don't want to alienate that faction, so we'll take that show to House of Blues or the Hard Rock. So we've consistently lost those shows that need to be downtown, that need to bring that world cachet that this will bring and change the face of downtown, which is what's happening right now.
Thank you.
When that demographic comes, then the people will follow, that will come downtown, that will shop downtown, that will eat downtown, that will spend money downtown and create the jobs.
Thank you.
That we're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor, I'm going to move now for approval of this item, item 51, subject to the conditions that were outlined by our staff and understood and agreed to by the applicants, with a couple of comments, and that is, my comments are that it is time for this to happen, and it is time for this kind of entertainment to be on Fremont Street. We think that they have taken all appropriate measures to prevent alcohol abuse in the premises. We cannot control what young people do outside the premises, and usually that why would a youngster pay $8 or $10 for a cocktail when they can get that bottle of vodka out 3 blocks away? So really, when you think about it, if anything happened, it would not be as a result of what might be occurring inside this club. I think they're good. They've proven to Downtown Area Command that they can police it. We've got a big curfew that we had a big vote on over last year, and we really think that we've got a handle on the movement of youth in the area. So I think it's a good deal, and I think that there are always risks in these things, but we've got to let people take risks in order to develop the business community, the business climate. I believe they will succeed, but that's part of the old American life. Try, and if you don't, we make it, you don't. But if you do, we hope to make that atmosphere to be the predominant atmosphere downtown. So that's my motion to approve.
Mayor? Mayor?
Thank you very much. We have some comments. I'm nervous, though. Was that Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just going to point out that the problem is that these acts, these kids listen to, the singers don't enunciate their words, and you can't understand a darn thing they say. I don't know why they can't sound more like the Kingsmen from my youth, but that aside, Your Honor, I was curious. It sounded like there is a bit of robust discussion between staff and you guys on the level of the number of police officers that you would hire in on overtime rates to be in the facility. And I was curious as to the source of your thoughts on that. Is this a number of people in the audience based thing that makes you think that you should have fewer officers than, say, the Hard Rock?
No, actually, code requires 1 per 200, and we've suggested 2.5 per 100. So once again, we've gone above and beyond everything. The city has not only asked that code is required, but above and beyond every aspect. And we were the ones who actually volunteered Metro to be involved. we presented that to the city and said we would welcome them to be involved.
No, and I understand that, but one of the things we were going back and forth on, I think, was the number of officers that would be in the building. And
That would be up to Metro.
we wanted more and you wanted less, I thought. No?
No, we would want what Metro would feel comfortable with, what Captain Anderson would feel comfortable with.
Okay.
The only caveat was that if the president's in town and all the Metro is assigned to a certain area, would that circumvent our event from happening? And obviously, we want that to be the case.
But would you not, in that event, go ahead and hire private security,
We
or
have
do you
private
already
security
have it as
that is
well?
contracted for every show.
Okay.
That's already a done deal.
And at what is the ratio during that?
Every show is, once again, 2.5 per 100 persons.
Excellent.
And code requires 1 per 200 persons.
Excellent, excellent. Because obviously, the better, we want everybody to have a great time, but you have to be really tight on it, because a
Absolutely.
violation or two, then that's gone to them. And the youngsters need to know that as you promote. They better know that, you know, you're coming in here, we're trying it, and doesn't mean we can't take it back. So,
Absolutely.
and
Between
we know
myself
that
and
you
my
do a
wife.
great job, so.
Between myself and my wife, we have 50 years of experience. She's owned and operated some of the biggest nightclubs in the history of Chicago and Los
You
Angeles.
over-married,
And I've done a few things too, yeah. There you go.
so that's good.
Clearly.
I know Mr. DeFiore wanted to say something.
Yes, Mayor, I know that the proposed conditions would limit it to 2 per month for the first 90 days. Could we ask council consideration for 3 per month?
Councilman Coffin?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry that the applicants did not speak up earlier on that subject, because it is true that I believe we have a verbal agreement on 3 per month for the next 90 days, although you probably will only have 1 month. So I propose to, since the motion is still on the floor, I would propose to amend my motion to indicate that one of the conditions on the number of events be 3 per month over this period of time.
Let me ask,
Practically
Council, if
speaking,
I
they won't
may.
have, okay.
Councilman, can we do that? Because I see now everybody's voted, but at the time, everybody had voted, but Councilman Spears, I think. And so, can we amend that in the process, or do we have to
Well-
rescind the motion, blah, blah?
I think you can just clear the board and you can
Withdraw the vote.
do it again.
Okay, let's withdraw that vote.
You have the ability to withdraw your motion right from the screen.
The button in front on the bottom.
Am I the only one with that?
We all had it.
Wow. All right, so now we re-vote as amended, and that was all right, Ms. Duddleston? You're cool. With the
That's
3.
certainly the council's decision.
But I mean, that was something that had been discussed, and you knew about 3 rather than 2?
We had been working under the assumption of 2, and we've been working with Metro on their availability for the assumption of
3.
2. So
Okay.
I really can't speak to that, but we'll do whatever you'd like us to accommodate it.
Okay, and if you will then, if there's any problem, get back to Councilman Coffin so we can move. So now your new motion is on for 3 events, correct? Yes. And so please vote, and please post. Good luck. Good luck. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we're on to agenda item 52. Abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding a request to allow horse and carriage rides on approved routes, which include various city streets in the downtown area. These rides would be in wards 3 and 5. Councilman, what happened to Councilman Barlow?
He's coming
Got
back.
on
He
a
says he'll be back at a gallop.
And a cow. Okay, so do we want to have a presentation, please? And I hope for this that the horses that have been downtown and thinking of New Year's Eve, I'm not sure they wear diapers. Do our horses wear diapers on New Year's
The
Eve?
Metro horses, I'm not sure, Mayor, they do.
I think they should. They do them in New York City. We wear shoes. Okay, Mr. Fontes, please, and if you'll introduce yourselves when the opportunity arrives. Thank you.
Just for the record, Jorge Cervantes, and the applicant is here also. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good morning, Mayor and Council Las Vegas. My name is Margarita Reyes Ramos.
I live in Las Vegas in 6317 Foxlink Avenue.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I'm sorry.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Flores. I'm here to translate for Ms. Reyes and Mr. Serrano.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Giovanni Serrano, 6317 Foslin, Las Vegas.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I will let those who've submitted cards speak on this. So please go ahead, Mr. Cervantes.
Yes, Mayor and Council, this item is to approve a route for a horse-drawn carriage within the downtown area. The route that's being proposed is in the area that's shown, if we can bring it up in the overhead, the area that's bounded by Main Street on the west, Maryland Parkway on the east, Stewart on the north, and Bonneville on the south. Within this area, there are certain corridors that have restrictions just because of the heavy traffic use. Those corridors include Fremont Street, Las Vegas Boulevard, Maryland Parkway, and sections of Casino Center. And there's other corridors that have time restrictions, again, because of the traffic, and those include Main Street, 4th Street, and portions of Stewart that can't be used during certain peak hours. The item before you, Mayor, is really for the approval of the route. I want to clarify that this cancel auction item doesn't by itself authorize the horse carriage. It is just one step of many steps they got to go through. This is just a step that's required before they can submit for their business licensing. Under the business license, they're required to have a route go before the Traffic and Park Commission first, which they did on February 27th and got approval, and then come before the City Council to approve the route so that they can apply for a business license. So in addition to this approval, they would still be required to have a business license approval. They would be required to get the animal inspection certification from a veterinarian for each of the animals. They would be required to get approval from the State Transportation Service Authority, and then any other state authority has regulations over these type of operations.
And how about times? I mean, the heat of the summer, during the heat of the day, to me, that would be a health issue on the animals, and that should be restricted as well. Where does that fall in the processing of this?
Where that's covered, Mayor, is under the business license regulations. It's got all the regulations and restrictions that pertain to not just that, but I'll give you some examples of what that covers. It covers the area of how they display the rates. It covers with the hours of operation, and it pertains to not being operating between the hour of 6 a.m. and 9:30 in the morning and 3 and 6 p.m. at night. It provides how maximum seating could be on a vehicle. It talks about animal nuisance control, including that they have to have diapers on the animals. It requires the vehicle to have certain traffic safety issues like back trail lights, front lights. It requires the certification of the animals through a veterinarian every 90 days. They have to be inspected, certified by a veterinarian every 90 days. And it also goes into just the conditions of the animal care, where they've got to be stored. It's got to be in an area that's covered. It talks about they can't be when the temperature's 90 degrees or higher. All those regulations, Mayor, are pretty extensive within our business license process, and that's where those regulations come in.
Okay, so the question I would ask business licensing then is, if in fact any one of those were to be waived, would that in fact come back to the City Council? Because the business license piece of it, to me, is the most important piece. That whole list that Mr. Cervantes has of the pieces, that they would not be waived.
Those are in county code. The only way that they could be changed is if a new ordinance was brought back before the City Council and went through public hearing. So as licensing, we cannot waive anything that's in here. We would enforce every one of these for anyone that would come forward to at the licensing stage to get a license.
Okay, so this is right now just for the roadways, but could I ask you to share the copy of those, of that list with council, so we each have a copy of what those restrictions are?
Certainly, we'll get that out to you right away.
Okay, thank you. And so any comments you want to make? And I am going to let the public, because we have several people that are have already submitted cards that want to make comment, at which point you can make your comments now, or I'll have the public comment and then invite you back up, whatever works. Is there anything you want to add?
They would like to say they have a great experience with horses, and the horses are well-trained. The horses been in parades in the city. They love horses and they know all the rules. They're willing to follow all the rules to comply with the city, and also because they love animals, especially horses.
Well, and thank you too, because 2 books were dropped off with the pictures of the carriages, and I believe that's from you, and pictures of the horses and where they're stabled and everything. So I believe that's yours, but I'm not quite sure. So if it's all right, why don't you have a seat, and then we can respond, and Mr. Cervantes, Ms. Duddleson, the same. So let's go ahead. Anybody who had the comments, and again, it was Mary Beth Jalapes, Jackie Casano, and Karen Lane, Kristen Corral, and Gina Grayson. And those are the other 2. So anybody, this would be the appropriate time rather than wait and come back a public comment. So if you'll make sure you state your name, and if it's an unusual name, if you'd spell your last name for our city clerk. And I'm going to limit you each to 3 minutes, please.
Mayor and council members, I'm Karen Lane with the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society. I want to point out, I understand that this is just about approving the route, but you also need to understand that you've kind of created a little bit of a quandary for us who have concerns about the whole idea of horse and carriages, because we really are not going to be able to do anything about the business permit that would be handled by staff, or the animal handler permit. My understanding is that also would be handled by staff. So I just want to say to you that I appreciate the fact that the business owners love animals. That's great. If they really loved animals, I don't think that they would be doing this in Las Vegas. We just saw this morning where a horse and carriage were spooked in Atlanta and created quite a scene, and could have really had some very big injuries there. They handled events in the past. I was trying to listen to the Traffic and Parking Committee minutes. Unfortunately, the first half of that were not available for technical difficulties, and the last half were very hard to try to understand. So I just want to point out to you that the route may be fine and wonderful, and you may approve the route today, but for us, the issue is having horse and carriages, and of all places, Las Vegas, where it's 90 degrees. You know, we just had 90 degrees weather here in April. So I want you to think, you've got to think about the animals, and those are my comments here. I would also point out that for the tourists, this is a huge issue. We dealt with Commissioner June Kiliani about the animals on the Strip, because we were getting so many complaints from tourists who saw the animals and how they were being treated and said they would never come back here again. You can treat the animals wonderfully, but to tourists whose perception is the animals are not being treated well, you are creating a problem for yourself. And Mayor, you said that you wanted to be a leader, and I hope you will be a leader in this issue and take a look at the welfare of the animals here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do you have a copy, Ms. Lane, of what I've asked Mr. Cervantes and Ms. Duddleston to provide to us, all of those business and permitting license qualifications? Do you have that copy?
I do not.
Okay. Would you make sure that she has it, and that there's no, I gather, no carriages beyond 90 degrees? I mean, there's certain things that we've just asked for, and so you should be privileged to have that too. Thank you. Thank you. Next, please come forward and state your name, and if your last name's unusual, please spell it for the record.
Hi, my name is Jackie Casano, C-A-S-A-N-O. I'm here representing myself as a resident of Las Vegas, as well as Nevada Political Action for Animals. The carriage horse industry is a very sensitive subject to me. I'm from New York. I lived in New York all of my life, and I was subjected to seeing these creatures routinely getting honked at in traffic, wearing blinders, getting yelled at, getting into accidents with vehicles. I actually have pictures with me. I don't know, is it possible to get them up?
I think we have some pictures that have been passed around already, and since you're limited to 3 minutes,
okay,
I certainly would use it in your comments so that we have a record of what you want.
All right, well, a picture of the fire department having to pick up a horse in the middle of traffic, just passers-by having to pick up a horse in the middle of traffic. The police department, which, like, they're not overburdened enough, having to get involved with a downed horse in traffic, a horse that could barely walk, pulling a cart in traffic.
Would you give them to
All
our city
done-
clerk so she has them of
Oh,
record?
certainly. All, I mean, and all owned and operated by people who love animals and love horses and think there's absolutely nothing wrong with this industry. It is an antiquated, cruel industry. In fact, the newly elected mayor, Bill de Blasio, was elected in great part because his big issue was to stop the carriage horse trade, which he is doing. He is fulfilling his promise. So, I mean, I move out, and now that happens. But I'm very happy for those horses. I am not happy that this industry might come here because it's horrible. Karen Lane mentioned the horse in Savannah, Georgia, that got spooked, which happens all the time in traffic to these creatures. And it ran wild, and there were injuries, including children. In November 2013, just a few months ago, in Philadelphia, a horse dropped. Salt Lake City, August 2013, a horse dropped. Do we really need this here? With all of the accidents, pedestrian accidents, vehicular accidents, I don't really think that this industry is needed here, and I do think it will hurt tourism. Oh, another one in New York. That's basically it. Obviously, I'm very opposed. I lived with it for many years, and it's antiquated, it's deplorable, and it's cruel. And if you want to be a leader, you won't bring it here to Las Vegas, especially when a city like New York and probably other cities will follow in getting rid of it. Thank you
for
very
your
much for
comments.
listening.
We appreciate it.
Can I
And-
give these articles to someone?
Yes, you certainly may. Give them to Mrs. Bridges here. That would be great. Thank you very much. Anyone else on agenda item 52? Wonderful. And please state your name. We don't need your address, but
Hi, Kristen Corral, Nevada Political Action for Animals. You know, we had a lot of people that wanted to make it today, but unfortunately because of work schedules that they weren't able to come. But we just wanted to urge you to deny the proposal for carriage routes here in Las Vegas today. It's not only inhumane to the animals, it is a huge public safety concern. Cities like New York are looking to ban carriage rides because of the treatment of the animals, and we feel like if other cities are banning the practice, we should not be looking to add it here in Las Vegas. I personally have been to New York many times because my sister lives there, and I've seen people throwing things at the horses and harassing them. It's not a pretty sight for the horses. We have hundreds, again, of members that feel strongly on this issue, but were unable to make it today, so we just urge you to deny the proposal. Thank you.
Appreciate it. They have a good advocate.
Good morning, Mayor
Morning.
and Council. For the record, Gina Grayson, Nevada Voters for Animals. I want to thank Councilman Coffin and Councilman Barlow for obeying this item for 30 days. We had gotten wind that this was coming up before the council, and we had so many concerns, and we expressed a lot of those concerns. But I have to tell you, I was really disappointed to find out just 2 days ago that it was back on the agenda, and all the concerns that we expressed weren't addressed. And here we are again, and I guess now is the time we'll discuss this, but, you know, your own traffic committee, which was, as Dr. Lane was saying earlier, it was very hard to listen to the meeting. No one identified themselves, so you couldn't tell who was talking. You couldn't tell there was a no vote against this, actually. And one of the comments that was actually made was that it's, quote, seems to be issues with safety and traffic. So then the question was asked, was a traffic study done for this particular application? And the answer was no. So, you know, I guess I'm really concerned when the councilmen tell me they didn't really know about this. When I looked at the agenda item, it was actually marked consent initially when it was on the agenda last month, and it was obeyed. Who looked at this and thought that there would not be a huge outcry from the community, from animal advocates, and from tourists coming here? why was animal control never even asked to provide any input? It's obvious that whatever ordinance that you have, it's very outdated. There's so many great things going on in downtown Las Vegas. There's so many events. There's First Friday. Zappos is down here. That we just had a permit for more events down here, more alcohol, more drinking, more fun. There's a lot of great things going on downtown. To bring so much negativity, and there will be, you can tell, there's going to be a huge pushback if this is allowed to happen. For two carriages to bring so much negativity when there's so much positive things going on downtown, it's just wrong. And one of the, looking at the map, you have this carriage, and I quote, heavy traffic use, which is why it's closed down from Las Vegas Boulevard. But guess what? The routes cross over Las Vegas Boulevard in 6 places. That is dangerous. As you've heard many of the speakers before me say, New York is set to ban this. And here we are, Las Vegas, growing, doing great things downtown, and we're looking to add this? This is not going to be good. And certainly this won't, if this is approved, and then it goes to business license, there's going to be a lot of dissension downtown when there should be a lot of positive things happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming
Appreciate
to
the time.
speak. Appreciate it. Next.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Beth Chalepis. I own MB's Horse and Carriage Company. It was formerly Horse Around Town Carriage Rides. It's licensed with Clark County. I operated at Town Square for 2 years, so I know about being in heavy traffic in Las Vegas. I'm not here to say not have carriages downtown. I don't want to throw my hat into that right now. I primarily do special events on private property, gated neighborhoods and things like that. But I am here because I'm concerned about the image it's going to have for the city. We are growing. I've been here since '96. I'm originally from the Washington, D.C. area. I love it here. And I've looked at, we have 7 pages of codes for the horse and carriages. New York City, who is in the limelight, but they have the best in the industry, they have 38 pages to ensure safety. And the accidents that happen there, they do replay the same pictures over and over again, so there is sensationalism. But my concern is, why has animal control not been involved in approving this? We also have, let me go through my list here. Some of the things. There's nothing that states what the written violations and fees would be for the company. There's nothing saying they have to pass a carriage driver certification. In New York, it's an 80-hour, they have to have 80 hours and then take a written test. One driver cannot operate more than 12 hours in a 20-hour period. That way you don't have a driver switching horses and they're tired. And also to put on the record, I am an experienced horse person. I'm a competitive show jumping rider. I've been around horses for a long time. One of the main concerns when horses drop on the street is because they colic. You need a driver that's knowledgeable to see the signs of colic so that if a horse is going to go down, they can get it safely back to the barn. Now, where is the barn? Who owns the barn? Is it the cities? Or is it owned by whom? Is it going to be inspected by animal control? We are going to have, if this is not done properly and there is an accident, we will, the extreme rights animal people will look into our codes and see that we have antiquated codes that are not up to date with our current traffic and influx of people, and that we're behind the times with New York City, Chicago. Chicago's got 20 pages of codes. In Chicago, the drivers have to be able to read, write, and speak English, because of traffic signs. I pride myself that my company in 4 years has had no incident, knock on wood, but I'm very cautious. And I turn jobs down or have left jobs and cost myself money because I was concerned. So I'm concerned about the safety of the horses, the image of our city, and being a carriage operator. This will affect myself and carriage companies nationwide, being the city of Las Vegas, if we have a tragedy. Thank you very much for your time. And would you like this, Mayor? This is New York City.
Yes, that would be fine if you'll give it to
And I will say, if you would like to contact me, I'd be more than happy to help you with this. Because
Great.
if
I
you're
hope your
going to do
name's
it,
on,
I would
if you
love to
would
see it
give
be
it to her.
successful.
Thank you.
ma'am.
And anyone else, please come forward, or I'm going to close public comment. One question, if I could, to
Thank you very much.
Mr. Cervantes. Thank you very much for coming forward.
Thank you.
I know because you were doing routing only, wherever this was in its original form, how come animal control has not been part of it, or should I assume it has been part of it?
Mayor, animal control was part of the development of the original code that regulates how a horse should be treated, how any animal should be treated. And so they weren't part of the routing because it's more of identifying those corridors where this could operate. The business license portion is really the restrictive portion. The one that has all those specific details of what the training the driver has to have, what type of insurance they have to have, how they operate the vehicle. That's all within there, and they were part of that development of that code itself. But it's not part of this. The other thing Mayor was going to mention, the route that is being proposed today is the same route they've approved previously for other people movers, including the cycle pub, the trike, and so it was viewed more from the traffic operation perspective. What are those routes that are safe to have different type of people movers commingle with regular traffic, commingle with pedestrians, commingle with everybody else? But the restrictions on the operation and the animals is really within our business licensing code.
That brings another thought to my mind. Who takes priority of the different types of moving people around? Would a horse and carriage, would the bicycle, would the biked person with the jitney in the back? How's that prioritized for the person on the street that's doing it?
So what the municipal code says in the same section talks about that this vehicle will be operated under all the same traffic laws that all the other vehicles that are on there. So they've got to follow the same traffic law and give priority based on what the DMV regulations are and state regulations are. And so they follow the same traffic laws as any other vehicle that's out there, whether it's motorized or non-motorized.
So therefore, there is nothing in code at all that says bike or, what do you call the little jitney with the bike driver? The who we use? Sedgeways, right. Well, those too. The trikes, all of that. Is that something, Ms. Nettleson, that we've been looking into as well? And not to beleaguer the problem here, but really, that's going to come up. Who has to give way? It's sort of like when you're in a boat. Starboard takes preference.
Your Honor, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. We do have a section of our code that was developed for pedicabs. I think that
Pedicabs,
might
that's
be
what I was trying to say, thank you.
what you were talking about. But all of the traffic regulation and everything on the street, as Jorge has already said, is traffic and is state traffic laws on who has right-of-way and who, those sorts of things. So our licensing regulations are, in this case, about the animals, about the types of vehicles, the hours of operation, the temperatures under which you can operate, the certificates that you have to get for each one of those animals, and what your drivers. These were indeed developed. The last changes that I see were in 2008, so this ordinance has not been looked at in detail, and since that time, I do not believe we have had anyone licensed under this since that time.
Just for the record, having spent the first 20-some years, for 20 years of my life in the heart of Manhattan, with Central Park, with the carriages, having ridden horseback in Central Park, knowing our mounted police in Manhattan, all of these issues certainly, and appreciating everybody who's spoken, but believe me, I am really familiar with New York City's carriages and the equestrian, all the programs that are there, and the riding of residents in the city and the armories and everywhere else. So do we have comments, questions before I turn this over to Councilman Barlow and Coffin?
I do, Mayor.
Oh, we see the magic light on first.
I just wonder, given the nature of the subject, Mayor, if you don't want to hear from Mr. Steed first?
Oh, my gosh, you are sitting too close to Councilman Beer. Oh, my, that was a good one. That was very good. All right, now here comes truth. Did Councilman Beers lean over there, Mr. Jerbick, and say it to you? Mr. Jerbick, did that come from Councilman Beers?
Horse's mouth, Mr. Seed.
I love it. All right, way to go. Any comments, Councilman Ross?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate all of you folks coming down here to talk about this, and I certainly appreciate your passion for animals. No one, I believe, all of us love our animals, love horses. I've got a great love of horses myself. I think all of you know that. Ms. Greason happens to be a family friend of mine, so I certainly, we're going to be on opposite sides on this one, because I really want to see something like this be successful. And this is an opportunity. These folks have done this before, and this isn't their first rodeo, so to speak. And I assure you, if the city feels, or anyone feels, that these horses are being abused or misused, it won't happen. It's going to stop. If this causes traffic concerns, we'll get that report, and it's just not working in the downtown area. And Gina, you were right. There's so many great things happening downtown. We want that to continue. This is going to be an addition, I believe, and we should be kind of getting out of the way and helping these folks get started with this, because downtown is so unique. And the young lady that spoke, your horse outfit was out at Town Square, is that right? And thank you for coming to us with the regs and all that sort of thing, because of your love and passion for these animals as well. We don't want to see these, I certainly don't want to see these animals mistreated. I don't think any of us want that. But we do want to continue the great things happening downtown. If you took a look at the pictures in the backup of your carriages, they're beautiful carriages, my goodness. The requirements that we're requiring them from the city's perspective, you're going to have to treat those horses better than most folks I know treat their horses now out in the Northwest. So I'm very comfortable with that. I don't think that you folks are going to misuse these horses in any way, shape, or form. I do want to acknowledge the many emails I've received in opposition to this approval, but I think this is going to be kind of neat, and I think that we need to give them the opportunity either to be successful or the opportunity to fail, and then we'll reevaluate their license. And I think Ms. Dettleston will probably have those assurances within their licensing parameters. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Councilman Beers, do you want to talk down there next to Mr. Seed? No. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, I know I'm going to go right down the line here, ending up with it.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Councilman Ross mentioned, I've received quite a few emails on this and some, good public comment, and I just don't think this is a good idea. I don't think it's good for the horses going up and down these streets in the heat. I just don't think it's good for them to do that. I don't think it's going to be good for traffic. Traffic is going to get bottled up. We're going to have more slow traffic on these routes, and cars are going to have to slow down, and it's going to cause a lot of problems. So I know I'm sure you're very nice people, and I know you'll do the best you can with these horses, but I think it's not really, I don't think it's needed. I don't think it's good for the horses. I don't think it's good for traffic, so I'm not going to support it.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I have a bad allergy today, so excuse me if my voice breaks. I would like to say to Mr. Coffin and to Councilman Barlow, who are connected with this, that selfishly, I enjoy carriage rides, and I would enjoy having these rides in the city and taking part in them. However, I feel this is not a time to be selfish. And I heard his comment there. Split vote. And I just want to say that I do not feel that we are doing something that's progressive for the city in this. I feel we're adding another problem to the city. Not that you wouldn't try and do your best, but you don't do everything. Look at these rules. Food and water must be kept free of contamination, and adequate water must be available at all times. Stalls and corrals must be kept clean, reasonably dry. No animals may be whipped. No animal may be required to work with a temperature exceeds 90 degrees. Let me tell you, that'll be a good one. We can't even enforce our ordinance nuisance on noise because we can't determine when we're over 60 decibels or not over 60, and then we would have to depend on the temperature. No animal may be required to work more than 8 hours in any 24-hour period or more than 6 days in every 7-day week. The animal must be groomed daily, be in good condition, without fungus, dandruff, dirty coat, or any evidence of skin disease. No animal may be subjected to any condition or treatment which will impair the good health and physical condition of the animal. And each animal must be provided a 10-minute rest period each hour and 1 hour rest period every 4 hours. That all sounds great. but I'd like to know who's going to enforce it. And I will say the historical pattern is, in New York and in other cities, this has not worked. And that's why we've had the problems there. It's not that you're not trying to do something good. It's not that I wouldn't want to have something like that. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. And I will tell you right now, I feel very strongly that the council people, all those of us here, shouldn't kid ourselves. We know every day what comes by us. We know what code enforcement cannot be enforced. We know what graffiti doesn't get done. We know all the things that we put the rules in that we don't have the enforcement because we don't have the resources or the money for the resources to enforce these very good rules. And what's going to happen, it'll slip and slip and slip until we're going to have a big, big problem. So I say we can't enforce the rules, and as good as they may be, we do not have the personnel, the resources, as I said, and we shouldn't kid ourselves. We shouldn't kid the public. We shouldn't lie to ourselves. We should not lie to the public. Every day, every one of us here in a ward that's crowded at all has to go through problems where we don't get help when we need it, and this is going to be the same situation here. Who's going to handle this? Animal control? Animal control, we can't even keep up with the feral cats and the loose dogs and things like that. And we're going to, somebody's going to keep control of all this to make sure. Anyway, emotionally, that's what I say, and I feel very strongly about that. I don't think we would be fair to the animals, even though I would love to have it. So I will vote no.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow or Coffin? Councilman Coffin?
I'll speak on it. I don't know if I'll make the motion yet, but
Okay.
because maybe Councilman Barlow has some provisions he'd like to insert into it. Well, here's a problem for all of us, and that is that when we set up rules and regulations, ordinances, and so on, and someone adheres to all of them, agrees to all of them, follows the process, including appearing before the Traffic and Parking Commission, and has plenty of delays, as we enforced on them last time, so that those who are opposed could gather their forces. Yet, if they've done that and they followed all the rules, would we really be justified in denying based on something like that? I don't think so. I think we can vote any way we like and let our emotions rule the day. And I do worry about this. But on the other hand, I also know that these rules are remarkable. The very rules that Councilwoman Tarkanian cited and then said we can't enforce are there, and they are very enforceable, and also the penalties are severe.
Excuse me, who's going to enforce them, if you would, Mr. Coffin? Tell us who and where that's coming out of our budget.
Well, the people we pay who do this, I think, Councilwoman, I think that we have people, and this is a very narrow part of town, too. It's not out in the North 40. It's right downtown where anybody can see a problem and report it. It won't have to be a law enforcement person, because we react, to anybody's complaint, and we investigate complaints, particularly as it relates to animals. So, in a sense, I feel like my hands are tied. I feel like a person who has come forward and passed all the requirements to an existing law, it's unfair to deny them the right to operate. Now then, if they fail to conform to the rules, I think there are limitations we can place on them. We may do that today. We may place, just in case they don't already adhere, if there's some unforeseen circumstance that may not be written down yet, we could amend the ordinance. We could even repeal the ordinance. And I say that for this reason. This ordinance has been in effect for a long time. People that care about the horses should have considered making an approach to the council to repeal the ordinance that had been in existence with their full knowledge. Not after someone decides to come in, follow all the rules and obey the law, and then for some particular reason oppose them. So I really don't care what they do in Germany or the Netherlands, and I know we've gotten 1,000 appeals against it. In the one email we got, we had like 6 from Southern Nevada out of 1,000. There could be something wrong here, and it could happen. I mean, we're going to be seeing pedicabs. They're applying based upon ordinances. We could see somebody have a heart attack and die because they're pulling a carriage, a human. So, You know, there's all kinds of things that could happen on the human polling side. I look at this, and I studied these regs in that 30 days we gave everybody that was objecting then, so I could see if there was something unreasonable. 90 degrees is a reasonable percentage, I mean, a reasonable temperature. Essentially means it'll be evenings. You know, I was more concerned about the heat of the asphalt, but having a 90-degree ambient temperature means that, in general, the temperature will drop. It may be the temperature of the asphalt would be higher than 90, and so one has to consider how this affects the horses later, and I think the only way to find out is to do this. And let's see if the temperature of the asphalt is still up around 130 or 40 at 11 or 12 at night. That might be affecting the horses, and I think the owners should pay special attention to that, so that that's something that's not in the ordinance, but maybe ought to be in the ordinance, because that's a combination of things. Humidity is not in the ordinance, but humidity is one of the things that affects animals of all kinds, including the two-legged ones, and for sure, it ought to be considered. But I think that if an applicant has followed the rules and come forward, been vetted by the appropriate commission, I think it's very difficult unless we found some particular cause to deny the individuals because of their own character flaws or perhaps, you know, crimes of moral turpitude, the other kind of things that give you a general out as far as denying people who have conformed. If we don't like the way they speak or we don't like the way they, you know, well, we don't like the way they part their hair, I don't think that's enough. So I'm inclined to go ahead and support it. I obviously have some reservations. I'm very, very concerned about it, but I do know that they're going to try. They've promised that. So let's see how it goes. Now, I've had the benefit of riding in a carriage in New York and a carriage in Philadelphia. And they are in many cities. They're a lot of fun. And it adds to the flair, the atmosphere of your city if you have this. And as far as I know, those carriages that I rode in, they were conforming to the laws of that particular city. And I've ridden in human-pulled carriages too in New York, so I've had both there. And frankly, I'd take the horse any day, but that's another story, because they're treated better than the humans. So let me say that I think I will be supporting a motion if Councilman decides to move, or I'll make the motion if he doesn't. But at any event, he has some thoughts on this to further strengthen the rules as we have the authority to do. So I'll give it back now to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to Councilman Barlow, I do want to say I'm sure your reputation is impeccable with what you do and how you care for the animals. I do know and do agree, of course, with Councilman Ross's assessment. Except for death and taxes, nothing's in stone, and so if we were to grant and pass this motion here, it didn't mean that we couldn't change in the future because it wasn't working. On the other hand, listening to the comments that are in this report, which is why I asked for them, it really brings to mind so many of the issues. Now, to talk about New York as an example, since the 1800s, they have had horses and carriages going back further than that. This has never become an issue in New York because of the millions of people that access the city. I know it, I lived it, and this isn't reading a newspaper, of course. Animals die all the time. We had a dog that died down the street from us. Nothing wrong, no car hit it, nothing ran over it, it just died. So the issues, though, really are, to me, of great concern, which I absolutely believe in all the time. And as we move forward as a city council looking at one issue in particular, our medical marijuana as an example, if you expect something to be running smoothly, you better inspect it. And as you know, the more cops ordinance failed, their budget is in a very bad position, with putting a position on us as well. So it's not like that we can add more people to inspect and make sure, and this is not questioning your love for your animals, the quality of what you do. but it also speaks to the effort of the better you're going to do is going to be on days that are going to be exceptionally popular for the downtown, more crowds, which is why I asked about the bikes and the petty bikes and all these other types of vehicles with which your carriages are going to be competing, that are beautiful and probably will get damaged. So to add it, it's certainly an attraction, and I could tell by your earnestness and just doing a little background check that you do operate beautifully. But I think all things considered, I'm going to wait till the final comments are made before I say what I'm going to be doing, or I'll just cast my vote. But really and truly, we could go ahead and say, go ahead, as Councilman Coffin has just mentioned, and if it weren't working, pull it back. But in the meantime, there's a lot of inspection, a lot of issues with which to deal, and I'm concerned about the public, the pedestrian, the biker, the petty biker, and all of that. And the other piece is that it's not from fear, and it's not from the cruelty that I see, because I think we have that covered. And it's not about New York City. Lived it, know it. Still go back there all the time, have relatives. And it's not the issue of the horses and the problems. It's a general animal love. I've owned a horse, loved horses, what brought me to Las Vegas, love animals, and am concerned because I see the cruelty that human beings do to their own children and each other. And so, I mean, to me, this is a world of humanity and people. And so this is I'm waiting to hear the final click right here from Councilman Barlow, who is a cowboy at heart. And off you go.
Thank you, Mayor. Cowboy at heart, I like that. There's a lot of truth to that, Mayor. I was actually born in a small southern town, Southern Nevada. So I guess there is some truth to that. Yeah, it was a cowboy town, 1972, believe it or not. First, I would like to thank all of those who have contacted myself personally, as well as through Facebook, email, social media. When I was out at restaurants, walking my kids through the malls. Yes, I see you out there smiling. Stopping me along the way, providing your input as it relates to your support and non-support of this very important item, which I think is a good problem. And let me explain why I believe this is a good problem. The City of Las Vegas, at least for the past 15 years, have been working very diligently to improve the quality of life in our downtown. And I would say that we have done a wonderful job, yet and still there's more work to be done. If you looked at the previous council meetings when we've expanded businesses, whether it be the East Fremont Entertainment District or the Cultural Arts Corridor, a lot of the road work that we have done in and around the downtown area in order to make it pedestrian friendly through our new bike lanes that are being installed and connecting them to the various wards outside of the downtown area. The trail systems, in order to improve the connectability of Las Vegas as a whole, creating what we all call community. Having said that, there's a lot of culture, there's a lot of entertainment that we've attracted to downtown. Some of it we like, some of it we don't. We've had and will continue to have conversations moving forward as it relates to some of the growing pains, whether it be through the liquor conversations that we've had, some of the curfew conversations that we've had, and the corrections and the adjustments and the amendments to ordinances in order to make our community flow better from a business standpoint and from a community standpoint, from a constituent standpoint. And so when you have individuals who have come before us in the past to request pub crawls, we had the same type of pause. How is this going to work? We've never had it before. We have to change the ordinance in order to work with streets and public safety to make sure that these new vehicles that we've never seen before, never experienced before, because we've are at a new place as it relates to where we are in downtown, we have to make some adjustments. And we did that. And I believe we did that on a pilot program. And maybe Karen, you can help us with that, or Jorge?
Yes, Councilman, we did that through a special event permit to test it out, see how it would work.
To test it out?
And we're in the process of amending the ordinance to make it permanent. We've been meeting with the industry, the different type of people movers. We call them people movers because the reality is we know of some today, but there's going to be some that are come down the pike that we're not familiar with, some new technologies. And so we're drafting an ordinance that would be able to accommodate all the different type of use that come about.
Karen? In addition to that, I just sat with a young man yesterday who is a partner with someone associated with the Commonwealth, who will be bringing forward an application in the near future as it relates to the pedicabs, which will be another conversation as it ties into the same trail system that's being proposed before us here today. And I'm pretty sure, Jorge, if you haven't seen it already, I'm pretty sure you'll more than likely keep with the same type of program from a traffic standpoint as far as the do's and the don'ts from a pedicab standpoint moving forward. And I know that's premature right now, but I'm just looking at it from a broad perspective as far as all these alternative modes of transportation that's being brought before the council, and from an entertainment and recreational standpoint. I know we adjusted the laws as it relates to the trike. I have one. And allowing for them to be ridden on the sidewalks as well as in the bike lanes, and in certain cases and scenarios, we have to take a lane in the traffic in order to navigate and maneuver from an alternative mode of transportation standpoint. And here we are today talking about the horse carriage, another entertainment piece, but yet and still an alternative mode of transportation. So the question that I have for either yourself, Karen, or Jorge is, if there's an accident, and unfortunately there's an accident right outside of City Hall today as we were out enjoying the farmer's market. Someone ran into the back of a truck and the tire fell off right in front of us. And I would just associate that, for example, and hopefully this will never happen, and I don't want to speak it into existence, but in the event that there's an accident with a vehicle and the horse carriage, and with the changes that the sheriff has made, will Metro show up? That's a question for either one of you. How do we handle a situation like that?
You know, Mayor, I don't know that we can answer that. You know, certainly the sheriff's adopted new policies, policies that I think they're still reviewing, but I don't know that we could really answer that question.
I think that's a question, a very important question, that we need to find out, because if in fact a vehicle possibly hits a horse, I mean, is that, you know, does that rises to the level of Metro showing up, or is that something that the vehicle, the driver of the vehicle and the horse carriage personnel would have to address, you know, from that standpoint? So, you know, that would be something that I would be very much concerned about. Specifically, we're talking about animals, and specifically those who have come before us today to oppose the animal rights, okay? So I would like for someone to get that answer back to the council as soon as possible. In addition to that, just as the pub crawl was new, the horse carriage is not as new, because we've had horse carriages in the past. Pastor Smith, Mayor, came to, it was under Mayor Oscar Goodman at that time when we approved it for the horse carriage rides when Pastor Smith was doing it downtown. So help me understand, if you recall, the conditions that we placed on that horse carriage business, which didn't last that long, versus what we have before us. What's the difference? We've approved it in the past, so help me understand if there's a difference between what we've done in the past and what we're currently proposing today.
Yes, the previous service, which Pastor Smith was provided, was approved back in 2007. He went before the Traffic and Park Commission in March 2007, then council approved it in May of 2007. He operated for a couple of years. He had the exact same restrictions that we would impose on them. We did have certain restriction on routes for that operation. Again, addressing the same concerns. What are those corridors where we think it can operate safely versus those where we think they shouldn't be? And he did operate for a couple of years. My understanding was that the reason he stopped, his partner passed away, and his partner was the majority operator on the business, and that's why he stopped. But he did operate for a couple of years back in '07 through about '09, '10.
Okay. And in addition to that, this application before us is not new, being that we've had an operator who this council voted for approval to allow that business to take place. And so, in essence, this is just an applicant who's coming to fill the void of what we currently had in the past. And if, in fact, the carriage ride business from Pastor Smith would have continued, there wouldn't be an issue today, would there be?
Councilman, it's same operation. Again, when Pastor Smith operated his operation, I'm not aware of any incidents that occurred or any concerns that came out of that operation.
Right. So the only thing that I was trying to draw out, and hopefully I did that, was the fact that we've, as a council, have approved a very similar type application in the past with no issues. And it is my hope that we don't have any issues moving forward. And one thing that I would like to do to at least ease some of the tensions is try to create some level of a compromise, if in fact there's a compromise to be had, and to suggest that we do a review of condition. For example, whether it be 6 months or 12 months. Therefore, those who are in opposition, it will give them an opportunity to follow the issue for at least 6 to 12 months. And it also gives the applicant an opportunity to operate, to show that they can and will demonstrate their ability to operate a successful business, to calm the fears of those animal rights activists who have major concerns. And so that's where I'm leaning towards at this point moving forward. And I'll be happy to go ahead and move forward with a motion if in fact there's no other comments from
I would like to
council.
ask one more thing before you go forward, and I see Councilwoman wants to say something. And listening to all of this and really not being of a decided opinion before coming to council today, when I think of New York City, and as I say, really hands-on there all the time, most of the carriage rides go on Central Park South and go into Central Park, go up and down Fifth Avenue. On occasion, you'll see a carriage on Park Avenue, but you will never see them in the very heavily congested areas. And knowing that our streets in the downtown area, when we have our events, and mostly every weekend now because we're working so hard to promote the downtown, and we're still in development and redevelopment and constantly working new things. Our streets are extremely narrow. We're hugely congested already. And that does bring weight to my thought process about further congestions, problems of accidents. I am very sure and very confident that you care for your animals and you care for those carriages. I mean, you would not go into a business where you are not really wise about what you do. And I am totally a believer that we should always try things to see if it will work. But I really am at a point after listening to this and thinking about our wonderful Central Park in New York City and where the carriages are, having ridden them on many an occasion, and knowing where those traffic patterns are for the horses. We're too congested downtown. There's too much going on. We have young people, we have old people, we have people who are infirmed, and to get out of the way of where there's people are going through traffic lights and running. It just is looking at that particular pattern that's been chosen. To me, that is very much of a concern. And so I'm going to throw it back to, pardon, Councilman Beers? Yes, please. I mean, if you were to go out into any of the other wards, whether we're out to Ward 6, Ward 4, Ward 2, way out west, even maybe in Ward 1, you know, maybe even where we've had this issue this morning with the horseback rides, Horses for Heroes, as in, you know, try there. I think it belongs in a safer environment for everybody. Councilman Beers, if it's all right with both of you down there, and Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had been doing a little reading here on Mayor de Blasio in New York City, and one of his campaign promises was an immediate end to the horse-drawn carriage industry in New York City. This weekend that just passed, he did a 100-day anniversary of being in office Google Chat, and citizens pressed him for his comment on the promise for the ban. And he said that he's no longer going to have this done immediately, maybe by the end of the year. Two of the council members, in addition to him, are in support, and the rest apparently are not, and that's the problem, is that it's not going to move forward on their city council. So I just wanted to update everyone for my little extracurricular reading over here.
Thank you. I'm so grateful that you multitask. I know one eye's on what you're reading and the other one's paying attention. Councilwoman?
I just wanted to ask a question. The carriage would take one full lane? I mean, that's how it's planned, that the carriage would be in a lane the regular way a car would be?
That is correct, Councilwoman. Given the size of the carriage on the pictures they provided us, it's equivalent to a vehicle, a little bit not as wide, but almost size of a vehicle, so it would take a travel lane.
Yeah, I just wanted to check on that. I agree with what the mayor said about the crowding of downtown. You know, when we had the other gentleman who was here with the horses, we were less crowded downtown. We had less activity downtown. We didn't have the bike lanes downtown that we now have. We didn't have the different type of vehicles such as my esteemed colleague has downtown. You know, it's a lot more traffic, so I just wanted to go on the record there, and I'm talking about the route which is mentioned in this item, and that would be a concern. And I want to tell you that when you mentioned Ross's district, I was thinking that wouldn't be a bad place for that, under trees and grass. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Councilmen, did you flip a coin, or is it yours, Councilman Barlow?
Yeah, I'll take it, Mayor.
Go for it.
And we'll see how the motion goes. Two additional thoughts for the applicant. Where is the barn or the stables going to be stationed?
8103 Rachel Street.
What street?
Rachel.
Rancho?
Rachel Street, yes. For the Rancho, the Mr. Oscar.
Rancho by Costco?
Oscar.
No, Costco is on Martin Luther King.
The stables are in the north side of town, and the carriages are going to be close in this area.
Right. The carriages and the horses have to be stationed somewhere, right? There has to be some central location for them to be fed and drink water, and where is that? Where is that going to be in downtown? Do you know, Jorge?
Councilman, the staging area for people to get on and off is on 4th Street, just north of Fremont. I'm not sure where they'll do some of the other activities, but that's where the drop-off and pickup of passengers would be, and the ordinance requires that they can't do any drop pickup only there. They can drop off en route, but they can't solicit anywhere but there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's on 8th Street and Stewart.
8th and Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, so 8th and Stewart.
But
Okay.
the horses are not going to sleep over there, you know, they're going to stay there. They're going to be in a zone, in a horse-owned property where they are right now. It's in
Okay.
a ranch.
Okay. I'm looking at this, Mayor and Council, from an economic development opportunity. With the decrease of tourist traffic in the downtown. As I understand, speaking to some business owners also, hotel property owners in downtown, that a number of conventions have been lost due to a number of issues. And I believe that giving this venue an opportunity to attract more people into the downtown for an additional level of entertainment will at least provide us an opportunity to keep our tourists in the downtown a little bit longer. And so from a business perspective, I think this will be something that we need to at least allow to take place for approximately 12 months. I would like to make a motion that we move forward approval with a 12-month condition, subject to all conditions of this item that's before us here today. And that will give us an opportunity to evaluate for the next 12 months as to whether or not this is something good or bad for the downtown, and also give the business community an opportunity to see how, in fact, it works or bodes well for them. So it gives us an opportunity to get out of it if, in fact, it does not work, but it also gives the business an opportunity to try and help the business community as business owners themselves to make it work in order to keep people in the downtown a little bit longer. So from that economic development and economic opportunity that I believe will create more opportunity for people to stay in the downtown a little bit longer due to a number of other issues that we're having from a tourist standpoint. So that will be my motion at this time.
Councilman
Thank you.
Barlow, I know you don't want me to say anything. Can I sneak it in?
If it's quick.
Okay, quickly. I believe in talking with all the people downtown who are very concerned about the businesses that have losing business in downtown. The relationship has somehow been connected with what some of the votes we've made downtown to improve economics. And that's why I say you have to be very careful as we make each of these moves. I don't think horse carriages are going to help with the big problem that we have downtown and losing business.
And I respect that, Councilwoman, and that's why this is healthy debate, and that's why I placed a condition to give us an opportunity to get out if, in fact, this isn't something that will work. And so that's my motion at this time.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and don't post yet. And I just want you to know, Councilman Barlow, just wanted you to know while you were making your motion, there was agreement from Councilman Coffin as you were making it. He gave you a thumbs up that he concurred with your motion as you stated it.
Also, Mayor, before we go to the motion, Council just brought something critical. It's 12 months from the time they receive their license, not today. So once they get their approval, it'll be 12 months from that period and not today, so that everything will run synonymously and remain on the same track.
Okay, and then I want, if you would, to make sure they understand, the only time this group has to converse together, all of us together, is at City Council in open meeting. We are never allowed to go off in groups more than 3 together. So this has been a long process today, but you've heard a lot of different concepts, and none of it would say anything negative about what you're trying to do. So if it passes, it passes. If it fails to pass, it doesn't mean your door is closed for other ideas, okay? Other places in town, other ideas, coming back another time on the same issue. This is just on today, on the routing, and if in fact that's denied, the routing, there may be other routes. So just understand, if you make sure they understand that, please. There is a motion, and you all voted, so please post. And the motion carries. So you will now proceed. This is, and Mr. Cervantes, the next piece will be permitting will come back, licensing will come back.
That's correct. There's several items, not just the licensing, but they got to get state approval, they got to get the animal certified. The license can't be issued until all those other conditions are met first, and that time the license will be issued.
Okay, and as Mr. Steed said, from the day of the permit passage, that's when the 12 months would start. Yes, please, question.
One last comment. We thank you very much for the opportunity. We're willing to follow all the rules. We're willing to work the schedules. We're not going to operate this business in high temperatures because of 3 reasons. First, the animal, you know, it will be cruel. Also, because of tourists, they will not be willing to ride a carriage in high temperatures. And there's a lot of weddings here in downtown. We're going to help the weddings expand their businesses as well. And we can also work with the schedule of the city to close those days that are going to be parades or things like that.
Well, we wish you the very best, all of us, even though you may have gotten some negative votes. It doesn't mean that, I mean, you have a 12-month period for the city and you to see if this works in the best interests of everybody included. And if, in fact, for some reason, it goes and everything's great, wonderful, and you want to expand it, that's something else that you'll be able to do. If, in fact, for some reason at the end of the 12 months, doesn't mean you can't go forward somewhere else. So we encourage you, we like to promote everything that we're doing in our city in safety first, safety, 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 good health, which goes with safety, and then to make sure we take care of our visitors, tourists, conventioneers, and certainly our residents. So good luck to you going forward, and we thank you for the time you've spent here. I'm sure your feet are sore. Thank you. Okay. We will now move on to agenda item 53. Okay. Recommending committee, bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2014-23. Councilman Barlow? Hello. Would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, he would. Please read the bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2014-23, First Amendment, an ordinance to amend LVMC 6.50.285 to provide that the owner of an establishment adjacent to a pedestrian mall that is licensed to conduct non-restricted gaming is authorized to sell alcoholic beverages pursuant to a tavern license may operate up to 2 bars in the adjacent pedestrian mall under specified circumstances, to additionally provide that the owner of the establishment with gaming and tavern license approval of a certain date may operate 1 bar on property adjacent to a pedestrian mall under specified circumstances, and to provide other matters, and that was First Amendment. If I could take a moment, Your Honor, I think we have this matter resolved before you today. It's not the resolution that we had hoped for. It's going to be a 2-part resolution, but if you'll give me a moment, I'll go over the history and how we got here.
Please.
As you're all aware, some time ago, Mr. Bernstein, the owner of 3 establishments downtown, Topless Girls of Glitter Gulch, Mermaids, and La Bayou, desired to operate an outdoor bar on the Fremont Street pedestrian mall. That led to a dispute, which led to a lawsuit, which led to us being here today. The city was named in that lawsuit in, I think, September or October of last year, so we are a named party defendant, which is why we also have an interest in settling this. As you are aware, Mayor, and many of you on the council, we have worked with Fremont Street Experience and with Mr. Bernstein to see if there could be a resolution. I think that in theory, we do have a resolution, but unfortunately, because a lot of unknown factors are still out there, they're not going to be able to sign a dismissal of the lawsuit today, which is what we all want to be at the end of the day, is an absolute dismissal with prejudice of the lawsuit, each party bearing their own costs and going their own way. What happened during the course of the lawsuit was interesting. I don't know that it was Mr. Jimerson's intention or not. He's a very bright attorney, but during the course of the lawsuit, a recent ordinance that was adopted by this council September of last year came of issue. That ordinance is an ordinance that codified the bars that are downtown, and in that language of that ordinance, it said that you can have, if you have a restricted gaming license and a tavern license, you can have a bar. When that was written, it was certainly not my office's intention to mean a bar meant 1 bar, but that became a contentious issue during the hearings, and the judge agreed with Mr. Jimerson's position that a bar meant 1 bar, and therefore, as a result of the judge's order, 2 establishments downtown are directly affected. One, Golden Gate, which is operating 2 bars right now, if this order, if the stay were lifted on this order, would have to shut down one of the 2. And Binion's, during the course of this litigation, constructed a 2nd bar because there was no prohibition on construction, just on operation, and they would not be able to operate it. So they are directly affected by the judge's order, which has currently been stayed. The stay is interesting because the stay is in place. The Golden Gate continues to operate their 2nd bar, but it's unlikely anybody would make a business decision to open a 2nd bar given this cloud of uncertainty. So there's an interest in lifting that as well. That led to me sponsoring a bill about 2 months ago that changed the word "a bar" to "bars." A recommending committee heard that language. They were concerned that that might open up the whole alcohol issue on Fremont Street Experience more than anybody wanted, and I told them I would come back with some alternatives. That bill was stricken from the record at the next city council meeting, and that led to my having discussions with Mayor Goodman, who agreed to sponsor the bill that is before you today. The bill in its original form said that you could have up to 2 bars in the Fremont Street Experience if you have restricted gaming and a tavern license. You can only get the second bar with the permission of the city council. However, anybody who was operating a bar, it's going to be more than 1 bar, 2 bars as of March 1st of this year, or had one under construction, would continue to be grandfathered in. They would continue to operate. So this would fix the problem at Binion's, this would fix the problem at Golden Gate. This would essentially maintain the status quo as if the judge hadn't ruled. That was the goal. As that bill came to recommending, I was directed by other councilmen to look at using this opportunity to perhaps settle this entire matter. And I think I can speak for everybody, Mr. Jimerson, Fremont Street Experience, and our office, and the members of council who helped out as well. I think everybody worked very, very hard to get that resolution, and I think we're very, very close. I don't want to overstate it, but I think we are. But we're not there today. At the recommending committee, there was a suggestion that we fix Mr. Bernstein's problem another way. And it was suggested that if he were to operate a bar only on his property, not on property controlled by Fremont Street Experience, that might solve the problem. However, Mr. Bernstein did not have enough property at the location where he wants to do the outdoor bar. And so we started looking at vacation of an alley or even giving an encroachment agreement. I think we all agree an encroachment agreement would solve that problem, but that depends on a few things. It depends on whether or not there are utilities under the encroachment, the encroached area that are capable of being moved, and we think they are. We think there are utilities that are there. We think they're capable of being moved. But Mr. Bernstein hasn't had enough time to do his due diligence yet to know that. Our city engineer hasn't looked at it to know that. And Mr. Bernstein does not want to dismiss the case until he does know that. And I completely understand that position. However, we are not, I don't think this council should be in a position to adopt language in an ordinance that sets all these things in motion without getting a dismissal. And on that point, we have a disagreement. So what we have agreed to is this. The language that was put in the ordinance at the recommending committee, that would be 6.50.285 subsection C, is the language that would allow an individual with a tavern license and any kind of gaming license that was in operation as of March 1st of this year to be eligible for an outdoor bar on their own property. We'd recommend that be taken out right now until the time is right. What I have informed Mr. Bernstein and his council is that when he's ready and he has some certainty as to the utilities and where they can be relocated and what the costs are and things of that nature, I personally will sponsor the resuscitation of that language and bring it back before this council. And I think at that point in time, he will do something that we need him to do and we need Fremont Street Experience to do, and that's sign an order stipulating of the dismissal of this case with prejudice with a mutual release for all parties. That's the goal. But again, we can't achieve it today because that diligence hasn't been done yet. So what we are recommending is taking the piece that the mayor originally teed up before the recommending committee and looking at bringing that back right now before you that fixes the existing situation, preserves the status quo. It needs one small tweak, and Mr. Steed will read that into the record. So we are going to recommend, I don't know, Mr. Steed, if you're going to recommend this as a second amendment or, okay, this will be a second amendment. And what it will do is be the mayor's original bill that says you can have up to 2 bars, second one only with permission of the council, and the existing bars, existing establishments that have 2 bars or have it under construction are grandfathered in. There was a suggestion by Mr. Riley, who represents Fremont Street Experience, that we add some language to make sure we were only talking about bars that were covered by the Pedestrian Wall Act, which is 11.68 of our municipal code, and that you would have to have permission of Fremont Street Experience to do it. He suggested language to put that in there. Mr. Steed's going to read that into the record. When that's done, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steed, would you read that, please?
Rather than read it, I know how you feel about me reading to you from time to time.
Depends what you're reading.
What we would do is, as Mr. Jervik indicated, we could take out subsection C on page 2. What that requires is it requires adjustments to all of the section lettering. So we would make those adjustments. Where C appeared, it would disappear. Where subsections after that appear, they would be moved backwards. We would leave in what is in your First Amendment, subsection H, which would now be G, which is that language about Chapter 16.8, I'm sorry, 11.68 that was referred to. We would also have to strike the corresponding language, the language in both the title and the summary that corresponds to subsection C. And then there's one item in what would be the new subsection C, where it talks about at the very end on your line 16 of the non-red line version, it talks about either upon or adjacent to the pedestrian mall. It would just read and upon a pedestrian mall as it did originally to take into the account the deletion of subsection C.
So, moving on this, do we need a separate motion to add in what he has just so cleverly tried to read in, but very confusingly, but we have the red line?
I will consider Mr. Seed's language as a proposed Second Amendment, and so if you wish to adopt that, the motion would be to adopt the proposed Second Amendment as articulated by Mr. Seed.
Inclusive in the motion?
That's correct.
Correct. Well, I'm going to so move that. And so that's my motion. And please cast your votes and please post. The motion carries. So just to bring us back up to date, now after Mr. Bernstein is able to go forward and examine.
Mr. Bernstein has worked with us for months on this. We don't intend to give up trying to be of assistance. And when the time is right and he's felt that he's done all the due diligence that he's done, he feels comfortable that the encroachment will solve his problem and the utilities won't be an obstacle, I will then sponsor the ordinance. I expect in the meantime, the court's order, the stay will stay in place. I'm hoping that will be the case. That's on for tomorrow morning for a status check. And so we will report to the court tomorrow morning that with respect to the A bar versus bars issue, the council has adopted legislation today to legislate around the court's order. What we will continue to do is just wait to hear from Mr. Bernstein. When he's ready, like I say, we'll tee up the part of the ordinance that was removed today, bring it back before you. I do not believe there's going to be opposition for Fremont Street Experience, and you can consider it at that time.
And I would like that proposal to come before and let me have that opportunity to sponsor that.
Okay,
if you
very good,
would.
Mayor. Thank you.
So we would look forward to that happening and sooner than later, and appreciate all the dialogue that's gone back and forth trying to get where we want to go. And Mr. Jimison,
thank you.
Please.
James Jimerson. Also like to introduce Pat Riley. Mr. Riley represents Fremont Street Experience in this litigation, and I have the privilege of representing Granite Gaming 1 and 3, and as it relates to this matter, Granite Gaming 2 and Granite Properties 2, the Girls of Glitter Gulch. I thank the city attorney very much for his presentation. I'd like to say I respectfully disagree with some of his summation as to the history, but I'm not here to advocate that today. The status quo is not these bars. The status quo was a bar. These competitors built their bars with the knowledge that they were only allowed one bar, hoping that maybe the city would pass new legislation. That being said, I echo the words of Mr. Jervik. I wanted two things. The reason why I wanted to speak was just to add 2 points. One is there's not a special use permit required for this location. We wanted to make that on the record. And secondly, we thank each and every one of you for the opportunity of working with us. We will need your help and staff's help regarding the encroachment and the wraparound. I call it a J or an L wraparound from the front of Fremont Street around the corner going north on the alley there between his property, Girls of Glitter Gulch, and Las Vegas Club. And so that's the reason for the pause or the separation, is that it might take 90 days to obtain all those permissions and whatnot, but I've been assured by Mr. Jervik and by many of you that you will urge your staff to work with us in a positive manner and get this done.
We absolutely will, and if I might, Mr. Jimison, Mr. Cervantes, would you come up here to this, please, and just speak to that? Not that I don't trust Mr. Jimison's truth, but I think
You were
it would-
told that I was a very bright lawyer, but it's only because I got the judge to agree with me. That's the only reason that I was very bright.
In reference to the alley and what's there and the public works, whatever's in there, if you could just make a statement to clarify what Mr. Jimison has done, so we have it on the record.
Certainly, Mayor. We'll certainly do everything we can on our part to facilitate and expedite that, going through that process, whether it's an encroachment permit or whatever the process, we'll certainly expedite from our end.
Okay. And that was Jorge Cervantes for the record.
Thank you. And then I wanted to ask Mr. Riley to confirm that Fremont Street Experience, who has opposed us both in litigation and some of the lobbying efforts back and forth, is on board to support what I call the Granite Gaming Amendment, which is the subsection C that Mr. Steed referenced, that would be placed in a ordinance that would be proposed by the mayor and by the city attorney in the next 90 or 120 days. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my understanding that...
And could you announce yourself and for
Yes.
whom you work, if you work for yourself or by whom you are employed?
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Riley of Holland and Hart. I represent the Fremont Street Experience. It's my understanding that the Granite Gaming entities will agree to dismiss with prejudice the pending lawsuit upon approval of the encroachment, which will also require an amendment to what's been passed today. Wanted to let you folks know that the Fremont Street Experience is not going to oppose that proposed easement and that proposed ordinance, assuming it does, because Mr. Jimerson has promised that the lawsuit will be dismissed at that point. So,
And I'm sure the exact wording, and knowing lawyers very well, since I have 3 in my immediate family, that every word that Mr. Jerbick and you all craft will come before you to be approved, every single word of that agreement.
Understood.
Okay, and hopefully we can get there. And please, sir, if you would introduce yourself and for whom you work.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. My name is William Erga, and I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Jolly Erga, Woodbury, and Little. I represent in the litigation the Golden Gate, Golden Nugget, the Drock, Four Queens, and Binions. And I want to echo what has been said. The key point from my standpoint right now is to make sure that the ordinance has the grandfathering provision in so that we don't run into a problem, which I understand is going to happen today or will happen in a minute. Second of all, I agree with what Mr. Riley said. We will not oppose the language of the new ordinance or the amendment to the ordinance that would authorize or allow the bar at Granite Gaming 2.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if there are any comments from anyone up here, but I want to thank you all for working forward on this and Mr. Jerbick, of course, representing the city. And I'm sure you want to close this.
I just wanted to acknowledge a couple of people. We have Mr. Jimerson here and his client, Mr. Bernstein. Mr. Victor is also here with 3 members of the Fremont Street Experience Board to give you some idea of the level of importance this is to everybody. We have Mr. Cottle, we have Mr. Brandenburg, and we have Mr. Stevens also in the audience today. And I just want to say, guys, thanks for coming.
Any of you wish to come down, make any comment here? Everybody's shaking their heads. They're okay. Hope you have a good lunch. Thank you all very much. We will get there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Jerbick, thank you. Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 54. Items 54 through 56, bills 2014 through 20, 2014 through 20-22, excuse me, we heard a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. Items 57 and 58, bills 2014-24 and 2014-25 will be heard at recommending on Monday, May 5th. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
Yes, thank you. Bill number 2014-24, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1485, Alta Drive Landscape Maintenance FY 2015, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the assessable lots, tracts and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith, Bill number 2014-25, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, FY 2015, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of a commercial area vitalization project, assessing the cost of the project against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you very much. These new bills, again, 2014-24 and 2014-25, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. Thank you all very much. The morning session of City Council will be recessed for 30 minutes, which brings us back here at 1:35. Thank you. Sorry I'm late. My fault. So, not so bad. All right, we're back in recess, and okay, our first item, 59? Oh, there, he's in back there. Yes, we do. We count him even though he's there. Number 59. Okay, for possible action, any items from the afternoon session, council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Ross. Here he comes. Councilman Anthony. We're going to let you just stay a little longer. Okay, we're ready for your list. Here you go. You got? Okay. Yeah. Okay. You're on.
You already read it? All right. Okay. Have several items that need to be obeyed. 61, 62, and 63 of variance 50841, variance 50842, SDR 50840, applicant B&V Tack and Feed, owner Mary Bartsis, 13 LLC on 1 acre at the northwest corner of Rancho Drive and Michael Way. Councilman Barlow has asked this be obeyed till May 21st, 2014. Item number 80, SUP 52709, applicant, owner 1028 Fremont Street, 1028 Fremont Street LLC. Applicant has asked this be obeyed till May 7th, 2014. Items 81 and 82, SUP 52718 and SUP 52720, applicant 611 Fremont LLC, owner Encryptic at 611 Fremont Street. Applicant has asked this be obeyed till May 7th, 2014. Item number 83, SDR 52716, applicant Shipping Containers, owner 707 Fremont. The applicant has asked this item be obeyed till May 7th, 2014. And items 67, 68, and 69. So 67 is Zone 52433 rezoning, owner South Providence Holdings. 68 is VAC 527434, owner is South Providence Holdings. And item 69, TMP 52435, owner is Providence Holdings at, let's see, where's the locations? Let's see, 14.12 acres located at the northeast corner of Centennial Parkway and Schaumburg Road. And Councilman Ross has asked these be obeyed for 30 days. What's 30 days, Beverly? 5/21/2014, and that will be my motion.
Excuse me, what were the ones from Councilman Ross?
67, 68, and 69.
Okay, through 69.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. And once I get myself organized here, we will now move on to agenda item 60. Public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and a reduction and/or a reduction of fees for 3 separate code enforcement abatement cases totaling $7,676.85, excuse me, and out-of-pocket costs and $67,000 in daily civil penalties for a total of $74,676.85 recorded against the property located at 1209 Norman Avenue. Property owner, Trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Jack D. and Kathy E. Lane, Ward 3, Councilman Carl Coffin, in this public hearing, which I declare open. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Code Enforcement Supervisor Vicky Ozuna. The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Greg Logan for the property located at 1209 Norman Avenue, located in the area of Maryland Parkway and Okie in zip code 89104. Code Enforcement has conducted 3 abatement actions against this property that resulted in liens against the property, of which were approved at City Council meetings on September 21st, 2011, April 17th, 2013, and December 18th, 2013. All 3 abatements consisted of securing the building by boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse and waste, and high weeds from all exterior yard areas. On the last abatement case, Code Enforcement verified that the property owner, Jack Lano, passed away, and his wife, Kathy Lano, had walked away from the property, and she had stated to staff that she would not be maintaining the property. Total outstanding out-of-pocket costs are $7,676.85, and total outstanding civil penalties are $67,000, totaling $74,676.85. The current Zillow.com valuation of this property is $102,000. Staff recommends denial of this waiver request.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ozuna. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment, please come forward, make sure your microphone's on, and state your name. You can go right over to this one, sir, please. Because, is that one not on? No. There you go, it's on. It's on. You can go back to the center.
This is on?
Okay.
Yeah. Mayor Goodman and members of the council. My name is Greg Logan. Unfortunately, my partner, Michael Turner, had some vacation arrangements which were made before this hearing was scheduled, so he can't be here today. However, we are partners in this transaction, and we're both in agreement as to what we are able and willing to do. I didn't indicate in the packet, but I am also a licensed appraiser and a licensed real estate broker in addition to this foreclosure business. Mike Turner is a licensed real estate broker. Mike and myself over the last 15 years have done probably 200 of these transactions. Mike has done more than I have, but we've done plenty of these. We have no intention to be a landlord. We get into these transactions strictly to try to make a little bit of a profit at the back end. Our intention would be to get a work crew out there probably by Friday morning, get started. We usually conclude these deals in 5 to 6 weeks. We put them on the market. We sell them. We get a full retail price, so more often than not, they're sold to people that are going to occupy. It's very unlikely that someone would pay our price to become a landlord and rent it out. I assume you all have looked at the packet. We're up against a pretty nasty situation, not only in terms of the the condition of the property, but there's a lot of baggage on this property. There's liens and judgments, and there's many, many dollars over and above what we're talking about here. So obviously we're trying to make the very best deal as far as a concession on these code enforcement items so that it's worth our while to take this and run with it. We do have title to the property. In fact, we had to hire a private investigator to locate the lady who actually didn't realize that she was still the owner. She thought she had lost the property, as happens quite often in these kind of transactions. So we have title to the property. We've got a fair amount of money already invested in locating her, and we're ready to move forward if we could get a concession on this code enforcement issue.
Can you answer, is that prefab? I mean, it looks metallic to me. Is it prefab building or is that wood?
It's a wood structure.
It is a wood structure. Okay, before we go to Councilman Coffin on this, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this? Please come forward. What's the size of the lot? Ms. Ozuna, what is the size of the lot, do you know? Quarter acre, eighth of an acre?
I'm not aware of what the size of the lot is.
Okay, please come forward, state your name.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Carr. I live at 1208 Norman Avenue. So I have the pleasure of walking out my front door and seeing this property every day. And I want to first of all thank you for hearing me today. And I would like to just say that I am here to support the reduction or removal of as many of those fines as possible to allow us as a neighborhood to move on and not have this house to look at. It's been a long, tough, difficult road. We really appreciate Councilman Coffin's staying on it and responding. And I know that Tony and the people from Rapid Response and Code Enforcement will be so happy to never ever hear from me again. I thought I was going to have to invite them to some family holidays. So I just really, really would support anything that would allow these gentlemen to handle business that would let our neighborhood move on and be happy and healthy and safe and have a beautiful place to look at as well.
Beautiful. Are you in 89104? What's your
Yes,
zip code?
ma'am, for life.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard? We appreciate your comments, Ms. Carr. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this particular item? Hearing none, I'll close it. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this has been a long time coming. These fees, fines were accumulated in the interim before this new owner took over, and I'm inclined to support them. And, you know, it took a gamble to buy it, knowing that they had all these fines over their head, and they've already paid fines to the county, I guess, for back taxes and things. So I think because this house is going to be occupied very soon, and because Mr. Logan's company has a good track record of fixing them up and selling them, not just renting them out to somebody else who's going to abuse the property, I think we should support him. So I'm going to recommend to the council, although we cannot waive the hard costs, I understand that the $7,600 and some dollars is a non-waivable cost, because that is out of pocket. That is cost that has been paid by the taxpayers to clean this place up. We can't waive that. But I'm going to recommend to the council, unless you have an objection of some kind, were you about ready to speak?
I'm just a bit hard of hearing.
Okay,
I think what you said was that the 7676 is pretty much hard cost.
Yes, it is. That's correct.
We understood that going in.
Okay, Greg, good. Then I will move, Mayor, that the city assess the full out-of-pocket costs of $7,676.85 and waive all the daily civil penalties on this case. That is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, please post. And thank you, Ms. Carr. I think you had some influence here, being supportive in the neighborhood and what you view every day. That motion carries unanimously. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much, and we'd invite any of you or all of you within 5 or 6 weeks to go out to the property, and you'd be very surprised.
We know we have eyes right there.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes,
Thanks
Councilman.
very much.
Just say one more thing. Go ahead,
Yes,
Greg.
please.
We're done. But I'm just adding something to the idea. This is Huntridge, and this is a house that was built probably during the war, 41 to 43 perhaps. It's an old one. A lot of them are having a hard time, but they can be fixed up. They've got great bones, and despite their age. And I think the members of the community that live there, like Kathleen and that wonderful association, are to be congratulated for continuing to stay on top of these things. It's neighbors helping neighbors, making sure that things look good, because it helps them as well. So thank you again.
These were built in 1942.
42, there you are.
Yeah.
The ones on the other side of Okie, Franklin were built after the war, on the south of Franklin, but the ones between Charleston and Franklin were built, 42, 43, in that era. So delighted to see this change. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. We're pleased. Good luck.
Thanks for your
We'll keep
cooperation.
watching. Thank you. Good luck to you. Pardon me. Every time I eat, I have this tickle then. Okay, that was agenda item 60, 61, and 62 and 63 have been obeyed to May 21st. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 64. ZON 52391, a request for rezoning from R-E Residence Estate to R1 Single Family Residential. 65 VAR 52392, a request for variance to allow a 1.0 connectivity ratio where the minimum requirement is 1.30, and to allow a private street with no gate to have sidewalks on one side of the street where both sides are required. And agenda item 66, TMP 52393, a request for a tentative map for an 11-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is D.R. Horton. The owner is Valencia A13004 Investors, LLC, on 2.91 acres on the east side of Buffalo Drive, approximately 230 feet north of Oakey Boulevard. Planning Commission recommends approval on all items, and staff recommends approval on item 64 and denials on 65 and 66. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Items 64 and 65 are public hearings, which I declare open. And is the applicant or representative present?
I sure am. Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Tabitha Fittiman, 8345 West Sunset Road, and I'm here on behalf of D.R. Horton. Jennifer Lazovich in my office has been representing this application for many months, and she's about ready to give birth to twins, so she couldn't be here today.
Saw her this week. I couldn't believe it. I was surprised she's walking.
Well, she's, barely at this point.
Yes.
So, that girl does not give up, so she's been working to the end. But anyway, so I'm here, and hopefully I'll be able to step into her shoes. This is an application for a residential development that is at Oakey and Buffalo, just north of Oakey. Very involved neighborhood community, and Jennifer has had a number of neighborhood meetings, and I believe that the application that is in front of you represents all of the negotiations that were made, and that everybody is happy, and that this is an application that everyone can support. At the Planning Commission hearing, it was the application was approved in its entirety, and Jennifer read into the record some conditions, and I would like, if you would indulge me, to read those conditions, because I think it's important to the neighbors that I do. They are part of the record, and they were made part of the record at the Planning Commission. First and foremost is, number one, that the subdivision will be gated. The the way the notice reads, it appears that the subdivision is not gated. This is something that is very important to those homeowners in this area, and it is in fact gated, and the plans that staff has received and reviewed shows a gated subdivision. So I wanted to state that for the record. It also has a condition requiring the developer to install 2 24-inch box trees in each rear yard of the lots along the eastern boundary. Another, of course, important condition to be added by the neighbors. Number 3, the lots along the eastern boundary of the site will have a minimum 20-foot rear yard setback in place of the minimum 15-foot, which is required by code. So we'll be increasing the rear yard setback so the buildings are farther away from those neighbors. And then lastly, there's a significant water pressure issue in this neighborhood, and the neighbors were concerned that by developing this project, we would be tapping into that existing water source and that we would be further exacerbating the low pressure. That is not the case, and so they wanted us to state for the record and have it be imposed as a condition that we are connecting to an higher pressure, a different line, if you will. So that condition is very technical. It's in engineering terms, and I think it's much better said if I just leave it there in the conditions instead of reading it.
Thank you very much.
So I'm here to answer questions.
Well, let's hear from Mr. Fagg, please, about the denials.
Madam Mayor, this subdivision has evolved over time, and as Ms. Fitteman has indicated, Ms. Lazovich did meet with neighbors and held several neighborhood meetings to try and address the concerns. I just want to confirm for the record that the 4 conditions that Ms. Fitteman just read are in place as conditions of approval for the tentative map application, so we don't need to add those in. Those are already in place there. And with those things, I think we've addressed all the concerns of neighbors, and we can support the approval of these applications.
Thank you. This is a public hearing on 64 and 65, so if you will please first of all, state your name, and if you're representing anybody other than yourself, and then which item, or if both, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and Councilwoman Tarkinian and the rest of the council. My name's Russell Milko. I'm building the last home in the property due east of this project, and just want to state that we welcome the project to our community. We had just a couple things. It looks like the pressure issue has been taken care of. That was our concern. It's not going to be condos like we have kind of due north of that. It's going to be single-family homes. The gate issue has been taken care of. We would really like, as a stipulation, that there are mature landscaping up against our back wall to the Aurora View Estates. And that's the property that shows the tennis court there, if you show the picture. And we'd like just some buffer mature landscaping. I think we recommended that to D.R. Horton. I didn't hear it today, that they would do that. But the neighbors that are directly abutting that have asked me to ask for some mature landscaping. Other than that, and that's to help with the privacy. We have no other issues.
Thank you very much. What we'll do now is ask from Ms. Fridman if she has some comment to the maturity of the landscaping, and then Councilwoman, after I close. There may be someone else willing to speak on this or interested, so I haven't closed the public hearing yet, but thank you very much, Mr. Milko. How mature are these little trees you're putting in?
Okay, well, we're proposing to put in 24-inch box, which is not very mature, as you know. However,
what was the size? I'm so sorry, I missed it.
24-inch box.
That's very young, too tiny.
However, they asked us to confirm the type of species, and I'm not a botanist, so I'm not going to claim to be one. But as I understand it, if you plant really mature trees, if you take a really mature tree from its existing place and you remove it and you replant it, it actually stunts its growth to some degree. And I'm not suggesting we can't increase the size, but if you stick to a certain species that is fast growing and you plant it young, these trees will grow very fast and will provide the privacy I think that these neighbors are looking for. I have a tree like that. It's a bottle tree in my backyard because I have a similar situation, and it grew very fast and grew big quickly. So the type of trees that they asked us to read in, which is part of the conditions, is live oak, African sumac, Carolyn cherry, Japanese blueberry, which is the one that I have, Texas privet, or Mondale pine. So I don't know if that addresses the gentleman's concern, but I think that's what we're proposing to do. And it won't be right away, but I think that it will be very quickly that those trees will mature.
Okay, well, some of them, you want to make sure that They're not dirty trees that drop a lot of
Right,
gook.
that was an issue.
And some of them,
Mesquite would be an issue to us.
Okay, I don't think that's on the list.
When they talk about mature, some developers will put in something that's, I mean, if you can get it up above the height of the wall, that's really a big concern to
Yes,
us.
yes, we can do that. We will get it above the height of the wall, absolutely.
very nice. Anyone else wanting to be heard? And Councilman Ross, while they're coming to the microphone? Okay, because we're going to go ahead then, anyone else who wishes to speak, but please state your name.
I'm Susan Brown. I live in the neighborhood just to the north of this proposed area. And I represent the HOA community from the north of this proposed development. And I just want to say we really enjoyed working with these guys. They've been nothing but nice to us and accommodating. And we're all in favor of having some neighbors to our south instead of an open lot. So
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
go for it.
Wonderful. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and Councilman Ross and then Councilwoman.
For the Councilwoman's benefit, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, Councilwoman, that D.R. Horton is taking a lot of these infill pieces and small parcels like this, and they are really doing a great job out in the Northwest. Most of their projects in Centennial are in county islands and not adjacent to the city line. But what I've seen, the product is absolutely gorgeous. They're doing such a great job of filling in these little parcels. I just wanted you to know that, and because I see that happening right now, and it's great to see. And Ms. Fitterman, you know, as your client or the firm's client, D.R. Horton, you know, they really make a nice product, and they stand behind what they say they're going to do, and if not, we hold them to it. But I just wanted to let you know that, Councilwoman.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, your turn.
I just wanted to add to that not only do they have a fine product, they're extremely wonderful to work with. They held a number of neighborhood meetings. Originally, we had a lot of protests on this because people didn't think it would be gated and also because of the water situation. And those, as far as I know, I haven't heard any complaint, have all been worked out. And I think it was because of their proactivity in reaching out to the neighbors and helping them. So I'm really pleased that on an infill project, we can do this. This is wonderful. One thing I wanted to ask you, Flynn, was as far as, I didn't know what your conversation was as far as the trees were concerned, was that what he meant by the heavy landscaping, or was there something else?
No, that is what he meant by the heavy landscaping, and that is covered in condition number 2 on the tentative map. It does require the developer to install 2 24-inch box trees in each of the rear lots. Ms. Fitterman read the varieties that we have listed in the condition, and it does say that the trees...
Except eliminate mesquite, right?
No mesquite.
Okay. No mesquite.
And it does require the trees to be installed prior to the sale to a home buyer, so they do need to be installed and in place.
Right.
And then also adding to which you said they agreed to add at wall height at least maturity of what's in the box before it's planted, I guess, at the wall height.
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor. We can make that commitment for the record.
Is that the 24-inch? Will that hit wall height?
Typically, yes, that would be wall height or
Are you going to
better.
go measure all that now? Anyway, I just want to thank you all, the neighbors, the residents, for the meetings they attended, and for D.R. Horton and everything, and I'm ready to make a motion. Do you want them separately?
Yes, if you'll take them one at a time, please.
On item number 24, I move...
64.
Oh, excuse me. On item number 64, I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries.
On item number 65, I move to approve with all conditions.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
And on item number 66, I move to approve.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we posted it. We didn't.
Count. Mayor Pro Tem, you too? Okay, there it all is on agenda item 65 now. 66, please.
I move to approve.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
I think it's going to look beautiful.
Great.
I think so too, and thank you, through you, Mayor, thank you so much for your guidance, Councilwoman Tarkadian, and being involved in this process, and also for Robin and your office. You guys have been fantastic and much help. Thank you.
So, Russ and Susan, thank you for being supportive. This is wonderful. And thank you, Horton, because this is great. We just love to see this happening. So, moving on to agendas, agendas 67, 68, 69 have been obeyed to May 21st, which puts us into agenda item 70. VAR 51765, a request for variance to allow 7 parking spaces where 13 parking spaces are the minimum required. Agenda item 71, VAR 51766, a request for variance to allow a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a trash enclosure 18 feet from residentially zoned property where 50 feet is the minimum required. And agenda item 72, SDR 51764, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 868 square foot expansion to an existing 1,677 square foot medical office with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the north and south property lines where 15 feet is the minimum required. The applicant owner, CNC Medical Plaza LLC on .16 acres at 1640 East Charleston Boulevard. Planning Commission recommends approval on all items, and staff recommends denial on all items. All items are C1 limited commercial zone. These items are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, or a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please state your name.
Good afternoon. Sheldon Colin, 9017 Pecos, representing the applicant. The applicant, currently they have the clinic at this location, and their goal is to better serve the community with this expansion. They don't wish to increase their clientele as much as give them more options, and the new addition would allow them to do that. It's actually also providing them with an office in the building to allow them to do more work there. And during the Planning Commission, Commissioner Schlotman came out and took a look at it, and originally he was against it, but once he came out and saw the conditions, he realized that the better parking, and also there's a lot of parking off-site, which of course we can't include in the parking count, but he did realize that, as you can see from some of these pictures, there's a lot of parking next to it. And he also met with the owners, and they did guarantee him that it was not just to create a larger problem with parking and with more clients. It's really just to do a little bit varied procedures within the project.
Thank you very much. Before I open or have people come up on public hearing, Mr. Fagg, could you respond to why the denials, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Relative to the denials, staff recommended denial because of the parking variance number 1, providing 7 spaces where 13 are required. They didn't have adequate parking spaces per our code. Second reason was relative to the variance from setback requirements and the limited landscaping that would be provided. I think to a certain degree they've done the best that they can with the landscaping, in that they'll be putting 7 trees immediately adjacent to the building, which we think will help improve the situation. As the applicant has indicated, there is on-street parking available next to the clinic. Planning Commission felt that with those things addressed that they could recommend approval of the project, and so there you have their recommendation.
So you are you're okay then?
The application is ready to go forward.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this agenda item, please come forward and state your name.
David Stanky.
Thank you.
I represent the antique stores along this Charleston there. There's not enough parking the way it is. If you look at their pictures, there's a parking meter, there's a fire hydrant next to this building. Right now, they're already overflowing their parking lot. They're taking the bank's parking lot across the street, which is now going around and having to have to police their parking lot. I've got them parking in front of my store constantly, and also the garbage issue. Right behind this place is residential. There's nowhere to put this garbage they want to put out there. I just don't think this is a good place for this. There's no parking at all. I mean, I'm running them off all day long. And all the neighbors have had to put little signs up in front of their business that look really nasty. But we have to put them up because this place just keeps pushing people up towards us. And that's what I got to say. I mean, I've lived in this neighborhood for 20-some years, and it's not good for us. I don't know where they're going to put this waste, this medical waste that they have, but it's right in a neighborhood. It's residential. I represent the guy that lives kitty corner this behind, also 3 doors up. We don't have the parking, and we don't want the garbage. That's what I've got to say.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
coming before us. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward and state your name.
These are very good. I've never heard of them before.
My name is Teresa Laporte, and I work at 1618 East Charleston, which is the shoe store just above this property. My concern is when you start looking at putting in a trash enclosure, it becomes a place that just creates havoc down there. We literally knocked ours down because the amount of people that were hanging out in right in the trash enclosure. We were having to clean up human feces. I mean, it created a bad situation. So on top of, you know, whatever else they've got going on there with the medical issue, then if you have an enclosure, unless it is totally closed, locked, covered, and no one can get to it, which I don't know of any trash enclosure you can do that way, it's going to create other issues that we just don't need. We have enough problems as it is in that general vicinity.
Thank you for your comments and appearing before us. Anyone else who wishes to make comment, please come forward. All right, hearing and seeing no one, I'll close the public participation, and Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to hear from Flynn what it was that the 4 conditions, I believe, that had been agreed upon. What was it? I suspect these same objections were heard at Planning Commission. Am I correct, Flynn?
Let's see, I don't know if the same individuals appeared, but there were, I believe, 3 protests that we received relative to the application.
And I have a couple of them up here, not very many, but the question would be is, what is it about the conditions that persuaded the Planning Commission to vote unanimously in favor after, denial?
Part of it was the fact that one of the planning commissioners had visited the property and did inspect it. Other things that caused them to be swayed were relative to the landscape waivers that, as I had mentioned before, they don't have the buffers at the front or the rear of the property that would typically be required by our code. What they did in lieu of that was place landscape up against the proposed addition to the building and in the front of the building. And as I mentioned previously, a total of 7 trees would be planted, so that would help to enhance it. They're also vastly upgrading the exterior elevations of the building to make it appear more pleasing, and doing some upgrades to the property. The parking was an issue that was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting, and as you've heard today from the adjacent property owners, there are concerns that this will increase the parking ratio, but as the applicant has explained, they don't necessarily intend to increase their clientele, but rather provide additional services to their existing clientele. So I believe that's what swayed the Planning Commission in their vote.
So we've had testimony that, well, first of all, how long has the clinic been there? I guess
that would be a question for the applicant to
Yeah.
respond to.
How long is what? I'm sorry.
I'll restate it. How long has the clinic been there?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head. It's been a few years, though.
And you say none of the applicants are here, you're representing them?
Right.
Because it's a concern to me if, in fact, we're cutting the number of spaces in half.
Okay.
And the type of business is not going to change.
If I may, we're actually adding spaces from what they have now, but it's not still the required spaces per the code.
Can you state again how many spaces they currently have?
I think there's 4 of them in front that's theirs. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't remember.
I don't see that
It's
in
very,
there.
it's very poor parking as it is, and as the gentleman said, all the way up and down, there's no adequate parking in that area.
Sorry. Okay, well, let's see. You've heard some questions, so I'll tell you what. Let's put the map up and take a look at where the new parking spaces might be and where the existing spaces are. We may have to defer this if we can't figure this out. Did you bring anything for, you've got a lot of drawings there. Did you
No,
bring
no,
anything
no.
that's
No, they have all the drawings.
reducible in size?
I'll let you go ahead and explain.
Currently, as you can see from the space next to us here, currently the parking is pushed out towards the street a lot further than what we're proposing. Currently, all the parking is at a 45-degree angle with a very small area to drive by it. And we're proposing to push the parking back, create an actual handicap spot, which there really isn't now, and make it a little bit more usable for people in the area, as opposed to what they have now. It's probably 30 years old parking ideas. And so we're proposing to increase it, I believe, by 1 from what they have now in front. But it's still not within the guidelines of the zoning.
Well, I think that there's a good reason for these guidelines and good reasons why the staff recommended denial. But I want to further study this because I think, you know, I know Commissioner Schlottman, who is the Ward 3 appointee, and he was persuaded to support this. But let me say to you, I've got to go look at it myself, and I have to go and I really want to hear from the applicants themselves, the people who are in practice. Are they there now at their business?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
they're probably there every day till 6 o'clock or so.
How long would you need, if we were to obey this, how long would you need to be able to get them together?
At your convenience.
Okay, well then I think we better give it a month. Is a 1 month going to be a hindrance to their plans?
Nope.
Okay, then Mayor, I'm going to move that we obey this until the second meeting in May, in order that we might have a chance to, yes ma'am, you have a.
Okay. There was a question from Councilwoman, and I do want to ask you a question as well, please. Go ahead, Councilwoman,
I
please.
just wanted to ask you that when you go out there, if you might check the distance of the trash enclosure from the residents' homes, because 18 feet from when it should be 50 might cause a problem. I know that in the area I represent, which much of it is similar to Councilman Kaufman's, I get residents' concerns about that with when they pick up, they make noise, even though they say they don't, they do. And so that might be something that you could be checked out too. Thank you.
If I could add, Mayor, now let me ask you, Flynn, a question on this. The drawings show proposed a handicapped spot. They indicated they wanted to add it, but that would have been required anyway by us, wouldn't it? Do we have to impose on them the double wide, the handicap spot, what do you call it, side loading? Okay, so everybody has to have at least one of those, and then you can have others, okay. So that takes away a spot.
And my
Okay.
comment, if I may, Councilman?
Sure.
To you, listening to the comments about the dumpsters and the enclosures and the facts of reality of how things are today, perhaps there's something we can find out from sanitation from someplace as to what type of enclosure it could be that's accessible for the dumping, but it does keep people out.
It's a
And
real
so-
small enclosure. It's more
Yeah.
of like the trash can like you would see at your house, not the large ones you're used to. And the medical waste is actually kept inside the building.
Okay, well, I think that should be a condition because that is such dangerous stuff.
Mayor, I think what you say makes a lot of sense. Let's have, we'll take in the next couple of weeks a visit over there, and I'll talk to Commissioner Schlottman and come over and visit the property and see what we can do about this.
Sounds
Because
good.
maybe there is a solution. We just have to work from the ground up on that.
And it'll
Thank
help
you.
you talk to the
Mayor, I move that we obey this item until the May 21st meeting. Is that the date?
Yes.
All right. That's my
Thank you.
motion.
There's a motion to obey this item until May 21st. Please vote and please post.
By the way, I should notice that to the spectators who were here, the witnesses, that an abeyance item doesn't get publicly noticed again. No more postcards and no more authorizations. So you have to put it on your own calendars and tell your other friends. I'll meet with you too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so you're going visiting, yes? Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 73 and 74, VAR 52660, request for variance to allow a 30-foot tall, 187-square-foot freestanding sign where a 12-foot tall, 48-square-foot freestanding sign is the maximum allowed, and to allow a 1.5-foot wide single-pole support where 2.9-foot single support is the minimum allowed. And in 74, MSP 52661, a request for a master sign plan for an existing golf course. The applicant is Angel Park, and the owner is the City of Las Vegas on 140.75 acres at 100 South Rampart Boulevard. Both items are an appeal from a denial by the Planning Commission, and both staff and the Planning Commission recommend denial. Both items are C-V Civic Zone. These items are in Ward 2 with Councilman Beers and are public hearings which I declare open. And so I gather representing us is Mr. Fagg in the city.
Mayor?
Yes?
If I may, just real quick, just ask the gentleman a question before we get started. Are you under OB Sports?
No. No, sir.
You are? Okay, thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Madam Mayor, relative to this application, staff had recommended denial of the application as the sign exceeds the size that would be permitted for the CV Civic Zoning District. The item was heard by the Planning Commission. Planning Commission had recommended denial of the item as well, and so it's before you today for consideration on appeal.
Any changes to anything from
no.
what was originally?
No, there have been no changes to the proposed size of the sign.
Any suggestions to make any kind of change so it would be palatable?
If they could reduce the size, that would be one thing that would help.
Okay. All right. If you gentlemen would say we welcome you and thank you for coming, and if you'll tell us your name and who you represent or what you're doing.
Good afternoon. My name is Daryl Schock. I'm with Patrick Sign Company, 5115 South Arville.
Okay.
I'm David Bogue. I'm with Angel Park Golf Club and OB Sports Golf Management Company. I'm at 100 South Rampart Boulevard, Las Vegas.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we're a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward as they thunder to the microphone. I will close the public hearing now. So, who has this lucky? Oh, of course, Councilman Beers.
Some days, some afternoons, you forget I'm here. We have so little going on in Ward 2 these days.
Such a wallflower.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. You can see on the overhead, we've taken the map of the area and drawn numbers where we received opposition postcards. And then I cross-referenced many of them, got phone numbers and called those that I could and talked with them. This is kind of an anomaly of us having to behave legally rather than sensibly. The legislature has mandated that we mail out an extremely cryptic notice postcard whenever we mail out a notice postcard. I don't know if the other members have had this problem, but I have, and I've talked with the planning director about it. And he notes that the postcards we send out for notifications are fully compliant with state law, although he kind of agrees with me that they're cryptic and don't describe what the heck the project is that we're talking about here. And so as I've spoken with a number of the people who sent in postcards and explained that this is actually up on Rampart Boulevard, in fact, it's about the middle of the property line on the right or the left-hand side of our screen as we look. There you go, thank you. That's roughly where the sign is going to be located. And north is up in this shot. So just north of there on Rampart, on the other side of the street, is the Rampart Casino. And just south of there, on the other side of the street, is the Suncoast Casino. And south of there, on the same side of the street, is Tivoli. And all of those locations have electronic LED signs that are much larger than the one being proposed here. Angel Park, as you know, is a city-owned facility that we contract with OB, and if we're lucky and they run it well, we get a commission, which has been the case in recent years. And so based on my discussions with those residents I could find phone numbers for. And by the way, most of these people, as you can see up on Durango, which is up the right-hand side of the page, that's where that half interchange is. And so the folks that are living where these people are, who send in postcards, generally don't even get up on Rampart, at least not to get to and from the city. And so we've sent it's from where the sign's going to go to the east property line is probably a half mile, I think. And then because our notice is required to be sent from the property line rather than from the site event, we actually pushed even further on into these folks that are almost a full section away from where the sign's going to go. So based on the characteristics of the neighborhood and my discussions with the folks who, once they understood what the project was and where it was, generally did not have the same opposition that they had before, I went ahead and suggested that Angel Park bring this forward for appeal to see if I can talk U6 into following my lead and approving this.
Could we see the sign again that is proposed? And Councilman Beers, the PCs, what are PCs? I know the other piece is property. Okay. And that's LED, and that's going to change? It's going to be a continuum of...
Correct, but one thing I wanted to mention, I wanted to make it perfectly clear. There's absolutely never going to be, or intended to be, any type of off-premise advertising. The message unit is simply to advertise for Angel Park and what they provide to the community as far as weddings and that sort of thing. There's never is it going to be off-premise advertising.
And if it were an event at Angel Park, if someone were having, who knows, a 50th birthday party or something, could they in fact rent and pay you to put up that, Mary and John are having their 50th wedding anniversary party on that, or no?
I personally think that would be awesome to do for them. I think that would be very special for somebody that's celebrating
That's
a 50th.
using it there.
Correct, but I just want to make sure that, generic things like Pepsi or KB Homes or anything along those lines that doesn't advertise to do with Angel Park is not going to be on here. There's no intent for that at all. And we'd certainly agree to any condition how you would want to word it, or half staff would want to word it to preclude that from happening now or forever.
And I would imagine from where you have it positioned here, it is not visible from the Summerlin Parkway then.
Yeah, this sign, I'll be honest with you, this sign's 30 foot tall. A typical 7-Eleven sign, Chevron sign that you see on a daily basis are 33 feet tall. So in ratio, obviously, this is a drawing that we do for the customer. That's actually me in the photograph for scale. We dropped this into the photograph to show the customer and everybody involved.
Your collar's dirty in this, do you know that?
I know, yeah, sorry about that.
Is it two-sided?
It's double face, yes, and we went out there and we got measurements and we came up with this, we put thought to it. We didn't just pick 40 feet or 20 feet or whatever. We put a lot of thought to this. There's more photos than what you see here to where we hit cross traffic and to superimpose it in there. Because obviously, I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's any secret. This sign's roughly $150,000. So for Angel Park to invest that kind of money, obviously they believe in it. So we wanted to make sure we did our due diligence and we're providing them with something that's going to work for them.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, is that a golf tee the sign is sitting on?
That is the intent. I thought that brought a lot of character to it. So what the thought process is just that. Obviously, we have to comply with whatever IBC code is structurally. So we're going to have the sign engineered out, and whatever our column is that's going to be in the ground that goes in the footing, we're going to build a golf tee to slide over the top of that to represent exactly what you're saying.
You should put a big golf ball on it then. And put
We
the
had
sign
a
on the
couple.
golf ball.
Different designs. It's kind of hard to find a round message unit. So
It looks nice.
Very nice sign. Anyone else for comments before we move? Hearing none. Public comments closed. I think I did before. It's yours, Councilman Beers.
I would add that I'd talked with staff pretty extensively about the sign support, and one of the variance aspects of this is that we're allowing them a smaller sign support than the code requires, and the response, I think Flynn can correct me if I misunderstood, but the ratio of sign to pole is not just structural, it's also artistic. And so the code is an effort to keep a proportion thing between signs and the poles that hold them up. In this case, because it is a golf course, actually 3 golf courses, 4 including the putting course, 5 including the gosh darn driving range. Sorry, that was personal. Staff is sure that the sign support is adequate to hold the sign up if we were to approve it.
And if I could mention just one last thing on that topic, is we show the sign support as being 16 inches wide. Once we're done engineering this out and we actually get a structural engineer to tell us that, just based on my 25 years of sign experience here in Las Vegas, that thing's gonna grow to probably 24 inches in reality. And probably the golf tee, so to speak, that we're gonna slide over it is gonna be roughly 30 inches. We're gonna let engineering dictate that on what that is, but in reality, the structure that's holding this is going to be larger than what you see now, and it's going to be 100% in compliance with IBC code.
Excellent. Go, Commissioner.
So, Flynn, there are no conditions if we were to approve this. Is that correct?
There are standard conditions that we have in place. We don't need to amend the conditions that we have.
Okay, so then the motion would be to move for approval with our standard conditions.
So there's a motion, please vote, and please post. This is on agenda item 73. Is that correct? Could you ask the gentleman? Agenda item 73, we have to do 2.
Yes, and I would, did you
Yes,
post?
so that's that, and we can post that.
Did you post 73? I don't see it on my screen.
It hasn't posted yet, because we had to make sure it was 73. And so
Yes.
that carries unanimously. How persuasive you are. Let's go on to 74.
I would move for approval with our standard conditions on item 74.
And there's a motion, please vote, and please post on 74. He's silent but mighty. Good luck,
Thank you.
congratulations.
And Mayor, before they walk away, I'd like...
Wait, don't go away yet.
Through you and with your permission, I'd really like Councilman Beers to put on the record why he's challenged by the driving range.
They have magnets or wind currents that they've set up there or something, because all my balls go winging off that way.
Well, to your defense, I've lived in Vegas since '77, and I've noticed that from the north, the wind blows significantly to the left.
Yeah,
So
you
I
already
think
got
that, I think
approved.
that justifies.
You already got approved.
Very tactfully said.
Madam Mayor.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes,
could just
please.
ask, Flynn, you know, that was something I learned about the diameter of the foothold there. So that isn't for safety purposes? I thought that the reason why we had it, the size we had it, was for safety with the sign.
No, it's for aesthetic purposes, so that we
It's for
keep the sign
aesthetic.
base in
Oh, I
proportion with
see.
the actual sign.
Okay, thank you. Good learning.
Thank you very much. All right. We're on to agenda items 75, 76, 77, and 78. 75, EAR 52719, request for variance to allow 29 parking spaces where 62 spaces are required. Agenda item 76, SUP 52715, a request for special use permit for a social service provider. Agenda item 77, SUP 52717, a request for a special use permit for a facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug alcohol abuse. 78 VAC 52721, a petition to vacate a public right-of-way. The applicant is West Care and the owner is the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority at 323 North Maryland Parkway. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. Both items are C1 limited commercial zone. These items are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representatives present? If so, please state your name. Good
Yes.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council, J.T. Moran III, address 630 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89101, representing West Care. I could go into detail on West Care in terms of my knowledge. The applicant has been before this council on many prior occasions, and I would suggest that you probably know more about West Care than I do. Also appearing on my right is our Senior Vice President of West Care, Mr. Mike Lavin. He can discuss some of the details, but if I may, Madam Mayor, this is a location, if I can articulate you to the map that I have of the site plan at the overhead. If we can go to the video. This is located in Councilman Barlow's district. It's right on the dividing line, shared line with Councilman Coffin, and we spoke with both of the councilmen relative to what we're trying to do here. You'll notice that there's intersections here, I-95, North 13th Street, and then also Maryland Parkway. This is a 1-acre parcel where WestCare has ultimately decided as the appropriate location, obviously with your support, of course, as the most appropriate relocation of their facility that they had on Martin Luther King that was taken with Project Neon and some of the eminent domain and the widening of I-15 and whatnot. I'll spare you the detail on that to avoid putting you to sleep. But in any event, this is what we have proposed at this location. We did buy the property. That cost us a little less than $1 million. We have approximately $1.2 million in real property improvements that are going to go into this location. We're looking at hiring close to 50 employees at this location. Again, considering that we have multiple locations throughout the country, but also internationally, we, in an abundance of caution, obviously, and being sensitive to the neighbors, we found this location that we found would be the most suitable for the needs of this specific use, which is really a very important part of the community. This is a treatment facility for those that don't have the tools to address drug and alcohol addiction. We do counseling at the location, among other things. I can save that for Mr. Lavin. He can go through some of that with you. There are 4 items on the agenda. One of them addresses the actual request for a vacation of right-of-way, but we're also asking to make a reduction in the parking. I can explain as to why we're asking for that. And then we're also asking for the 2 use permits, which are just commensurate for that type of a land use and what we'd like to do from a business land license standpoint. The vacation of right-of-way actually came to us from the city. That wasn't in our original application. I think this was a cleanup of a street that had not been vacated on a prior occasion, so you'll see that as being part of the application. And then in terms of our request for a reduction in parking, Madam Mayor, we're asking for a reduction based on the fact that most of the individuals that will be frequenting this location are really the employees individuals that really should not be driving to the facility because they've had the courts taken away their driving privileges for either narcotics or alcohol abuse. But aside from that, most of the people that are going to be coming to this location are people that are going to be availing themselves of public transportation. The cost to treat is very expensive, and so that being said, the staff recommended approval of the items that are posted in your agenda. We also had an approval by your Planning Commission, and to make a long story even longer at this point in time, we would ask that you approve these 4 applications, and I think we'll do a good job. We have a track record of doing a good job, and we will cause no disrepute to the city of Las Vegas. One last thing, Madam Mayor, is WestCare does not profess to suggest that they are going to solve this problem, which is a community-wide, valley-wide problem, but they are definitely contributing to the solution. And I thought that that would be a relevant thing to say at this point, but I can turn it over to Mr. Lavin if
We're
you'd like to
proud of
speak
what
on
you've been
details.
doing in your family all these years for those who really have issues and proactively want to try to begin to address them. So this is really important. And Mr. Lavin, for you, congratulations too for the efforts. And please, your comments, and if you would state your name for the record and spell your last name so we have it correctly, please.
Michael Lavin, L-A-V-I-N. And I worked for WestCare for 37 years. We had been at the Martin Luther King location for over 25 years. Unfortunately, that's being taken by the expansion of I-15, and we are trying to make sure that the services we provide don't cease to the city. Those services are vital for the city. Again, we've been there for many years. We try to be a good neighbor. We have intended to take a property here that has been vacant for about 5 years, currently housing homeless people on its grounds, and really enhance it and return it to a viable property. and something that will service our community in a whole.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I have a card from Anthony Paul Hemmett. I don't know if you're still here. Okay, this is a public hearing. Please come forward, state your name.
As said, my name is Anthony Hemmert.
Oh, you are the same gentleman. Good.
That is me. Thank you for the time. It's good to meet you and fellow council members. This morning I represent the UNLV College of Social Work, and a few of our graduate students were out on the corners today protesting the need for a sobering center. West Care would help in that a lot. Right now, I have a statement prepared by Angela Leith, who I believe has contacted many of you and has asked that I read it. It says, Las Vegas has a large homeless population and has done a good job providing resources in an attempt to provide housing and support to this population. However, currently all of the homeless shelters have a zero tolerance policy for alcohol. This means if a homeless person registers anything over .000 on the breathalyzer, they will be turned away from the shelter. This homeless population ends up back on the street and oftentimes in the emergency department. This population is costing the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in ambulance transport, emergency department visits, metro police services, and incarceration. Not to mention the nuisance damage it causes to the tourism industry. Establishing centers that provide services to inebriated homeless persons would not only save the city money, but it may also encourage the inebriated homeless person to seek substance abuse treatment and housing services that they may not otherwise obtain. Having shelters available to inebriated homeless persons will open up resources to this population that are not currently available to them. Having these resources available may result in a decrease of homeless persons sleeping on the streets, making Las Vegas a more pleasant community for residents, tourists, and the homeless. It may also result in a significant decrease in the amount of taxpayer dollars spent on ambulance transport, emergency department visits, and the metro police services. Finally, it may free up our 911 personnel so they are available to handle true emergencies. Las Vegas is in a prime position to establish a program with a unique set of guidelines focused on helping inebriated homeless persons to get off the streets while saving the taxpayers' money and opening up city resources. It is recommended that the city consider establishing centers for inebriated homeless persons. Signed, Angela Leith.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Do you have any questions?
And does anybody have any questions here? I do have one for Mr. Moran. Did you say there was residential or beds in this, or is this just a treatment center?
Yes, there are residential, there is a residential component. to this. Yes.
And how many beds would that hold?
There'll be 52 beds.
52?
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's based on the statutes from the state that we're required to license under.
Okay. And then also day-to-day outpatient counseling and treatment as well?
Yes, we're going to provide assessment, the residential care, and then testing and outpatient services.
Wonderful.
And you know, one other thing, Madam Mayor, that came up too, knowing the kind of the hierarchy of how West Care does business, they actually have a detox facility. So you have an initial qualification. You wouldn't be at this location if you were on drugs for longer than 7 days. So what we typically do is we will have somebody who's eligible either for government subsidy or it's a private pay individual. They'll go to our detox facility. I believe it's over off of 7th Street. And is it 7th Street? I should know, it's the street I work on 4th Street. But we will send an individual there. They will then detox. They will be treated by, clinical physicians and whatnot.
Right.
And then we'll make a determination as to what facility in the valley they would qualify for. As you know, on Rancho, we have just for females and their children. And then we have up on the mountain, which is a 3 to 4 month program for everyone. And then this will also be another program that will also allow us to take people through the detox program on 4th Street and move them over to this location. But the big part of this location is less about the beds and whatnot. That is a big component, and I can show you a site plan if you like, or a floor plan that shows the beds and how it's set up. But I think what is more important, Your Honor, is the fact that we have a serious outpatient program that is going to be instituted here, which is something that we really don't have at some of the other facilities, meaning like at the Rancho location or up on the hill, you're locked down, you can't leave. Well, a big component to sobriety is being able to have that aftercare. And so this location has that ability to provide for that aftercare component where people that have graduated from one of the other locations can now come back and meet and do group. You'll notice one of the rooms, I believe it's about 1,500 square feet, is a room that's just for orientation and for group counseling and for people coming back and doing what you traditionally see in an NAAA meeting. But let me show you a floor plan because I think it's
And
important.
while you're doing that, do we have an internship there for UNLV students that are in higher degree programs?
We do provide internships for UNLV and other.
Okay,
And
thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, if you'll notice, in the middle of the physical plan, you'll see here the beds lined up towards the middle. You'll have the group counseling room over here, and then you'll have the office space over here, where you'll have a number of office spaces, and then also some smaller group counseling meeting rooms, where you'll have your peer-to-peer, professor-to-peer consultations.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much from UNLV's perspective. It is public hearing, which is still open. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this agenda item? Okay, Councilman Barlow, one by one. Nope, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Yes, this is accurately described by Mr. Lavin. It is on the border between Ward 3 and 5, and so I inquired of the people in business across the street on the east side of Maryland Parkway, and they are supportive. That is the Latin Chamber of Commerce and also the Arturo Cambero Senior Care Center that the Latin Chamber manages, and they have no objection. So at least we know from that side of the street. I don't know if there are any protests anywhere, but I do know the great work that WestCare has done for many years, and I know they're going to continue to do it. They need this kind of facility somewhere. It's probably as good a place as any.
Mayor, I would like to move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Let's take them one at a time. I'm sorry to do that to you, but let's go. 75?
75.
Okay, there's a motion on item 75. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. On 76, please.
And on item 76, I would like to move for approval, subject to all conditions.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
And on item 77, I would like to move for approval, subject to all conditions.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That carries.
And on item 78, I would like to move for approval, subject to all conditions, and good luck to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So motion, please vote and please post. And you do something so special for those who need a lot of help and a step up. So thank you, and we're thrilled. I'm sorry to lose you in the neighborhood. We got a little piece of you left, but you're going into a good place, and that's beautiful. Thank you. Good luck. Okay, we move on to agenda item 79, RQR 53474, public hearing, applicant Imagine Schools at East Mesa, owner Voss Family Trust, possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 48849 for private school, primary with waiver to allow no pickup and drop-off area where one's required at 1951 South Rainbow. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. The staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. and we have our applicant back. I mean, we're getting to know you really well. So if you'll go ahead and announce yourself and make your comments, and then we'll hear from the public, and then Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Certainly. Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, representing the applicant, which is Imagine Schools. And this is the, I think, second time this year you've seen us. With staff, I think, wanting us to have a sort of a short window each semester, so that if there's an issue that arrives with the way we do our pickup and our drop-off of our kids, which is a little bit unique. It's an off-site staging, and then we send over cars like 3 or 4 at a time. I think it's worked out really well. It looks like staff's been out there consistently reviewing it, and so I'm really here to answer any questions. I normally would have children with us, but it's spring break, so.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fagg, would you make some comments to validate Lucy's comments?
Certainly.
You are Lucy now, rather than the more formal, because you keep coming back.
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Our code enforcement team has been out to the property 5 additional times since our last required review. They've been there on the property typically between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. as the students are leaving the school. In those 5 occasions, they noted that they were operating according to the staging plan, and so based on that information, we had recommended approval. I also had some information from Mr. Anderson here. The folks in our traffic section have analyzed the intersection there at El Parque and Rosanna, which is the residential neighborhood immediately to the west, particularly looking at that intersection, and they felt that the traffic counts were in line with what they should be, and that the staging plan has been operated successfully. And maybe, Mr. Anderson, if you have any additional input on that.
I would just add, pardon me, Bart Anderson, Public Works. I would just add that the Traffic Engineering Department is satisfied with the performance of the traffic plan and recommends approval of the required review, and with the potential of future reviews in the future if so desired.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to come up and make comment? And while they're coming forward, could I ask, plans for growth and expansion? Schools that are successfully usually begin to expand beyond their facilities. Where are you looking at the fall?
Well, this actually is an expansion of their campus at Rochelle and Buffalo. So one of the things that they're looking at is like a combined campus, and we are actually looking in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, but it has not been found yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Please come forward, state your name, and please your comments.
Hi, my name is Linda Schwindenhammer. I am a resident at 1971 Delphont Court. I am the property not immediately west of the school, but just across the street from on Delphont. I've been here in the past. I've talked to Ms. Tarkanian in the past. My concern has always been the children's safety and so forth, and I see the pictures that they have here. However, I'd like to present my own pictures, and I'm not very skilled at doing this. This was a school on Thursday, and do I just lay them here?
Yes, I think so.
I don't know if those show or not. This is across from my house. This one is immediately in front of the school, going down El Park. And this is immediately next to my house. This is the parking situation on this past Thursday. I'm assuming that there was some activity going on at school. Most days, those cars are not there. No. I was contacted by, I think his name's Scott Leonard, suggesting that I write to Ms. Tarkanian and tell her how the property had improved, the situation had improved. I did, and then we had this on Thursday. Last week, as I come home from work, which is between 2:30 and 3, I've also been told that the staging has now been cut down to 3 cars at a time. There were 5 cars in the parking lot on 2 different days. I believe it was Monday and Tuesday, and then this was Thursday. On 2 different days, there were 5 cars in the parking lot picking up students, 2 coming out of the parking lot setting on El Park, and 1 actually sitting on Rainbow, or possibly 2 sitting on Rainbow, blocking the breakdown lane there. I have just learned personally, living in that neighborhood, that if I choose to go home that way, I don't make a left turn across Rainbow even though the traffic is cleared until that traffic situation clears there. I live in the neighborhood. I've been told by parents if I want to come home, I should choose another way to come home. But that does not eliminate the concern for other people who are not familiar with the neighborhood. So that was my only concern. And as school starts next year with registration, I'm just concerned that these types of issues don't present themselves again next year.
Thank you for your
I
input.
would like to recommend just
No, we
ongoing
appreciate it.
review.
You can't fix things that you don't know about, so thank you for your input.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this particular item, please come forward, state your name.
My name is Paul Godick. I live at 1970 Delphont Court, which abuts.
Right here, can you point to you?
Right, yeah. And that fence that you see is my property line. When we purchased the property, we're retired, and we purchased the property, there was a preschool there, and it was quiet. We go out in our backyard and enjoy it. Now there's screaming, there's yelling. I understand young kids. Kids do that. But that materially lowers if I want to sell that property at some time in the future and the kids are out there screaming and yelling, that's going to decrease my property. They're much louder than the traffic off of Rainbow. 2, one day I came to come in up El Parque. I had to stop in the middle of Rainbow and wait because there was somebody holding up a stop sign as they were letting cars come out, parents come out as the school was coming out. Luckily, there wasn't any traffic on Rainbow, but here I'm sitting in the middle of Rainbow, not expecting to be stopped, and suddenly I'm stopped. I think that if it's a short-term situation, yeah. But if they're planning on having this as a long-term program, I think there's a real problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to make comment also, please come up and state your name.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Gary Voss. My address is 1951 South Rainbow. I'm familiar with those cars that were parked, cars and trucks. You want to put the picture back? Well, they took the picture. I can tell you categorically, those are not from the school.
Oh, and could you
And they're
give these
there-
to the clerk?
they were there
Excuse me,
yesterday,
Mr.
and they're
Voss,
there
one
today.
sec. Would you leave those pictures with us so that we know they're yours? We'll go to the clerk.
Those cars were there yesterday and they're there today. And I think they're from, and school's not in session. I actually got to park in my parking lot for the first time in 6 months with the permission of the councilwoman Tarkanian. I park on the street. I have an office there, as you know. I leased out everything but the west office upstairs. We saw those cars and we were concerned ourselves as to whether the school would be blamed for it. They're not from the school. They're not parents. They're not employees. I suspect they're from across the street in that office park. There's a doctor and some others, professional offices in there. They are categorically not, I can say that, not from the school, the parents, or any of the employees of the school.
Thank you. Might I ask, Mr. Fagg, are there any signs there that say no standing, waiting, parking along that side of the street?
Madam Mayor, I don't know what signs we have installed there on that side of the street.
Would that
We'd be happy
help?
to investigate.
That we could say a sign that says, I mean, I don't know whether it's standing or, 5-minute waiting zone only or something, but that would help in what Mr. Voss has just stated, if in fact they're coming in from across the street.
The picture of the 2 cars parked here, I went out later to take some more pictures. I don't know, I can't define them, but the 2 women standing there talking with their bags and papers and so forth in their hands, looked to me like they were mothers. I have a 4th picture on my phone, which I didn't print today, that shows a mother and her children exiting from the school and going over and getting in these cars. So I do have another picture showing the parents leaving the school on this day. I just didn't bother to print that one. I didn't feel that it would be needed.
I think there's a way to resolve this, though. If we are permitted on the street to investigate and put a sign up, no standing, or 5 minutes, or whatever, no.
Let me clarify. I think there's a misunderstanding. Those are not directly in front of the school or across the street from the school. They're to the west, about where the Blockwell fence that's the property and residence to the west are on Delphont, about where that block wall fence starts is where the cars are parked, cars and trucks, and they're on both sides of the street, but not in front of the school or across the street from the school. That's clear and open and has been, with the exception.
Okay, so, but
I can
obviously
park
from
my
the
car there.
residences,
My wife can park her car there, and our office manager can park her car there.
without permission. Because that might be the objection. Normally on that street from the residential part, are they allowed to put an extra car there or park along that street?
Residents absolutely are permitted to park on residential streets in front of their residences where the curb is not otherwise painted red or there's signage indicating to the other. What we will do, we will go ahead and investigate that portion of the street, see if there's any signage that we can put up. And our Public Works Department will take a look at that.
Was there not one of the conditions that there was to be no cars from the school parked anywhere on El Parque?
No.
So he's saying they're not parked in front of the school. Was there a function at the school that day?
That's my understanding, there was not. But I think the condition, I believe, and Flynn can correct me, I think it says that no parking from the school in the residential area.
Correct.
Right. It doesn't really stay in front, but I think that in talking to the councilwoman, she sort of directed the school to not park basically on El Parque, period. So again, and if I could just jump in, I really would like to apologize if a parent, parents told her not to go a different direction to her home.
It's a matter of record. When I believe it was the October or November city council meeting, after I got up and spoke, there was a gentleman come up here and spoke, and he stated on the record that there were other accesses to that neighborhood, and if I didn't like coming in there, that I should access my home from another
Well, I do
direction.
apologize for that.
So that's a matter of record.
You can drive however you want to your house.
So I think it's resolvable with the signage investigation, and then to do something, so this is residential property, no temporary business parking here or anything else. I mean, something you can do with that.
Which if these are cars parked from that business, which I understand is totally off the subject right here, but if that entire block, 2 blocks, was occupied by cars from those businesses over there, then they are not providing all of a sudden enough parking spaces to meet code for what they have in there, and that should be
So it's more of an
investigated as well.
investigation and then communication, so it's good you brought this forward.
Well, I and a member of my staff went out there, as I think I said at the last meeting, and we watched probably for 4 hours. And I would say that at that time, the Imagine School, and I think I spoke with you, was about 97% in doing everything they should do, and that's a pretty high percent when you're dealing with people of any situation. I did say the renter there, who was not part of the school, could park in front of the school because that was logical. However, because we have this concern brought up again, and I do think there's something happening there with people coming, maybe they're cutting through for some reason, I don't know, but I know the day the 2 of us were there, we saw some cars going rather rapidly into and out of, and I don't know if they were trying to avoid a traffic light someplace.
I think they are.
And they weren't connected with the school, because we watched. I mean, that's why we stayed that long. We wanted to see where these people were, did they come back? But because this has come up again, I think we're getting to a better solution, as you have stated, and I think let's just make the improvement on today and then have another review after school starts, say in November, to see if we follow through. I think you
Well,
suggested that earlier.
If school starts in August, again, you've got August, September, October, November to have review, maybe in September. I mean,
Well, I'd like to give to at least 3 months, just knowing how schools are. So that would be, it starts in
it
August.
shouldn't be a problem next year because they've learned this year what the situation is. So when school starts in the fall, it shouldn't be an issue with it.
No, but you may be dealing with new parents. You may be having to teach new parents. Let me tell you something. You want to know what the most dangerous situation is at any public school here in the Clark County School District? Parents.
Yeah.
We have meeting after meeting, we do all this sort of stuff, and they're the ones that endanger the lives of children the most, so.
They endanger the lives of their
Yeah,
own children.
Right, right. So
And it's
I
bad.
think what you suggested earlier was quite good. We will hold another required review. I said November, would October be all right? Or do you, because I keep thinking school, you know, I started teaching school when we started in September.
Correct.
So, but you're starting in August?
Right.
Okay, can I ask you, are you changing the age of the children, or are they still the same?
It's my understanding that the children, we had originally, when we originally came in a year ago, had thought it'd be the younger students and that they would feed to the school. But because of the workout with the drop-off and the queuing and all that, and I think concern of the neighbors was that the little kids would take so long to get in and out of the car that we bumped it up to the older kids. So it's my understanding we're still keeping it at that age group.
So it will be, and are you still you're still looking for another place so you can have the larger school?
To combine it, yes, and
Yeah,
this would still be.
Because when we start, right, okay. I
If you have a
feel
great
that.
location, let us know.
We'll look, we will look. I think then, following through what your desire is, and I appreciate residents coming and watching. I would like you to write down the license numbers, though, when you see them parked there. I'd just like to see if they have a connection with anybody at the school. But we went out, how many times was it that you went out, your people, 4 or 5?
5 times since the
They went
last
out
review.
5 times. I had a member of my staff go out once, and then again, another member of my staff and myself went out. And we did not see this, so it's not something that's happening all the time. As you said, the improvement is being made. So I will move for approval at this time with another required review in October.
Okay.
Okay?
And there's no doubt, it has vastly improved. The parking situation, 99% of the days are not there. It's just, I couldn't believe all of a sudden the street was just absolutely completely full. And there were people going back and forth with their children that day. That's why I thought there was a function at the school.
Right.
And if they could just, I know they have a walkie-talkie system. I would suggest that they just really monitor how many cars have been released and make sure those parents have picked up the students and cleared that parking lot. They're 1 minute away. They're 1 minute away at that temple. It doesn't take that long for another group of cars to come over there. And the people in the neighborhood are aware of it. It's anybody, as you said, they're trying to avoid that light, and they're cutting through there very quickly.
And they might not even be connected with a school.
Might not at
That's my
all. No, I
concern.
100%
Yeah.
agree.
So that, we can pin that down, I think. So that would be my motion for the required review again in October.
Okay, there's a
Madam Mayor?
motion. Yes.
If I may interject, let me just clarify, if I might. What we would do with this item is condition number 2, we would revise that to read that the applicant shall submit a required review application for consideration by City Council at their October 1st, 2014 meeting.
Okay, with that, would you accept that?
Oh, yes,
clarification?
yes, we had talked about that, so
Okay.
I think that would be fine. And are you meeting some with the people at the schools so that you can voice to them your concerns too?
On this particular day, I was going to, and I had a scheduling conflict. So basically, I came home, saw some pictures, and then I had to make a phone call. That was
Well, that's
gonna be
okay, but it is good if you convey to them, because I know they offered the last time, anytime you want to come and discuss this, and maybe we can pin down what the problem is there, because there is a problem, I feel. And I don't know if, I just don't feel it's a school. We've spent too much time watching out there. I think it's something else coming in intermittently.
It's just crazy that there were that many cars all in one day, up and down both sides. Is all.
Unless someone held a special in one of the businesses, and I.
vote on your motion.
Maybe we can just hook her up with Mr. Voss, who's the property owner here. And so he's there every day, so
And one
we'll
last
talk
thing,
afterwards.
I had asked about a sign previously at our last meeting, and I was going to be told if we could do something there to keep away the parking or to slow it down, or, so if you would have that looked into, I would really appreciate it, and that might help.
Okay, there's a motion, and please post, and I would ask, Mr. Fagg, if you would on that, I mean, as everybody's driving around, to know what it is. That motion carries, by the way. You know, for residents are there, as well as people in 2 different kinds of businesses. How long can they stand there and get there early? You know, this is a no standing zone, no waiting zone, residential zone, no standing, whatever, except for the residents. So if it's permissible to have those public on-street signs.
certainly we'll have the city's
Great,
traffic
and see if
engineer
it
look into
works.
that.
Great,
Yeah,
thank
that
you.
might help all over.
Thank you, your motion carries. Thank you. And we will now, that was 79, 80, 81, 82, and 83 have been obeyed to May 7th. So that puts us at,
Mayor, I would like to thank the residents that came. I really feel it's important they give us input. Thank you very much.
thank you for coming, too. Agenda item 84, I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you, done, yes? Okay, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless the subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, please. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, will be limited, and that limit will be at 3 minutes. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state your name. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I have a mailing address of P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas, Nevada 89125. Maybe I should have left with your husband with that money. I wouldn't go and just go to the Bahamas or Hawaii.
You would have had a long following, trust me.
All
How
my
nice.
troubles are blue skies, nothing but blue skies. Anyway, I'm here today because what I'm requesting, and I don't know who's responsible for the programs, I'm requesting my name to be removed off of what they're referring to as a stipending program or share program. It's not working here. The people are putting my name in their stipending way too much. Back in November, my doctor had me to go take some tests because I may be facing surgery. And my tests were ruined because people got up in there and they put information in to mess around with what the doctors, they were actually doctoring on me. So now I have to go next month and redo these whole tests again 2 weeks before I go back to the doctor. That same way back in November. So people are stifling. To me, that stifling thing is a dignified way of robbing me without a gun or a knife. It's not working. Those people that are doing that, they're doing it without putting their name in there properly. And what I'm told, when they're doing it, they're supposed to be pre-ordered. And the ones that put their name on the list to assist the sick one, they're being pushed out of there for people that's just in need. They're using me for a welfare department again. And I don't want my name on that kind of, I don't want to participate in that kind of program. I didn't give them permission to put my name on that kind of program, and I want to find out what steps, how do I go about getting my name off of that kind of program. And they said, well, you can't live here without your name being on that kind of program because of the drug addictions and things and the people that want to use me to get the money secretly. I'm willing to relocate. I'm willing to go to the Bahamas, Hawaii, you know.
Yeah, don't you wish.
But the weather is nice in Hawaii out here year-round. It's about 70 or 80. I don't have to worry about a coat or jackets and things.
Right.
But being for real now, I don't want the program because these people are using me to ask for too much money. It's like I'm held hostage on a program, and they're asking for ransom money all the time. That's the way it looks to me. From
Your name must be on some public record somehow.
and they're calling these programs stifling or
Where do
share
we go?
programs. And
Where do we
it's
go
not
to get
working.
names removed from a public program? A public
These
mailing
type
list.
programs where they stifle, where they use people to share money to
not this
sponsor
city.
people into jobs. And I want to help sponsor people. I ask people to give me a signature on a promissory note. It's a way of securing people and help sponsoring them into jobs in college. I'm voting for that. I want to help sponsor people into jobs in college. I know a lot of people, family can't afford to send them to college. I wanted to go to college. My dad died when I was 7. My mom worked as a maid till she started having seizures. She couldn't afford to send me to college after high school, so I joined the military. They promised educational benefit. So, you know, I'm willing to help sponsor people into jobs in college. Use whatever my name on to help send people to jobs in college, but don't use me for this here.
Well, we appreciate your concern. If we
Stifling
find
thing.
out a way to get one's name
It's
off
not
of
working.
a public
And my
list,
health
I
is,
don't know.
affected. I have to
Sorry.
go take these tests over next month.
Thank
that
you.
I take back in November.
If we don't see you in 2 weeks, we'll know you're in the Bahamas or Hawaii or somewhere.
Yeah, some
Thank
of
you.
that loot you brought in. Yeah, he was a lighter after he, and he still holding on to
He tried. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor
Afternoon.
and the city and the staff. My name is Timothy Otto. 4201 South Decatur Boulevard, apartment number 2126. I'm here for the record to just say thank you to the city. I just saw it on TV and I rushed down here. It was the farmer's market. That was basically being held outside and basically in full support of wellness and the city taking basically steps to basically ensure that, you know, that we do have wellness options. And as far as with food, fresh organic foods and all, it's basically a very, very nice thing to basically helps us medical patients. And also, I just also wanted to add that being part of the whole, it's a vital part with, you know, health and healing, going through the whole healing process. Food and nutrition plays a very vital part. And I just wanted to say that thank you for the support, and thank you for your commitments, and basically ensuring that, you know, we do have options and alternatives, and I'm seeing it getting bigger and bigger by, you know, as the years go by. And I also just had one more recommendation, please, and what would be that if the city will be able to please also take some time and recognize the organic farmers that actually do that basically plant with organic throughout, you know, meaning as far as hydroponics and aeroponics and deep water culture, all those are basically important as well. But when it comes to the life in the soil, the microbes, the inoculants, and all these that basically break and bake and make up the whole nutrition of the food, there's only a handful of farmers that actually do practice that. And I would like for the city to also recognize those farmers and basically acknowledge them for their work, for keeping all the nutrients and minerals and all that within the soil and the food that we eat as well.
Thank
so I
you.
just wanted to say thank you and congratulations, and we'll always be here to support wellness. Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate your voice, and that you come to Coffees with the Mayor, and that you were just recently out there, and we thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Please come forward and state your name.
Teenager, right here.
Oh, we love it. Wisdom is here.
I don't know, should I stand it? You want to stand? Can you hear from me? Yeah, here, honey, take this. Excuse it. My name, honey, is Vivian McHatton, and I have a project that is probably more more personal than public or city, but you have been told once before, I have written a book about show business, and I think Orlando mentioned it to you before at a meeting, and you showed some interest and gave us a card from people that work under you, and I talked with them, but they didn't get back to me, so I thought I'll bring it here, and perhaps you can read it. It's a fascinating book. It's a 50, 60-year span of show business, and all the things that went in those years in between, and I know your husband, Madam Mayor, would like it.
I think you gave me a copy, I read it, I gave it to him, and I thought, because there was a movie being made in our West Las Vegas area, you had some wonderful pictures, and the people making the movie and going through the next stage through our Centennial Committee and funding, the pictures were great in the book, and I wrote to you, I believe, to thank you for the book and tell you how I thought it was remarkable. If my husband read it or didn't read it, at that I can't assure you.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't think that's the case.
We didn't get it.
I was here about, I guess, last month, and you directed me to Councilman Kaufman. He was the movie buff, and you have made sure that he was supposed to call. And I also talked to his assistant, but she made the phone call to Mr. Kaufman, because you have mentioned to him to make
Okay.
sure to get the book, and that never expired, so that never happened.
Well, what I would suggest, and Councilman Coffin's staff has left.
Right, and see, we did all
Oh,
that.
no, is that, my eyes are so bad. Back there is,
No. See, we
Fleet was back there?
we did as you suggested, so they never did return our phone calls. So we thought we'd come and just hand it to you.
thank you, okay. Look who I see there smiling.
Right behind the book.
Jace Radke. There he is from our Public Information Office, and he's so close to you. So,
Hopefully next time when you speak, it'll be really about her book. So-
no, it really, I know, I had the book. Isn't
No,
it, a
you
lot
got-
of it's in sepia? Do you have a copy of it there? I will tell you
Yes.
if you hold it. Could you open it up and show us the book? And then I will tell you if in
This
fact,
book has never been, okay,
Just hide it.
well, maybe not. I mean, I
No,
know
ma'am.
I had one that was
Not
from,
this
because we
one.
came here in '64.
I guarantee you not this book.
Oh, well, is this just in paper and written form with pictures? It's not
Yes.
published yet?
It's called
No,
Never-
no, that's wrong. I'm totally wrong.
Okay.
Because the book I had was published, it was in a book.
Correct.
It was self-published, and it was in sepia tones, but with these wonderful pictures from the Moulin Rouge and from early Las Vegas. And having been here since '64, that was the group, and that I wrote, thanked for, because I did read it.
That's
No,
correct.
I've not been given a copy. So I'm going to ask Mr. Radke, R-A-D-K-E.
She'll like to tell you
Jace.
the title.
And he will definitely direct you, because he's been here so long and he knows us all intimately as he keeps going back and forth from room
Thank
to
you.
room.
When they were-
So thank you very much, and
Could we
Vivian,
ask what
yes.
is the title?
Yes, Vivian, tell her your title.
Oh, never a star, but I was there.
That's the name of the title. Never a star, but she was there.
And it's a man that has known everybody in show business. I mean,
Never
everybody.
a star, but
But
I
there.
was there.
Oh.
Never a star, but I was there.
How nice, what a good name.
It's a great book.
But you know something? That name rings a bell with me.
Great.
So I don't know how I have that information. But anyway, Jace will help you, and we will get you with the right
But I
people and
left you
hopefully
that
going
information
forward.
last time.
This book has never been copied or seen or written outside of my hands. I
Maybe,
wrote this.
did you send a letter or something?
No. No.
Actually, I mentioned it at
No.
one of the council meetings.
Somebody else you're thinking of, honey.
No?
This is full of pictures. There's half pictures.
Do you, did you in fact speak with anybody at the newspapers?
No.
Was there something published about it there?
No.
It will come to me. I'm getting old, and so it will come whatever this is happening here. But anyway, Jace will help you and help direct you and tell you what to do.
Thank you.
So thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. Good luck to you.
Who we happy to see?
See, I could see you were a movie star or a showgirl.
Hopefully,
Okay, here, put it on.
hopefully we can turn it into a movie. Never know, it might be a great,
Look, we have
It would
film
make a better
credits
movie.
it
now.
might be a great
Nicolas
history.
Cage lives in town, so
Absolutely. Well,
good
muchísimas
luck.
gracias,
And
everybody.
Mayor, besides
Thank you.
Nicolas Cage, there's other people who are involved that are, aren't the stars, but print the movies, and
all right.
You know, Ms. Tartanian, that's the direction she was also trying to go with Nicolas Cage. So if anyone up there could really help, this book is wonderful. Hopefully
He's the
we can
man.
make history.
Because he's in
Thank you.
public information,
Thank
and
you so
that's
much.
what you really need. So thank you, Jace, very much. And thank you for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I will close this portion. We will then move on to agenda item 86. And so, this is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Everybody's saying yes. So I don't know where I started last time. I think I started, you had to leave early. So, let's see. Oh, Councilman Coffin will start with you. He's not here. So Councilman Barlow, are you speaking for him?
No, but I would like to defer to him.
Okay. All right, your turn.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The Pirate Fest, ladies and gentlemen, will be taking place April 25th through the 27th. Pirates will return to Lorenzi Park for the second annual Pirate Fest. I am personally inviting residents and schools to join me on these dates, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, April 25th, 26th, and 27th, at this much-anticipated event. The event will be bigger and better than last year. We will have vendors, pirate games, camel rides, a beer garden. Did Councilman Beer see that? Yes. Okay. Beer garden, hot air balloon rides, and the new cardboard regatta, which will have races out on the newly renovated lake out at Lorenzi. It's not just pirates, but you'll have an opportunity to come and see the mystical fairy realm and the clockwork kingdom of steampunk. So don't just watch the pirates, be a pirate by coming out in your costume on these dates as well. For more information, please visit piratefestlv.com. That's piratefestlv.com. And of course, the first Thursday of each month, I host my Coffee with the Councilman, and the next Coffee with the Councilman will be May 1st from 9 a.m. until 10 a.m. for coffee and conversation at Starbucks located at 751 Rancho at Bonanza. So please come out and join me for conversation to discuss any new happenings or any new developments or redevelopments that you're concerned about or you would like to share your thoughts on. So please come out on May 1st. Also, the first Sunday of every month will be the Bluegrass in the Park at Lorenzi. The next Bluegrass concert series will be held on Sunday, May 4th from 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. Come out and enjoy the music of local bluegrass bands playing traditional American music with banjos, fiddles, guitars, and mandolins. This is a free event which the entire family will enjoy. Please visit my website for full schedule and details. And of course, in Ward 5, you may follow your councilman on social media, and you may stay informed with matters happening in and around Ward 5 by following me on Twitter and Facebook. If you would like to receive the Ward 5 e-newsletter, please visit my website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5 and send your email address to my staff. So that is the update from Ward 5. And also, I would like to put an additional plug that the City of Las Vegas, through the diligent assistance of our Deputy Director, Dr. Lisa Morris-Hibbler, we were able to receive, through the National League of Cities, the Juvenile Justice Reform Leadership Academy Award. And so Dr. Hibbler and I will be traveling back to Washington, D.C. to receive that recognition on behalf of the City of Las Vegas. So kudos to the City of Las Vegas, and congratulations to Dr. Hibbler. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councilwoman.
First, and I'm not trying to bang this product so hard, but I just wanted to report on that RAM product, what we do with the regional medical, oh my gosh, RAM. Medical accessibility, regional accessibility for the medical. In any case, I wanted to cover that because it was very critical what we did, and because I think it's a start, and I think we're going to try and continue it, expanding it in different places in the city. We saw in a day and a half, we saw 1,500 individuals, 1,200 were served, and that included vision, dental, and of course all the other general things we have, mammographs and other things. But the critical part of it was we had 350 pairs of glasses done. We had parents who cried that they finally could watch a movie with their children. We had 21% of the individuals seen were children, which was the highest percentage nationally they had of children. And I think it's because our city is so oriented towards education. I'm mentioning this again, however, because I have talked with Betsy Fretwell and asked her if perhaps next year this might be done within City Hall, and she's going to be looking at it, and I just thought you'd like to know that, Orlando, so you can see all the hard work you have ahead of us. But what happened was we thought we would need to put more money into it, and it was just tremendous contributions through people within the community, and we did things that brought tears to the eyes of very veteran nurses that said we don't realize the needs we have in our community. And if we did it on this side of town, we could perhaps get another group of individuals coming. Our Easter celebration in Ward 1 will be held at 3055 South Valley View. We have an indoor soccer group there. And it'll be tomorrow, April 17th, from 10 till 2. We call it our Extravaganza, and we will have it there with games, parties, dancing, Hispanic food, and things along that line, and of course all the Easter eggs hidden in that for the children. On May 3rd, Ward 1 and 2 will have a shredding event in All-American Park from 10 until 12. And I also wanted to say that I didn't get to make Councilman Ross's things came up. I couldn't get out to your affair, but I had members of the family who went, and they thought it was great. The free tickets you gave out, we gave out to UNLV students, and they attended. They said it was great. And hearing what you all are doing, hearing what Ricky is doing there, how much better we have activities that meet the whole family's need in the city now than when I first came here. I just think it's very impressive with what everybody's doing. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Beers, you're sleeping, I can tell.
No, ma'am, I was sitting here thinking of what I was going to say when I finally got my chance.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to be doing Beers with Beers. You're welcome to join us Tuesday, April 22nd at the Angel Park Clubhouse patio. If you don't know about the Angel Park Clubhouse patio, every summer they have live music on Tuesday nights, and it's just delightful. It's just truly wonderful. And so we'll be doing Beers with Beers on Tuesday, April 22nd, 5:30 to 7:30, which is when the music starts at 7:30. We will also be participating with Councilwoman Tarkanian and the Ward 1 team on the shredding event on the border. On the border, yeah. The border between Ward 1 and Ward 2, Buffalo and Okie. Always a popular event, up to 5 boxes, but occasionally a 6th has been known to slip in.
It's not true.
We're going to be having coffee with the councilman again on Friday, May 9th, 7:30 in the morning at the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf across from the Costco up there at Charleston and wherever that is, 215 or so. And it would not be an announcement set if we didn't mention that Shania Twain became the first woman to be named as Songwriter Artist of the Year by the Nashville Songwriters Association International on this day in 1999.
Unbelievable.
Historical knowledge.
And she participated New Year's Eve. She loves horses, and she was all bundled up in her little white bunny, faux bunny, I should say. But she's so diminutive, she can't be 5 feet tall.
In faux bunny, I am diminutive myself.
She's a beautiful, generous lady. So good, I'm delighted. Is that your swan song? Is that it, Councilman Beer?
Yes, ma'am. We have a few other things. DJs for PJs is April 19th. That's always a good annual event. And then we'll be sometime here soon opening up the, in fact, it's open now. The Bonanza Trail is going to mention, which is actually in Councilman Tarkanian's ward, I believe, but it connects to Ward 2, the big long trail. And we've now got another trailhead open at Breer Family Park for the hiking set. And that is all I have.
That's wonderful. And we have a beautiful new printout hiking our trail system all the way around the city that I know Mayor Pro Tem had a copy of it, which is available.
Yeah, it was just released by
stole
the
it?
Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition, and it is not, the only problem I have with it is it's not just the city of Las Vegas. It actually shows trails at adjoining cities and Clark County in general, and places where we don't really need to go.
As long as we don't pay. We can go, but don't pay. All right, Councilman Ross, before I close up.
I have so much fun with you guys, you know that.
We do have a good time.
And I must say, Councilwoman, you're absolutely right. All of us have recognized the importance of doing activities that benefit the families in Las Vegas, and it's very significant.
Beer with beers.
Yeah, beer with beers. Bring your kids.
But you do know that this new sign at Angel Park, because it will be an event in the clubhouse,
Well, it will
he
be.
could take advantage of that.
Well, you know, whatever benefits the residents of our great city. That being said, the fun stuff first, it is summertime again. Hurrah, hooray. Movies in the Park at Centennial Hills Amphitheater have kicked back in high gear. Please join me on April 25th. And I always say, we always put a time, but you know, we start the movie when the sun goes down and the kids are done telling their knock-knock jokes on stage. It will be Planes, a great family film, so get your blankets and folding chairs and your bucket of chicken and pizza and come on out. This movie is being sponsored by our community partner, Republic Services. It is at, again, the Centennial Hills Amphitheater, 7101 North Buffalo Drive. I think everybody knows where that is. And then on a more serious note, Mayor, and I appreciate you allowing me to do this, our continued relationship and partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, we do have a missing young lady, Alexius Miller. Her nickname is Chaya. She is 15 years old, 5'4", 160 pounds. She was last contact with her was April 7th in around the area of Iron Mountain Road and North Fort Apache Road, sounds like up in Providence area. It's unknown what she was wearing. She may be carrying a backpack with her personal belongings. Please, anyone knows the whereabouts of this young lady, let's get her back to people who love her and care for her. Please contact the Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111. That's all I have, Mayor, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chaya, if you're listening or have some friend of yours that's listening, please go home or please contact someone that you feel comfortable with. We need to find you. And so one thing, when you were talking, I was thinking this morning, I read in the paper, because I still read a hands-on paper, that the Lego shop, a Lego store is opening, which is the hottest thing. I mean, all my grandchildren, Legos, Legos, Legos. Where is that going to be? Free advertising. Fashion show. I mean, is that awesome?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I think we all love Legos.
Yes,
I mean,
it's
but
fabulous.
if you saw the picture in today's RJ, it had rows of buckets of the Legos. So
It's just fabulous, and when you can build the Eiffel Tower, you can Empire State Building, the Parthenon, I mean, it just goes on and on. So a free advertisement there. Join us next Saturday, April 26th at 8 a.m. for the annual Mayor's Fitness Walk. I'm really in good shape at Kellogg's Air Park. And this is, I think, number 4 for me. Spring has sprung, and this is a wonderful opportunity to get some exercise while enjoying our fabulous Las Vegas weather, including the children. Everyone's welcome, and everybody comes with dogs, too. We have wonderful dogs. And then on the following Saturday, May 3rd, the 19th annual Susan Komen Southern Nevada Race for the Cure will take place beginning at downtown Fremont Street Experience at 8 a.m. To register for more information, go to the Komen website, KomenSouthernNevada.org, and I'll see you there at that. And then later on Saturday, the 3rd at noon, I'll be kicking off the Cinco de Mayo Festival at the Edmond Town Center, which I did last year at H and Owen Street. Everyone's welcome to join with his or her family and friends for a fun-filled celebration of the 1862 victory over Mexico's victory over the French. Hopefully Councilman Barlow will be there. And if he's in town or not doing something else, paddling in the out at at the Lorenzi Park. And for all of those who are celebrating the religious holidays this week, for sure, happy Passover, happy Easter, lots of happy Easter egg hunting. And our next City Council meeting will be Wednesday, May 7th at 9 a.m. here at City Council. So happy holidays, and for those young people who are on vacation, enjoy it and sleep in, but make your beds. And we are adjourned.